Okay, good evening, everyone. We have everyone here. So I'm going to call to order the Laguna Beach City Council meeting. Anne Marie, could we do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Kemp.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. And then Councilmember Kemp will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise.
I pledge allegiance.
The flag. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Madam City Attorney, do you have any closed session announcements or anything you'd like to report out?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council met in closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda. The Laguna Beach County Water District's Board of Directors also held a special meeting in closed session to discuss the Temple Hills Land Company in conjunction with the City Council. No reportable action was taken on that item. With respect to the remaining items on the City Council's closed session agenda, the City Council did not reach item 2A. With respect to items 2B and C, there was no reportable action taken. With respect to item 3, the City Council has authorized the initiation of litigation against the persons responsible for the Rancho fire.
Well, thank you for that report. And so now we have 3 items of extraordinary business. And the first one is something that I wanted to start, in 2027 will be the city's 100th year anniversary. And obviously, that's we have a very unique history in this town. And so one of the things that I want to start doing is perhaps we need to work out the details, but once every 2 months, we have a presentation. And so thanks to Laguna Beach Historical Society for their help in doing this. We are going to hear today about from Carol Lloyd, who I think is here in the, hey Carol, about she's going to share talk about her mother's extensive research on Laguna Beach's 39 homesteaders starting from the 1870s, and share about the map and the research. And so thank you for being here, and looking forward to this presentation. So thank you.
Thank you for having me, Mayor.
Yes.
I appreciate your invitation for us to talk. My name, as you mentioned, is Carol B. Beck Lloyd, and I'm on the board with the Laguna Beach Historical Society. And some of my fellow board members are here tonight to encourage me. This is a short presentation. I'm usually used to a longer one, but because of that, I'm going to follow my notes a little bit so I don't go down any rabbit trails, which I could do. So my family goes back to Laguna Beach history for 6 generations, back to the 1870s. And it all started, and back then it was a rugged settlement, right, with hills and ocean and nothing, just bare land. So it's been fascinating to be a part of that. And this is my mother's homestead map that she put together in the mid-1990s. And I will talk to you further about that in subsequent meetings, because there's so much that I could share that I have to be really careful not to overshare in the short period of time that I have. So I want to start with, in 1873, my great-great-great-grandfather, Henry Rogers, acquired a homestead under Abraham Lincoln's Homestead Act that was started in 1862. And that Homestead Act required anybody who received a Homestead Act to open up the West. He wanted to open up that West. And in order to do that, you had to settle a claim by living on the property that you acquired, and build on it and then maintain it. You had to prove up within 5 years, otherwise you lost that homestead. You didn't maybe lose it, but you had to pay for it. So Henry's property expanded 160 acres from Temple Hills over to Bluebird Canyon. So he lived right up above here, all the way over of 160 acres. And his property he was one of the 39 pioneering homesteaders that started Laguna Beach. Laguna Beach didn't start with the missions, didn't come through. They bypassed Laguna Beach and went inland. So the homesteaders were the ones who truthfully, legally got land from Abraham Lincoln's Homestead Act. And that's how Laguna Beach started. And a lot of people don't know that, but it's so great to be able to give that message to everybody and carry on my mother's legacy that she worked so long and hard on. So his homestead was signed by Rutherford B. Hayes because you had to have your homestead signed by the president who existed at that time. So now going on to his son, George Rogers, who is my great-great uncle, he in 1881 bought his own homestead. And he bought the homestead from the Rawson brothers of downtown Laguna all the way back to Canyon Acres Drive down to Main Beach. And that was 155 acres. And he added more on to that. So you'll see sometimes in historical records that that's called the Rogers Addition. And that was George Rogers, the son of Henry Rogers. If I had a map, I could share it with you a little bit better for those visual learners of us that are that. So he built also his family home called the Ranch House. So he lived right here at the City Hall in the ranch house. He built it for his growing family, which ended up being 8 children and his wife. And you can see a painting by Roy Ropp, the artist Roy Ropp. As you walk into the City Hall, to the right wall is called the Old Ranch House, and it's hanging right there. So I encourage you guys to look to the right above the desks over there to see that. Going on from there, he planted in 1885 with his oldest daughter, Sarah, who was 6 years old, the pepper tree right here. And I am so thankful to him for planting it, but I'm also very thankful for all the work that Laguna Beach has done to maintain that pepper tree. All the meetings, all the concrete that was poured inside of it, all the wire, all of that. I'm so thankful. And it's thriving. It's amazing that that tree is thriving because pepper trees eat from the inside out, and they only live to about 150 years at the most. So, and I'm just, the devoted care of that has been amazing. So George wasn't just an early homesteader. He had a vision of starting a small town in Laguna. So he then took his horse-drawn road scraper and plowed and scraped Forest Avenue into a dirt road. And he called it Forest Avenue because he and his father, Henry, planted all the eucalyptus trees, the early grove eucalyptus trees. And then he did the same to Ocean Avenue. He plowed and turned that into a dirt road, and he called it Ocean because from here at his ranch house, he could see the ocean. So it's exciting to see those names of those streets and know that there's a story behind them. And so what he did was divide that into 323 lots. He paid for a survey. It was very expensive at that time in the 1880s. And those 323 lots are still, that configuration, the grid of the streets is still the same except for a few changes. So I am so thrilled to be able to preserve what my mother has done, which I'll share in the future about, how she has laid out all the titles that she got primary researched up in Sacramento with my father in 1990s. And she constructed this out of a street map of Laguna Beach. And she documented all those titles. That was primary research. That wasn't secondary research. She went up to Sacramento and found every single title of every homestead. And she put it in this notebook. And those are all the titles of those homesteads that she got off of microfiche up in Sacramento. So she called me the day that she found them, and it was almost as if she discovered gold. She was just so excited. So I'm thankful for all the stories and the legacy that my family has left and other families here that have left and my mother's effort. And I thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very interesting. A great way to start the meeting, and we'll come down and do a picture and. Yeah. Or you want to do a picture together? Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Carol, and to the Laguna Beach Historical Society for that. And so now we are going to change, course a little bit here, and we are going to recognize September 2025 as Hunger Action Month. So do we have Anne Bellier and Malia Carey from our food bank and Second Harvest? Or do you want to join me up here?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So tonight we have a proclamation recognizing the month of September 2025 as Hunger Action Month in the city of Laguna Beach. And Hunger Action Month is a nationwide campaign that unites food banks, communities, and individuals in taking action against hunger. Hunger affects more than 1 in 5 Californians, and in Orange County, over 359,000 individuals, including 86,000 children, which is just, heartbreaking when you really think about that there are 86,000 children who go hungry in Orange County. And in just the first half of the year, Second Harvest Food Bank and the Orange County Food Bank recorded an average of over 810,000 monthly food distribution visits and distributed more than 36 million pounds of food. Here in Laguna Beach, we are proud, and every morning when I'm driving to work, I see the great work that you guys do to support the efforts of the Laguna Beach Food Pantry and our partners in the Orange County Hunger Alliance. And so, I think especially now when there's so many cuts at the federal level to the social safety net, it's more important than ever that we think about, Hunger Action Month and what that means, and also how we as individuals, but also as governments, can do more to ensure that nobody goes hungry, because it's just really not acceptable. So I don't know if either of you wants to say anything.
Just a little. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm Anne Bellier, Director of Laguna Food Pantry. So far in 2025, 48,000 families with over 189,000 people within their household have received groceries from Laguna Food Pantry. In July alone, 6,000 families with 21,000 individuals came through. That's a 20% increase from June. We're still registering about 6 new families daily. And I'm sure you heard 2.4 million families are at risk right now with SNAP cuts. That's food stamps, formerly known as food stamps. So with the community's continued support, we're grateful and we appreciate the opportunity to continue to provide groceries to those in need. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Malia?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, good evening. My name is Malia Carey. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Community Relations for Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County. And I'm here on behalf of the Orange County Hunger Alliance, which Mayor Rinaldi mentioned. So there's 2 food banks here in Orange County, Second Harvest, and then Orange County Food Bank up in Garden Grove. And we both serve the entire Orange County, all 34 cities. So we come out every September and we visit with all of our city councils throughout the county. And thank you so much for your support. You guys are always on board, and we appreciate City of Laguna Beach, your support every every year with recognizing September as Hunger Action Month. And it's really just to bring awareness to the food insecurity that does exist here in Orange County. Anne mentioned the rising need that we're seeing and going to continue to see. So I just pulled our fiscal year 25 numbers. Just to Laguna Food Pantry alone last fiscal year, Second Harvest distributed over 1.4 million pounds of food to your local food pantry. So we're going to see that those pounds increase. So we just want to draw awareness and get involved during the month of September, right? Come volunteer at Laguna Food Pantry, come volunteer with us down the street at Second Harvest. We're actually in great need of volunteers going forward to help us process all the incoming food coming in. So get involved, spread the word, come volunteer your time, your treasures, your talents with the food banks. So thank you so much for your support again. And I know you mentioned, yeah, Mayor Runagi mentioned he used to intern at Second Harvest back when he was in high school, right?
Yeah,
So-
right before college.
Yeah, so come get involved. So thank you again to the community for the support of the food banks as well. Thanks.
So you want to, let's bring the whole council down, and Dave, you want to get in the photo too as a volunteer?
Friday. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'll see you soon at that event, the other event.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Annie. Good to see you. Okay. Last but not least, we have one item of final item of extraordinary business. So Sergio Lopez, you want to come join me up here? So we are recognizing 21 years working for the city of Laguna Beach.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, let's give him a round of applause. And, so some of the stats here I think are fascinating. So you started here in 2004 as a part-time employee on the beach crew, picking up trash and general groundskeeping. In September 2006, you became a full-time employee and began caring for our landscape beaches from the very beginning. Sergio showed himself to be reliable, steady, and deeply committed to his work. Over the course of his 21-year career with the city, Sergio rarely took a sick day, worked weekends and holidays without hesitation, and consistently brought a positive can-do attitude to the job. That's what your colleague said about you. He led by a quiet example, always ready to help, always humble, and always dependable. Residents regularly sang his praises, often saying, "We love Sergio," because they knew they could always count on him. His kindness, respectfulness, and uplifting presence made the work environment better for everyone. Sergio was more than a coworker. He was a true friend to many. Clearly, Sergio, over the last 21 years, you made the city of Laguna Beach better off. And so we are all so grateful and excited, on your retirement. So congratulations and thank you again.
Thank you.
You want to say anything?
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for this thing, because I proud to serve to Laguna Beach for very long time. When I remember when I started, my hair is very black. Now it's white, but the life is the life. So I wanna say thanks God for this opportunity to stay here for you guys. So Chris, Mr. Raza, and that guy. So thank you for that. I don't remember now the name, but thank you, and thank you all right here for for stay here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
You want to do a picture? And then you guys.
What's next for you?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, one more.
Yeah, get the public works.
Thank you. Okay, so before we go to public comments, I want to, I think I missed any items to be removed from the agenda. Mr. City Manager, do you have any?
None, sir.
I'm gonna take up one of the appeals, the appeal related, that's gonna be pulled off earlier, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So let's, at this point, we are going to take public comment on non-agenda items. So if you have testimony that's, within the scope of the city council's jurisdiction, but not on the agenda, now is your time to provide public testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. So please start the timer, Anne
Wait
Marie.
just a minute, Mike. So before the speakers begin, I just want to make clear, since it seems to not be clear, your time will start when you come up to the podium. It's not going to start if you have something to pass out or show on the screen. It starts when you come to the podium. So keep that in mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Please load my slides. Mike Beenan, Laguna Bluebell Coalition. We want to announce the winners of the 14th Annual Bluebelt Photo Contest. It was coordinated this year by Ann Gerth with backup assistance from Ginger Wallace. Our judges were Rich Gurman with Project O, Julianne Steers, who's a marine scientist, and we're proud to have Laguna legend Greg McGilvery, who joined us this year. And said, having photographed the ocean around the world for the past 60 years, I have to say that the photos say a lot about people's love and respect for our marine protected area, and the gift that the ocean generously gives to us each day is super well appreciated. Want to see the winners? Okay, next slide, please. So the amateur first place is Sorcerer's Spell by Kaylin Housewright. Next slide, please. We have to go through pretty quick. Atmosphere by Michael Oakley. Reminds me of San Francisco a little bit. Next slide, please. April Showers by Yvonne. If you look closely, you can see the sunset in that bubble, which is kind of neat. Next slide, please. First place professional was Heart Bubble by Craig Hatfield. Look closely above the heart and you see the letters L-O-V. Pretty cool. Next slide, please. Littleish Kraken by Noah Gilbert, who's also the director of our new film that's coming out. Next slide, please, is Sammy the Seal by Jordan Manning, who will host our premiere. And these seals are great. They're really friendly. Next slide. They come right up to you. Say hi. Next slide, please. So please join us at the Rivian South Coast Theater Thursday, 6:30, August 28th, to premiere the Deep Blue Sea, which is a short film about a mom and her son's relationship to the ocean here in Laguna Beach, followed by David Attenborough's film. David Attenborough just finished his last film, which is called Oceans, which I urge everyone to watch. It's kind of a bummer for the first hour, but the last half hour talks a lot about marine protected areas, so that's kind of encouraging. So please go to the South Coast Theater to get your tickets. It's free, but space is limited. And thank you all for the support of the Laguna Blue Belt. And here's some fun magazines. Thanks again.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. Laura Parisi, the City Treasurer. And I had two items that I wanted to bring up for you. Anne Marie was kind enough to pass out. I am going to be serving the California Debt Investment Advisory Commission. I'm going to be a speaker at their Fundamentals of Public Investing Conference. I gave you a copy of the agenda. This is a terrific conference where treasurers learn the basics of investing. My topic, actually, I think there's going to be more than just me, I hope. It's California Government Code and Legal Investments. That's on page 3 of 5. So I'm doing that. And then next, that's in January. Next week, I'm also for California Municipal Treasurers Association going to be doing a training session on elected treasurers. And then finally, I also handed out to you a copy of an article from today's Wall Street Journal, which I thought was really interesting. Of course, Laguna Beach, like other cities, uses a fixed income investing format. And in this article, it said, forget about bond ratings. This is the biggest fixed income risk. And what it's saying is that in this economy, in a nutshell, the maturity length of bonds, not the credit ratings, the country of origin, as the primary risk factor because volatility, we're in a very volatile time in the country in economic conditions. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jerome Pudwill. I'm going to be outside taking signatures for the City Council Term Limits Ballot Initiative to put it on the ballot next election. I'll be there during the public comments, probably come back for item 21 in the wee hours. The initiative lets council members serve 8 years on, then 2 years off, then they can come back for 8 more years. It's a great way for residents to show their support for greater transparency, better resident representation, a greater wealth of fresh new ideas, and less backroom deal-making without public approvals. So if you would, please see me outside if you're interested. It's a no-obligation petition. It just puts it on the ballot so that the residents can vote. What a change. And if you don't see me, then you can also go to the public post office on Forest Avenue. We have a representative there taking signatures between the hours of 11 and 1 o'clock. And we're very closely approaching our limits for what we need to take to get this on the ballot. So your support would be appreciated. Let's get the best government possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Pat Minna. First and foremost, I want to thank Anne Marie. She's always been great in answering my emails and giving me the data. Bottom line is I'm taking you down memory lane. Wednesday, June the 11th, the special hearing regarding the permanent closure of Forest Avenue, turning it into the promenade. I don't want to watch my city, but you guys are so egregious. The staff report says nothing in the Coastal Commission documents about the 874 petitions against the permanent closure. The 874 petitions were hand-delivered, nice stack, but I also gave the reports to Anne Marie early, and she forwarded me the link to where the 874 petitions are now sitting. So first thing tomorrow morning, maybe later tonight, I will be sending everyone an email, including the entire city staff. It's egregious. You need to cancel this project. You have not been responsive. You have not given adequate attention to the people that stood up and raised their hands saying, stop, let's reconsider. We're not saying don't do the entire project. It's just that the current project that's underway is wrong. One of the things I really love about Laguna Beach, I grew up inland. It was small town. We had one high school, we had 2 elementary schools, we had 1 junior high. That's what I love about Laguna Beach. You know everybody. You see everyone. I'm downtown at the city council meeting, for goodness sakes. I want my city vibrant and viable. And I'm here for a later agendized item, but the bottom line is the city needs to withdraw the application. They need to cancel any coastal commission hearing paperwork, and they need to reconsider this entire, and especially you need to give credit to the 874 individual petition owners that raised their hands saying, wait a minute, we need to stop. It's not the right thing. I implore you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm very sad to report that yesterday the Blue House at 359 3rd Street was demolished. It's very hard to be polite about this because the loss of this historic building was something that 3 members of the council, Ranagi, Kempf, and Whalen, could have prevented, and they did not. This is not a proud accomplishment you can point to as having happened on your watch. Some losses can be remediated, but the loss of the second oldest house in the downtown cannot be fixed. As this happened, we were still hoping that talks with the Presbyterian Church would produce a compromise to rehabilitate the structure with the city participation. This is also something the council could have demonstrated leadership on. Please do better the next time a decision on a historic building comes up on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Brian Mena, 60-year resident. Just to follow up with my wife just said, I didn't really have the time to say it on the last time I spoke, but the 874 divided by the 131 that the city council did recognize and talked about of people that were for the project, you only said there was 31 people who were against the project at that time, but I had brought to you a stack of 874. You not even picked up one to look at it, but there's all comments from people. We gathered those in 30 days. So I don't think you represent the majority of people in Laguna Beach. I think you need to revisit and say, when you've got 3-to-1 people that are against a project and you keep going forward and you keep going against common sense of controlling flooding, of analyzing a project for its loss of parking and its loss of circulation. As we heard from the historic people this morning, Carol, she said they developed those 3 streets, the grids, Ocean, Forest, they grade them by hand, and now you want to take that away. This is our history. This is our gateway entrance. It's our main street. To just get another promenade, public gathering space, that's what we did in the 70s. We took out all those properties, restaurants, roads, gas stations, and created a 1/4-mile long promenade walkway and gathering plazas for people to gather. So revisit this. We're going to be on Friday at the Coastal Commission appeal. And we appealed to you, but you didn't listen. You didn't listen to 874 people that gathered in 30 days. I can only imagine that one more appeal would fall on your deaf ears, or will it fall on Coastal Commission? At what point do you really talk about history? Here you have somebody speak about the history, but then you talk about how you're going to close it down and have no circulation. You're taking out 1/3 of the city circulation. It's not good.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Jacob Cherub. I've come to realize I've lived half my life in Laguna Beach. And I came from a big town, Los Angeles. And I'm happy to be here. I also enjoyed the presentation by Carol of the Historical Society. I thank her. It's ironic that this is just 14 days after a very slim majority of this council voted the death sentence for the Blue House that stood there until yesterday. And it is with a heavy heart that I come down 3rd Street towards downtown, and I see the rubble, what used to be there. And it's ironic that in this presentation that Carol made, that there are homesteaders who homesteaded after that house was built. That's how old it is. And unfortunately, it is not the first time that this council has taken action that serves to erase our history, our heritage, and our culture. For many decades, the thrust of Laguna Beach, people go away. So, I'm sorry. Was for many decades is to maintain our heritage in this town. That's what Main Beach is about. I dare say that's what the Canyon is about. That's what the Blue House was about. And we should not lightly just let it fade away. So, and we have in recent years, the Main Street, our Main Street, which is Forest Avenue, Lower Forest, is also an historical remnant of our town, a living remnant. And right now it is dying a death by thousands of cuts. It's done without proper analysis, research. I don't know why it's being done that way. And elements like that, parts of our town that are so important should not be passed over. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Any other speakers? Okay, so what we're going to do is close public comment and bring it back to the council, and we will start with our city manager, Dave Kiff.
I do have a couple of comments. Anne-Marie, could you pull up my slides? Thank you. Every month I pledge to the council and the community, I'd report on some of the PD's enforcement statistics associated with, especially with summertime. So this is through the end of July 2025. And you can see, again, I kind of highlight the calls for service. They're up by almost 5,000, a 16% change. And then you can go down again. I always like to hit this one. Remember, people think we don't cite for parking. 15,888 parking citations, up from 13,000 this time last year. So again, this is year to year, so January to July. And you can kind of see the rest of them. So I really appreciate the police department's focus on this. I think they're being very responsive to the community and what the community hears. And the lesson of this is don't goof up when you're in town. Otherwise, you will get a ticket. So a lot of them on there. So thanks. Next slide, please. Also, as a part of our summer surge effort, we did some new signage. I just wanted to show you what that looked like. This is at Woods Cove right now. The Woods Cove community met with Mayor Pro Tem Orgill and Councilmember Kempf and said, maybe the old signs are just not as visible. So we said, let's try some new signs that just focus on kind of the key violations. So can you go to the next slide too, Anne-Marie? So we appreciate just propping these up on sandwich boards. And anecdotally, the park rangers report that they've been working. So nice to hear. So people are behaving better at Woods Cove. This may expand elsewhere next summer. So this was kind of our little summer pilot. Next slide. Couple of things, just as a reminder, there's a community survey coming out in September. If you want to start to talk with us about the questions that'll go on the survey, that's the purpose of this town hall. It's on Zoom. So it's tomorrow night from 4:30 to 5:30. So you can scan the QR code to get more information. Next slide. Just reminding everybody, about a month from now, a little bit more than a month now, is our insurance and wildfire town hall meeting. This is a repeat from last year's meeting. I think everybody who attended thought it was really useful. We have representatives from the Department of Insurance with us. Great place to ask and answer, get answered any of your questions that you might have about insurance in Laguna Beach. Next slide. This is my last one, and we'll talk about this a little bit on the Laguna Canyon Road item, but we'll be doing some social media this week to encourage residents to voice their opinion, hopefully a favorable opinion about Southern California Edison's, it's called its general rate case. The general rate case applies for 3 years, 2025 to 2028, and it's before the California Public Utilities Commission, or the CPUC. And our interest has to do with targeted undergrounding, and it can include Laguna Canyon Road, but it can also include the hillsides around us, from behind Emerald Bay to between Top of the World and Three Arch Bay, and connecting those two and all the way down to Aliso Creek. This is where Edison is seeking money through its own rates, again, rates that we pay, to put upwards of 685 miles across the Edison region of these lines underground. And they're primarily the transmission lines. So it's a big deal. It's a big cost item. We're hoping people will weigh in and support Southern California Edison's goals. The CPUC staff has recommended a pretty big haircut to those 685 miles down to 212. That would mean that Laguna Beach probably wouldn't get any new miles undergrounded. So we're asking that folks weigh in and ask for the full 685 miles. This hearing is likely to be by the end of August. So we're asking folks to weigh in by April 15th, this coming Friday. Sorry, August 15th, this coming Friday, so in advance of the August 28th meeting. And again, really important thing to do. I will note that, yes, it's going to increase our rates. The regular rate case that the CPUC is estimating increases rates by about 9%. The additional tug miles and related SCE ask would increase the rates by about 16%. So it's real money, but it's money that could benefit us significantly in terms of targeted undergrounding. And with that, my comments are done.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no report tonight.
Councilmember Jones.
I have a number of things to report. We had a Laguna Canyon Road Relinquishment Subcommittee meeting, a meeting on the open space and conservation element. I met with the Natural Communities Coalition. I met with Mark Christie and Laguna Canyon Foundation. I met with a series of community members who were concerned about the use of herbicide in our fuel modification areas. I met with the Laguna Beach Community Clinic. I met with Penny Milne. We had an Orange County Parks Commission meeting, and I met with Congressman Dave Min.
Thank you. Busy couple of weeks for you, Holly. Councilmember Kempf.
Yeah, I just want to thank, first of all, the police department for the great enforcement opportunities we've had this summer, and it's extremely good work. And we had a lot of visitors this year. I don't think it was quite as bad as last year, but the enforcements are way up, which people are getting the message. I saw the pageant, and I think most of us have probably seen the pageant. It's really good this year. The pageant, though, if you can get to the pageant, I think the ticket sales are down a bit, and we'd really like residents to go. So if you have some time before the end of August, just try to get a ticket, go. I think the tickets are pretty readily available. And then finally, I just want to emphasize what Dave mentioned. Our wildfire mitigation fire safety committee is having the state insurance commissioner here on the 18th from 4 to 5:30. So last time There's a lot happening in the insurance world, and a lot of it is good. I think some good things on the horizon. So if you can make it, we had the packed room last time we had it, and I'm sure we will again, but it's really helpful. And the insurance commissioner's office and the people that come are pretty knowledgeable and helpful. So if you can make it, that'd be great.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
Nothing tonight.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, like to report out on my meetings. Bob and I had several community land trust meetings just to finish up some of the paperwork as we submitted the applications. I met with Ted Reckes regarding the glyphosate issue. The community group working on the open space element. I was on the radio with George Dubin talking about creative housing and workspace. Reza was great, meeting with Reza, talking about some beautification and some landscape issues. Attended the Aquagrams event from Crescent Bay to Victoria Beach. That was an amazing event, and congratulations to all the kids that took place in that. Very, very impressive. Met with Steve Britton from LCAD, Aaron Palusa, Ash from OSO. We had the town hall, or the meeting rather, with the retail consultant. That I think was well received and productive meeting. We met regarding the Trail to the Sea. Joy had a meeting with Joy Berry, Revenue Enhancement, Town Hall, Mike Mariner. And Hallie, I'm not sure when our meeting was, if it was prior to our last meeting or not. I'm losing track. But anyway, I did have a nice meeting and a tour of Crystal Cove area where Hallie works. And we also spoke about other stewardship issues. And I really enjoyed the tour, and it's quite a place. But thank you.
Thank you. So I had a busy couple of weeks. For the second year, I did a ride along with our marine safety team on Wave Watch. So it's always great to understand what's happening at the, not the ground level, but in this case, the sea level, about, the work that our lifeguards do. And I always just come away impressed by, all that they're able to manage in their roles. I also, I saw the pageant this last weekend, and I highly recommend it. Just very fun experience to go to, and go out to dinner in downtown Laguna Beach with family, and encourage anyone who has not seen it to go and do so. This last week, I attended the State of the County in Newport Beach, and it was a very informative event, and got to see a lot of people, Sheriff Barnes, Supervisor Foley, Chairman Chafee, and Michelle Aguirre, who's the CEO. They all spoke about what's going on with the county's $10.8 billion budget. And, how, the state of the county essentially. And then there were some interesting findings from UCI about, where, what's going on in Orange County in terms of, thinking about AI and different issues. I really appreciate our city manager bringing up the general rate case. I think that, all the time I hear from people about the need for Edison to pay for undergrounding. And, in many respects, Edison paying for anything is the ratepayers paying for it. But, when we look at what happens with, the fires and just the reality of how undergrounding is able to mitigate that, it just makes a lot of sense. And I've been in communication with Councilmember Conrad from Malibu about, because, they have an interest as well in undergrounding. So hopefully we can have some strong support ahead of the rate case, to make the case for fire safety. Because ultimately, as the city manager said, rates will go up. But when you look at that from a cost benefit perspective, I think that the ability to mitigate, fire risk and the, not only the life and safety issues associated with that, which you can't put a price tag on, but the property damage, makes the need to underground very much worthwhile. And then finally, and then I also had coffee with Dave Min and got an update on all of we have a lot of budget earmarks that he was able to include in the budget that look like they're going forward. So I think in the fall is when that would be officially, based on what happens in Congress, approved. But appreciate his willingness to figure out what's happening on the ground locally and then advocate for us in Washington, D.C., because, clearly we need that. And then, finally, the most important news of the night, I took home the trophy at the Demolition Derby. And so, and then Chief Calvert did the next night. So we were 2 for 2. Chief King was competing against Chief Calvert, but his car didn't, stopped working. And I saw Jeff pull out the I'm just kidding. No, it was, but it was a really fun event, and I'm just happy I didn't get injured. But it was ultimately the real winners, besides Chief Calvert and me, and were the Chalk, who they were able to raise, I think, more than $50,000 from that event. So it was a very fun event, and I look forward to seeing you do it next year, Mark. So start training for that, and then with that, we will go to our consent calendar, and then what I'm going to do is let's see which items we want to pull. We'll pull those items, and then I'm going to consider appeals A and B, which should be pretty quick, or A and C. Not B is not going to be quick, and then after we consider those appeals, we'll consider the items that were pulled from the consent calendar. So let's start with council, and we'll go to the public to pull an item. Are there any items that council would like to pull from the consent calendar?
10.
10. Anything else? Are there any items that members of the public would like to pull from the consent calendar? No, I don't see any. So, do you have something?
No.
So what I would do is I would move the consent calendar with the exception of item 10.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye. She was actually wanting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be possible to bring the fuel modification up earlier so that some of the young families can get out?
That'll be in like 10 minutes, probably 5.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that'll be, yeah. So
Okay.
depending on how consent calendar goes. So, okay. So I think so we have a motion to seconded that, and we approved it. So we're good with that. And then let's quickly bring up appeal A is going to be, and we'll come back to item 10. So appeal A, this is a public hearing, and my understanding is that, from staff and city attorney, you can confirm, we are willing to, or I guess the recommendation is to deny the $2,000 appeal. But my understanding is that the appellant is open to pulling it, and based on hearing from staff, I want to hear public testimony first, but I think a refund of $500 based off the work of staff is appropriate here. So that would be my recommendation, but I want to hear from public. So let's open the public hearing on this item. This is appeal A, Design Review Board approval related to 276 Cone Street. Mr. Quaratani, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Renagi, council members and staff. Larry Noakes and I represent the applicant, Susan Shore, who resides at 276 Cajon. And uniquely, I'm also up here briefly representing the appellant. So I've learned a lot from Larry that you can certainly work both sides of the aisle. So that being said, the appellant, Garth Jorgensen, is unable to be here this evening. And he and I were communicating this afternoon, and he wanted me to reiterate that he wants to withdraw his appeal, number one. And of course, we have no issue for that or with that. And furthermore, he is asking because he did not have the opportunity to see the staff report, so did not influence his decision that staff was not supporting the appeal, but he is hoping that the council would consider a partial refund. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item?
Very briefly, I'm Larry Noakes. I'm working with Dr. Shore, and I just wanted to thank Mr. Jorgensen for advising us this afternoon that he has decided to withdraw the appeal in his terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to, unless there's further comment, are there any questions of staff? I don't see any, so I'm going to close public hearing, and what I would do is make a motion to adopt the resolution as recommended, and then modify recommended action to partially approve the applicant's request for a refund of $500 of the $2,000 appeal fee, and that's based on the staff time that was put into this.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd also just note that both the resolution in the recitals and in Section 3 would also need to be modified to reflect that
So I'd
$500 refund.
modify my motion to ensure that the resolution reflected the $500 refund. Second. Okay, seconded by Councilmember Whalen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, good. And then let's just quickly deal with C. Appeal C is appeal of community development directors designees approval of design review for an elevated deck addition at 31421 Holly Drive. And so I'm going to open, and this is just a recommendation to continue to September 23rd. So I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. If anyone wants to provide testimony, now's your time to do so. No testimony. I'm going to, any questions of staff? I'll close the public hearing, and I would move that we continue this public hearing to September 23rd, 2025 City Council meeting.
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That was good. And then so now we're going to move back to our final item on the consent calendar, item 10. And Councilmember Whalen, you pulled this. Would you like a staff report?
I really just had two questions. I understand the purpose of the item, which is to transfer the unexpended monies to the Laguna Canyon Foundation. This is money that it was deposited back 10 years ago, by the ranch in connection with its Coastal Commission approval. But my questions are, we've got the memorandum of understanding here, and in I think this is page 5 of the agenda item. It's not clear to me. So item F talks about what the city and the LCF desire to enter into the MOU for the purpose of directing the remaining in lieu fee. And then LCF intends to use the in lieu fee and lists a variety of things. One, it's not clear to me whether the city gets to weigh in and have any input into how the money is spent. I think we should. And two, but I'll hear from staff on that as to whether that's feasible. And then two, at the bottom of that page, Roman 3, paragraph C, is there some language missing there? It just says the city and LCF shall work collaboratively, and then it just sort of trails away. So I didn't know whether there was something that we were going to work collaboratively on. And maybe that answers my first question. I don't know.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Councilmember Whalen. As to your first question, that would be entirely appropriate if the will of the city council was that prior to the expenditure of any funds, city staff will sign off. The reason for that being as kind of broad as possible is that we probably will have a modicum of Coastal Commission involvement as well. So we wanted to keep that subsection F as broad as possible, such that when we go to the Coastal Commission, they potentially don't say, well, the use for which the MOU contemplates is not satisfactory to us, therefore we're going to walk away. However, if it's the will of the council to say, hey, let's go ahead and make sure we get final sign off, totally appropriate. And yes, I apologize. Item 3C is missing. We can probably just get rid of that paragraph. Basically just says shall work collaboratively to, excuse me, what that paragraph was supposed to say is the city and LCF shall work collaboratively in bringing this to the Coastal Commission. But the rest of the agreement already kind of contemplates that.
Okay. Or we can add that. It seems to me, and we had at least one email that came in this afternoon from a member of the public about, how this money is to get expended. And the thrust of that was that it ought to go in the direction of still looking for another trail solution, that whether, that somehow, maybe obviously not through this route, because this proved to be infeasible, I guess, but through maybe another route. City manager mentioned one yesterday that we've talked about, as opposed to some of these other things, which are, not as permanent, right? Once they're interpretive hikes, guided interpretive hikes and interpretive programs, the money's spent and gone, and there's nothing that remains to show for it. So I wanted to hear some input on that from staff as well.
I think the goal of the MOU is to be flexible enough to include various options. And as Mr. Whalen is commenting, one of them is an out and back trail. The other could be potentially work to complete the Tuvet Trail, which would be an access point to the coast. But to leave that broad, and my brief conversation with the Coastal Commission staff today was their request too, to keep that as broad as possible. to not exclude things.
Okay, so could we then, I guess we'll get public testimony here as well, but I guess could we add some language to paragraph F to make clear that whatever the ultimate expenditure plan is, the city, LCF does it in, I don't know whether we want to make it in consultation with the city or subject to city approval or something, but I think we ought to have some input on it.
Okay, further questions? Okay, so Mr. Donahue, why don't you work on that resolution while we hear, and then we'll hear public comment, then we can bring that up so we can, work through those issues. So is there any public testimony on this item?
Hello, Ann Christoph. I was here the night that Mark Christie agreed to make this deposit with the city to study trail alternatives for the Aliso Beach connection to the Laguna Coast Wilderness Park trail system. And in all this time, we haven't seen a public study of the options for such a trail. And it seems to me that that study should be completed and should be reviewed in public to decide what's the best way to make that connection. And it seems a shame that it gets diverted onto a bunch of other projects, and we'll never be able to walk from one end to the other. And I realize that going through the golf course is not a good option for many reasons, but there has to be another solution that would make that connection. And that was the whole purpose of this money. It wasn't just to give money for various miscellaneous greenbelt stuff. Not that that's a bad thing, but that's not what it was for. It was mitigation for the ranch project. And so if I were the one who gave the 250, I would want to know, where did that money go and why isn't it being used for what I was required to give it for? So I hope that I love the direction that Bob's going. I think that's kind of, he's sharing these same concerns. So I hope that you will, can you also disclose how much money is still left in this amount? But it seemed like most of it's still there and it never got expended for the study that it was supposed to produce. So I hope you take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further speakers on this item?
Hi, Jim Foley, city resident, mountain biker, hiker, trail runner. I've done many volunteer events with Laguna Canyon Foundation over the past 7 years, and I find they do very, very good work, good staff of people. I would urge, I think the saying is, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. The asphalt trail to the sea, I think, is a wonderful thing, but I think that in some conversations I've had with other folks and organizations, there's opposition to that right now that's not going to be surmounted by $250,000. I think that the best thing now is to move forward with this agreement with Laguna Canyon Foundation. You mentioned the Tuba Trail and some other work on an outback trail. I think those are great things. I live in a neighborhood down by where that comes out at. I love the hike up there. It will be nice to, bring these trails into a little bit more, safe compliance, things that are a little more environmentally good in terms of water, water flow. So we don't have ruts coming down the hillside there, and other bits of connectivity, some of which might be on the RMP for the Aliso and Woods Canyon Wilderness Park in terms of opening some trails, things around here. I think I like the general idea. There's things that can be done in the dirt up here that LCF is very, very good at, that I think this type of money could probably do a lot towards getting that done. So with that said, I'm in favor of it and hope you all move forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to start with the questions that Ann raised. So it looks like, the question of how much money is, am I reading that right? There's 250,000, the money's there with $30,000 in interest, right? Okay. And then question 2 is sort of gets to, kind of the high level question here. It seems like, so I'm looking at, on page 2, number 2 under A, that's bolded and underlined, it looks like we're running against a deadline here, right? So if we don't do something here, then that money would be, donated to one or more of the state park units or nonprofit entities providing lower cost visitor amenities. And so if we don't, spend this money within that timeline, is that sort of the issue of kind of why, why we're moving forward here?
Exactly, Mr. Mayor. So we are trying to be in compliance with that. We want to come to the Coastal Commission with the solution, saying we are acting inconsistent with the permit. Here's where we're going to donate the funds to the entity. What we don't want to have happen is have the Coastal Commission come knocking down the road saying you guys blew your deadline. That 250 plus interest is going to go to the state park units, and we're going to do with it what we want, irrespective of the wishes of the city.
Okay, thanks.
I think that's pretty clear, and I applaud staff for being proactive here to make sure the money, remains local, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't answer really Ann's question. I think a lot of us, several of us, were at that Coastal Commission hearing in 2015, and the whole idea was the 250 was to be put aside to evaluate the possibility of a trail, through the ranch or adjacent to the ranch out to the ocean. And I don't have the answer to this, but the question is, did anybody ever study any of that? Look at any of it? I don't know. We didn't spend any money. So
I can speak to this a little bit in my previous role with Laguna Canyon Foundation. I think options have definitely been considered, and there are serious environmental constraints on actually constructing a trail in the easement that was initially proposed as part of the CDP. What I think we're hearing from the community, and I think from you as well, Councilmember Whalen, is perhaps leaving maximum flexibility in this language, but adding in that, a priority should be given to trail projects that would accomplish the spirit in which the initial donation was made. So not necessarily being restrictive with how those dollars can be spent, but setting a very clear intent that this is the priority for these funds.
And Councilmember Whalen, if I may just add, Councilmember Jones is 100% right. And within the existing CDP, there is a language about alternative trail routes. And then, of course, this idea that if at the end of 10 years, the project hasn't been effectuated, you do have to donate it. So no one is doubting that the best hopes at the time of this CDP issuance was that that trail to the sea gets effectuated. But by no means did the existing CDP only contemplate that.
Would it make you feel comfortable if Scott had a town hall and opened it up to the community before he came up with the plan to actually spend the money?
well, I mean, that was going to be my next, that's possible. I mean, I guess Laguna Canyon Foundation would have to make the call on that. But if we end up adding language for the city to be involved, I assume that was going to come back to us at a public hearing as well, right? Because
and so Councilmember Whalen, if I may, I believe we can still have in there this reporting and kind of working collaboratively. My one concern is that the CDP does require us to donate it, and such that if we say we donated it, but you can't do anything until we give you final sign off, I can't speak for the Coastal Commission. I just want to make sure that we don't hamstring ourselves too much, that the Coastal Commission staff comes back and says, this really isn't a donation. You're just having them kind of do your bidding. You guys are still kind of retaining total control. I think we can get there. I think I can craft language that has them come back, but it may not be as ironclad as what we're thinking of.
Could we just have like and it maybe doesn't need to be in this resolution, but some sort of a receive and file and, high level feedback that we could provide, making it clear that we're not in the decision. We don't have to sign off on it because it's ultimately we're signing off on it now and making the donation. Could we have that? And that kind of achieves the goal of having the public involved to the degree that's possible, given the timeline and funding constraints that we're dealing with.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So do you want to share your screen to go over the modifications to the resolution that kind of reflect the conversation we've been having?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
I was having some computer issues. It is somewhat short. I think I can verbally state it. But
Okay,
if
that
that's not
works.
the thing, then we can go. So we would just add this to the end of paragraph F. Prior to the expenditure of any funds by LCF pursuant to this MOU, LCF shall consult and work collaboratively with the city to ensure the funds are spent consistent with this MOU and CDP number A-5-LGB-14-0034 with a priority for trail use, period. LCF shall provide periodic updates and engage the community prior to commencing This is prior to expending any funds.
And for engage, can we just have it come to the, I think the easiest thing would be for it to come to the council instead of creating a vague definition of what
Shall
what that
provide a
means.
report to the city council.
Yeah, provide a receive and file report.
I have an additional
Okay.
correction. I'd like to see the language that says with priority given to trail. I'd like that to say with priority given to trail projects in the spirit with which the initial donation was made.
Good. Okay. Further feedback?
I do just have to say that I've been working on this since 2015. I'm very happy to maybe possibly close. Yeah, to finish this up. Do we need a motion?
Did we ask for public comment? I can't recall.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. So I'd move the recommended action with the modification to section Roman 2F that Assistant City Attorney just articulated.
I'll second.
For Councilmember, for clarification, what would you like to do about 3C? Do you want to strike that, or should we just add that the parties shall work collaboratively in consultation with the Coastal Commission?
I think that's fine in consultation with the Coastal Commission. So I'd accept that modification by motion.
Okay.
As well.
Okay, good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's approved. Thank you, Mr. Assistant City Attorney. So now we are gonna start our regular business, which is item 20, fuel modification services contract and protocol addendum. I'll give a minute for the team to get set up for that staff presentation.
Mayor, I'm ready when you are.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, City Council, Jeremy Fremont, Assistant City Manager. With me tonight is Fire Chief Nico King. And what we're going to be discussing is our fuel modification contract. It's up for renewal. The current contract is set to expire shortly, as well as taking the opportunity to visit a protocol addendum in how we specifically consider herbicide in our fuel modification program. We're looking today specifically, and when we're discussing about fuel modification zones, we're looking at our hand crew maintained zones, the goat graze zones. We rely on the goats. They do all the work themselves. We don't come in and do anything beyond how they treat the area. But our hand crew areas are subject to coastal development permits and all sorts of different regulations from different agencies. We're here this evening also as a follow-up from our January 9th, 2024 meeting where we considered our treatment protocols. And two of the takeaways from the City Council back to staff in so many words are listed here. Essentially, let's try a no herbicide treatment plan, mechanical treatment as we refer to, in 2024. And if that can meet the fire safety objectives in 2024, then let's continue it in 25 and 26. So the city team, and when I say that, I'm referring to Chief, myself, and several other colleagues, including Laguna Canyon Foundation, specifically from your fire department, we've determined the program has met the fire safety objectives in 2024, and it's doing it currently in 2025 as well. We do have some reservations about seeing a wetter winter and what more growth would look like, but we're aware of that. We're keeping an eye out for it. We're not overly concerned. Same with non-native plants. There's more that have recolonized since we've started that, but again, to be expected and not overly concerned at this point. Also, as we've gone through this program and continued to stay in touch with the public, I would like to share with the council that there is a strong community preference to not use herbicide in this community with its wildland with just to not, full stop there, not to use within the community. So in light of that, what we're recommending tonight will be a mechanical treatment program with limited herbicide use. So when I say the mechanical treatment program, that component is the maintenance, the fuel modification program itself will be conducted manually and mechanically, no herbicide. But then there's this other component in wildland management, and that's emergent invasive plant species. And I'll touch on that in a few moments. But this would be a limited case that we do recommend that we do keep herbicide as an option for treatment. But we do so first by identifying taking the opportunity to identify or adopt a new treatment protocol that essentially takes our guidance in our CDP from one line on how we use herbicide to 6 pages. So it really is increasing how, when, time, place, and manner. I can quickly just delve over to emergent invasive plant species list, say that 10 times fast. This is a list tracked by the California Native Plant Society. It's always changing. What it is on a regional base, they identify these new plants that are non-native and pose a threat to the ecosystem. They have an ability to spread quickly. The thought and the regional approach and throughout the state is early detection, rapid response. Get it when it's a small colony, stomp it out, completely eradicate it before it can get a foothold. For example, we have a vine that's native to South Africa up in North Laguna right now, just a small plot. It's the only known plot of this species in all of North America. So the intent is to stomp that out and stop it from colonizing. There's several other in Laguna species that are listed. They're in the staff report. To give you the size of the scope, all said and done, if you were to take all of that and collect it into 1 acre, it's probably 1/3 of an acre of coverage across the city's entire open land. So these are really low frequency, high priority species and events. My example, I can do lionfish in the Caribbean, right? And what it can turn into and the cost to then remediate that down the road. Now jumping over to the treatment protocol addendum, again, 6 to 8 pages. Here's some couple of high points to touch on quickly. We're formalizing exclusionary zones. So it'll be 100 feet within all schools, childcare facilities, 50 feet from parks, public streets, waterways. And I've included trails here. My staff report, I inadvertently said 30 feet on trails. And I think just for management purposes, just 150, keep them both consistent. So I'd recommend that the trails are 50 feet as well. There is a exception to the exclusionary zones, which are a process outlined if we identify an emergent plant in an exclusionary zone, which I'll get to in a few slides. But the addendum just touches on weather restrictions and other provisions, like how we're going to apply herbicide, how we're going to post the area, how we're going to notify the community, and when. So in its simplest terms, what does this program look like under the new contract? What are we proposing here tonight if you approve this contract and this addendum? No herbicide will be used for maintenance or new development. All work will be done mechanically or manually through June 2028. That's the entirety of this contract. However, if we find an emerging invasive plant species within one of these fuel modification zones, we'd first try to attempt to mechanically remove it unless the botanist suggests otherwise, that moving it mechanical disruption just will spread it everywhere. If it's outside of one of these exclusionary zones, then we'd apply herbicide per the addendum. And to clarify, when we say herbicide, we're not going straight to glyphosate, and it's not only glyphosate, it's what's best for that plant. It may include glyphosate, but we are going through a progressive approach. We're not suggesting and just hiding the G word here and saying herbicide. If it's inside an exclusionary zone, then what we put in the addendum is that we would bring that forward for city council approval through a publicly noticed meeting. We want the public to be aware. We want them to be informed. We would, in that report, look to include our efforts to date, what we've done, why we feel that we can't adequately manage it. Certainly try to quantify that. Say we're at 5% coverage, now we're at 10% coverage. What's our plan to address it? Probably set up some sort of exclusionary zone and noticing if we go to an elevator, a herbicide treatment option, and as well as a timeline. So then my last question, how is this new contract different than the current trial program? Again, to reiterate, fuel modification is going to remain herbicide-free. This addendum clarifies how herbicide would be used to treat emerging invasive plant species. I'll go through the contract quickly. We did an RFP in May. We received one bid from our current bidder. We requested two options, price options, no herbicide and one that can use herbicide. We recommend awarding the contract to Nature's Image. We're also recommending the mechanical option. Here's a lot of numbers on the table. What the key takeaway here is the mechanical option is about 10% or 120,000 more per year. The cost is not so different than what it once was that we would recommend, and the results we're seeing, we'd recommend continuing with the mechanical option. Just here's 3 concluding remarks from the team. An increase in non-native species is anticipated, and this isn't to be confused with emerging invasive plants, right? They're two totally separate things. But that's okay, and this alone is not going to warrant programmatic changes from a staff's perspective, unless something's completely run wild, but really only if that compromises fire safety. We'll commit to evaluating that in 2028. But along the way, if a trend does emerge indicating that we are starting to get concerned with our ability to maintain the fire safety objectives, then we're going to bring that back to council and we're going to have another public discussion about it. And we're going to do it in advance. We're not going to wait till it's too late. We'll bring that conversation if we notice that early on. And then lastly, I would like to just personally thank the team of community members that we did work, Chief and I and Laguna Canyon Foundation. There's about 5 or 6 people, some are in the room tonight, that we went back and forth and really worked on this and have been in communication over the last couple of years. And I think wildland management is quite difficult and it's very important, but it's also important to understand the community sentiment while you're doing that. And then I hope what staff has presented tonight has captured that intent. So our recommendation, award the contract to Nature's Image using the mechanical treatment option and adopt the treatment protocol addendum. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? No questions for staff. Okay, so what we'll do is, so who would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. Okay, so we'll do 2.5 minutes for public comment. And then Anne Marie, so whoever wants to speak, now is your time to do so. Yeah, and if you guys want to do a line, that's always helpful so we can have the next speaker ready to go. And so please start our time.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This subject is really personal to me. I wrote this down, so hopefully I don't cry. I'm super grateful to have been part of this conversation over the last 18 months. I want to say thank you to Jeremy and Chief King for recognizing our concerns. We've learned a lot through this process. We've learned that it's now not a fire safety issue. And since we've learned that we're able to effectively mitigate fire danger without spraying any herbicide, which is incredibly exciting news given our unique landscape, I want to share that while the proposed option recommended to council to spray a little bit of herbicide seems like a happy medium, at the end of the day, the difference between this option and a no spray option was around $100,000. And in a community where the average house is going for around $3 million, knowing we're able to successfully stop the use of spraying herbicide and keep our community and wild animals safe, including our oceans, that's a drop in the bucket compared to what people in this community pay to live here. Not to mention things we forego, like we want smaller homes so that we're near nature and safer. People want to be out in nature and be safe. And that's what we care about in this community. Your decision tonight, your city council members, is so important because it sets a precedent for us to also be able to go beyond just this fuel modification zone conversation and make a massive impact on the other areas in our open land here in Laguna that are being managed by third parties that believe this toxic spraying is okay. So by saying no herbicide option, that gives us more opportunity to go beyond just this conversation. So please keep that in mind. We have the opportunity to take what we've learned, apply it in a larger scale by choosing the safer option, option one, not spraying any herbicide. You can help make this a reality. This council has approved millions of dollars to go towards promoting tourism. So why shouldn't we also make sure the tourists and our own residents are safe from being affected by the proven health hazards contributed from glyphosate and other toxic herbicides? Please do the right thing. This is no longer a fire safety issue. If you care about the environment and the residents of this town, please put our resources to good use. $100,000 is a year is nothing compared to what you guys approve. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Chief King. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And just to be clear, everyone, you don't have to all be standing. So some of you can sit down too. I just want to make it where we don't have to have the delay of walking up, but you guys can stand too if you would prefer. So either way. But anyway, next speaker, please.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tiffany. I was here in January as well. And since then, some things have changed that make this really personal for us. Sorry. Oh my God. In May, my husband and I drove cross country to bring my mom home with us after a shocking diagnosis of stage 4 colon cancer. She just celebrated her 65th birthday with us, completely bedridden and in a lot of pain. Cancer is our body's defense and to a toxic burden overload that it doesn't know what to do with. And it's too much to bear. Even the healthiest of us are in contact with toxins daily in our area, and we can't control everything, but things like this we can. So it's so important when we have the opportunity to control our exposure that we do. If everyone had to watch a loved one slowly die from this disease, we would all be making a different decision today, and this wouldn't even be a line item on the agenda. If we understood how dangerous these chemicals are, we would ban them from our community and keep them far away from our families, especially our children. 100 feet from school, 50 feet from parks. The second you spray them, they're airborne. Once they're on the ground, they come in contact with water and they run off into our parks and our trails and our oceans, and there's nothing you can do to put a barrier on that. These are very dangerous chemicals, and there's no safe herbicide, and there's no safe amount either. In my opinion, 0% is the only acceptable option. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry about your mom. That's horrible.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Jordan, Tiff's husband. And I spoke last time about my mom, who grew up in the 70s, field worker, sprayed with DDT, which at the time was, just they were told that it was safe and it was a good thing. And she spent her whole life dealing with the side effects of that exposure. Sorry, I get emotional every time, but it affected all her children, and I'm me being one of them. And so, I saw firsthand the type of effect that these supposedly safe herbicides can have on families generationally. So I am passionate about speaking, and I'm grateful to be here tonight to say that, for that small amount of 100 to 120 grand, I do think it's well worth it to avoid, polluting this incredible landscape and community that we call home. So, I just want to urge you to vote for the manual option so that we can all stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Robert Reed. I've been a long time lunatic. I encourage you not to introduce poison to our neighborhoods where our kids, our domestic animals, as well as wildlife exist, and that poison in a few years will be down in the ocean. Please.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. My name is Lila O'Connell. I'm a resident for over 10 years. This is Nico. He's 2 years old almost. And we just urge you to go with option one. We're having a late dinner tonight, a late bedtime. It's my job to take care of my kids, and I urge you to take care of us. That's what we voted you in for. That's what you're here for. And no herbicides. We know it causes cancer. I lost my sister to cancer at 43 years old. Her 3 boys live here in Laguna. Do not put us through this, please. Don't take the cheaper option. It's up to Laguna to be innovative, to follow the data. There are several counties and countries who have found better solutions. And I know this team, I know this city, we can figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Amber Sparks. I am a Laguna resident, born and raised. I'm a businesswoman here in town, and I'm also a mother of 2 young children. I urge you to ban glyphosate completely from our natural spaces. When we were here in January 2024, you had another line out the door as you do tonight, but you also had 350 signed petitions and 1,200 signatures online. Additional support urging us to move away from the spray option. So I just want to remind you that there's a community behind the people who are here today that really echo these voices and these opinions. And I know that while we're worried about our fire safety, we're worried about our finances here in the city, and I understand all those constraints and how you need to balance them as a committee. And so I really appreciate that. I appreciate that we're working together. But I do think that the risks of what this could do on our health and the impacts it has are just not worth that balance. So I want us to really consider those and move forward with the no spray option. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, City Council. My name is Gemma Totten, and I want to use my voice to say that I'm against any use of herbicide or pesticide spray in Laguna. Growing up in the climate that we live in my whole life, I feel like we've lived in a chemical world, and we have very little option of what we can control around that. And this is something that we have a choice over. So I urge you to make the decision not to use the chemicals. I go into our hills as a place to meditate, to forage, to get away from it all. So knowing that there's toxins that are hurting my body when I'm out there and hurting children and other people is just like really discouraging. And I don't want that at all. So please do what's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Charlotte Masaryk. My sincere thanks to Assistant City Manager Jeremy Fremont for his outstanding hard work and the concessions he made against the use of glyphosate Roundup in our community this past month, and for the Fire Chief Nico King and Laguna Canyon Foundation support. I think most of us know that glyphosate, a chemical herbicide, and the active ingredient in Roundup should not be used in our neighborhoods. Independent scientific research has linked glyphosate exposure to a wide range of health concerns. These include increased risk of cancer, particularly non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, as well as liver and kidney disease. Recent studies indicate more than 80% of Americans now have detectable levels of glyphosate in their urine. What does it mean? In late June, a Missouri appeals court upheld a $611 million verdict against Bayer, finding its Roundup weed killer caused cancer. Bayer argued the EPA deemed glyphosate safe, but plaintiffs cited a 2022 Ninth Circuit ruling that found the EPA's conclusion unsupported and ordered a review. I share this with you because concern for the use of Roundup is ever increasing and is based on hard evidence, not extremism, which I think some people think. You have already voted to ban glyphosate Roundup on public lands, and nothing has changed to justify reversing that decision. The Fuel Mod program is working effectively through mechanical methods, proving that chemical use surely is unnecessary. Laguna is known for its environmental values. Permanently banning glyphosate aligns with these values and honors the promise made to our community. If we truly value our children, grandchildren, wildlife, and the integrity of our natural environment, we must act accordingly. We have the knowledge, the resources, and the responsibility to make this ban permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Pamela Horowitz, also known as Pamela Lawrence. And I'm here to read a statement by Ramin Pajan, who is out of state right now and could not make it back. So I'm sorry not to be able to attend this important meeting. I'd like to say a huge thanks to Jeremy Freeman and Chief King for taking the time to work with a group of us community members to address our concerns regarding the revised treatment protocol, and the Laguna Canyon Foundation for taking the time to answer so many of our questions. I believe this collaborative process can only make any decision stronger and more credible. City staff have substantially reduced the amount of herbicide that is initially proposed to us in the revised treatment protocol. The current protocol envisions potentially using a small amount of herbicide to treat only emergent invasive species, and it includes buffers that provide reasonable distance from schools and other sensitive areas. The additional cost of continuing with this mostly manual and mechanical fuel modification strategy is also fair. Although I believe this is a reasonable compromise, I firmly believe that as a city, we should avoid using any herbicide. Most everyone I have talked to do not want chemicals sprayed in our wild spaces, particularly if non-chemical ways prove effective for fire mitigation, as is the case now. They have legitimate concerns about human safety and harm to our precious ecology. I share these concerns and community anxiety and trepidation against herbicides should not be discounted. The small amount of invasives we are talking about here on less than 2 acres or an acre can easily be managed by hand crews. Many in the community would also be enthusiastic about assisting and managing these species. In short, well, I think it's a reasonable compromise. I recommend the city choose an option without chemicals. Voila.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Good work.
Hi,
Next.
my name is Joy Berry, and I want to say thank you to the staff. I think you guys have come a long way, and it's really commendable, and we appreciate it. However, I think the contract and the policy still allows gray. So how about a policy or contract that no Roundup, no glyphosate can be used, and only with a new case study do they come back and use it? We can go through all this over again, but I think the gray is what's causing it. You guys have come a long way. Thank you very much, but there's still some gray. So the opposite, or maybe a solution, would be to just say no use at all, but we'll be open-minded in a rare occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Alicia. I spoke back in January as well. Appreciate the city working on this issue. A lot of work went into these changes. Jeremy and the chief, thank you. We now know what we are currently doing is not a fire issue, and it's working. Laguna's beautiful landscape, the hills, the canyons, the marine life, it really is all connected. I just participated in the Aquagram as one of the Aqua Moms, and I couldn't help but thinking, you know, what if herbicide was detected in our marine life? And last week I learned a UCI student is actually measuring chemicals at Aliso Beach. So I think this is something we could also look into further. We can do better as a city, and not only can we be the most water-wise city, but we can also be herbicide-free. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Some of you think you know me as Scott Sebastian, but actually I'm speaking for Ted Rakus. Can't be here. Greeting city council members. First, Jeremy Freeman and Chief King did a good job of working with the residents to get their input and keep them informed. We really appreciate that as it builds trust in our city's leaders and makes the city policies more likely to be respected by residents. Thank you also to the Laguna Canyon Foundation for answering our questions. City staff is going to ask you to approve a fuel modification and habitat restoration plan that is far better than the previous plan in terms of toxicity to our community. It limits Roundup use a lot, and I appreciate Jeremy and Chief King's willingness to make those changes. It is still not a complete ban on Roundup, which is what I would like to see. There's more and more peer-reviewed science showing the harm of Roundup to animals, ecosystems, and humans, even since we brought this issue up a year ago. Fire safety under the fuel modification project is already being accomplished, so that what we're talking about here is the other part of the program, habitat restoration. The use of this chemical goes against the objective of habitat restoration as it harms the very soil health necessary for native plants to get established. When we first brought this to the attention of the council over a year ago, we went from door to door getting 600 signatures for our petition. In that process, I only spoke with one person who did not want to ban glyphosate. It is crystal clear the residents are against this stuff. Still to this day, when I mention that glyphosate is being used, residents are shocked. There will be an additional cost of continuing with a purely manual and mechanical fuel modification strategy, but it is within the city's ability to absorb that. Being completely herbicide-free community would put us on a short list and show the world that Laguna Beach is a leader in sustainability. We already did this with our citywide marine reserve. Now let's do it again. This new plan is a fair compromise, and I appreciate that. Still, we should avoid using any herbicide in the community we all love so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Cindy Love, South Laguna. I too am in alignment with those who spoke tonight in opposition to using glyphosate and related herbicides in the fuel mod zones. I want to express gratitude to those who have met with us. Assistant City Manager Jeremy Fremont, Fire Chief Nico King, Council Members Hallie Jones and Mark Orgel, who also engaged with us, and to Laguna Canyon Foundation Representatives Scott Thomas and Chris Gort for keeping communication lines open with us during the process. Most are aware of the billions of dollars in lawsuits and settlements with Roundup producer Monsanto Bayer of the juggernaut chemical herbicide industry. Despite these expenses, their products continue to be fiercely promoted as safe for human exposure. But why would we want to take that chance? I would like to take a minute to briefly share a conversation I had a few years back when the play equipment in Village Green Park in South Laguna was going to be redone. We were talking with fellow South Lagunan Maury Granger. Dr. Granger was an esteemed professor of molecular biology and biochemistry at UC Irvine, a highly regarded researcher and scientist, and an expert immunologist. The original Village Green play structures were creative and rustic. The proposed replacements included more durable elements made of plastic and along with other materials. One original item was a low balance beam made of treated wood, like a long railroad tie. The replacement was going to be something else without as much imagination or character. The reason for the change was that the parents were concerned the treated wood would be carcinogenic. It didn't seem to me that there would be much contact with such a small amount of wood, and certainly children wouldn't be ingesting it. Maury, coming from his years of academics and science, explained that human immune systems are uniquely individual and can be fragile, that we couldn't know for sure that the chemicals would not harm the children who played on it. That wisdom rings true for me as we consider the use of glyphosate treatment on plants in Laguna's fuel mod zones and elsewhere. We can choose to be on the side of health and safety. To wrap up, I want to express further gratitude to Laguna for being at the forefront of taking action to protect the environment by doing things like banning balloons to protect marine life and protecting health of people by prohibiting smoking in Laguna. Surely we can find sufficient cause and resources to be leaders in banning the use of chemical herbicides like glyphosate that are known to harm life, from tiny microorganisms in the soil, insects, wildlife, and on up the ladder to include children and grown-ups. I urge the council to continue with the no herbicide use option for fuel modification tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Matt Lawson. I have a somewhat different view of things. As a 2X cancer survivor, I'm certainly not keen on the idea of spreading carcinogens around town. But having spent 12 years studying the fire risk we have on EDPC and having worked closely with the fire department and people like Hallie and Laguna Canyon Foundation, I will tell you the biggest single risk we have of large-scale dispersions of extremely dangerous chemical carcinogens is in the event of a major fire incident. And we're not talking about a few ounces here and there. We're talking about millions of tons of highly toxic heavy metals, volatile organic compounds, PCBs, and basically a witch's brew, the most toxic stuff known to man. The cleanup cost of the fire at Paradise, where it was done right, was approximately $3 billion, according to the Federal Department of Standards and Technology in a report issued in 2021. That's about, inflation-adjusted terms, about 3 times the cost of the remediation of Love Canal, the worst single toxic site that we've ever had in the United States. So anything we can do to prevent a fire is what we need to do to protect ourselves from carcinogens. If we're so concerned about minute exposure to carcinogens, one of the things we can do is we can close our beaches, because the sunlight that we see and the reflected sunlight from the ocean and the beach is definitely a carcinogen. I can demonstrate that because I've still got a scar on my own personal solar panel from a carcinoma that had to be removed a few years ago from exposure to sunlight. If we're also concerned about minute exposure to some of these questionable chemicals that may be carcinogens, one of the other things we can do is we can ban EVs, because they are heavier than ICE cars. The tires tend to discard more material, and a lot of those are potential carcinogens. The fact is that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in 2022 determined once again that there is no basis to view glyphosate as being any more toxic than many other commonly used chemical agents. And I'll leave it to people like Hallie, who have some expertise in dealing with this, to make these decisions, as opposed to people without a scientific background. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
It's interesting to be following a person who's fought cancer twice and who's now fighting for cancer-causing chemicals to be sprayed in the city he lives in. But anyway, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eden Marie Beal. I'm a Laguna Beach resident and parent. My daughter actually attended Laguna Beach High School with you, Mayor Renagi, so it's very enjoyable for me to see you personally sitting up there. Laguna Beach prides itself on being water-wise each year. Let's also be the city that refuses to spray poisons anywhere in our community. Glyphosate, the active ingredient in Roundup, is linked to cancer risk, as you've heard multiple times this evening, but also equally important, it harms soil health, pollinators, and marine life. In a coastal town like ours, anything we spray on hillsides and anywhere in our community can potentially run into other waterways and our ocean. That's not water-wise, that's water risky. Cities across California have already moved away from glyphosate with success, using mechanical removal, mulching, steam foam, and OMRI-listed organic options. These approaches protect workers, residents, and our brand as a healthy, eco-forward community, and they reduce liability. So my ask is simple. Let's celebrate Laguna Beach, not just as water-wise, but wise about what's in our water. Let's lead with precaution and pride. So please vote for option 1 and no spraying glyphosate in Laguna Beach anywhere. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having all of us up here to discuss this issue. And I want to thank you also for all the work you've done to keep our city as beautiful and wonderful as it is. It truly is a treasure. And that's why I think all of us are here to continue to support you to maintain that beautiful quality. We're known as Environmental Center, and people are shocked that we would even consider using glyphosate and widespread herbicides in our open space. I'm out hiking every day. I hike almost all the trails we have, and I didn't know I had to email pictures, but I brought pictures of the use of the Canyon Conservancy that has been spraying glyphosate and other herbicides right along the trail. I also it is unsuccessful in its effect because it will kill the thistle and the plants, but then about a month later, they are coming back, and I have photographs, which I'd like to email to you to prove it. This is up at Molten Meadows. There's a major trail. There's a little side trail right there where thousands of people are hiking all the time. There's also at the top of Poplar Street, our city, not the Canyon Conservancy, has been using a herbicide called Cheetah. And it's supposed to be organic, but it does have a skull and crossbones, and it has a lot of indications that it is toxic to children and animals. And yet we sprayed it widespread underneath where people have their kids go on a tire swing. So even though that you've made these wonderful edicts to ban herbicides, it is still being widespread, unfortunately. I hate to bring this information, but I bring it up because I'd like you to take this opportunity to make a really strong stance that we use the alternatives in the spirit of our 2 years ago, where you stood up to make our brand, make us a healthy and environmental center. And I really appreciate your efforts that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Cedar. I'm 13. I've lived in Laguna my whole life. Me and my friends play up on the hills and on the trails. I would really like if you guys didn't use Roundup. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Ted Reckes. I actually wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it, so someone else read my comments, but I lucked out and got here. So I won't redo my comments, but I just want to say thank you to Chief King and Jeremy Fryman. They did a great job with facilitating discussion and making sure that residents were included, which I think is super important and makes everybody feel a lot better about whatever resolution is passed. I think the new proposal is a big improvement. It's a drastic reduction in the use of Roundup. Still not perfect. What I would love to see is no Roundup at all. But thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ginger Wallace, good evening. First and foremost, I want to extend my appreciation and great respect to Assistant Manager Jeremy Fremont and Chief King for creating a forum within the community for all of us where we could discuss glyphosate usage in Laguna. The resulting document rightly restricts glyphosate from public parks, streets, schools, and creeks, and acknowledges public concerns and the potential dangers. My thanks to the LCF for their earnest support. As Chief King has confirmed, Laguna's Fuel Mod program is successful using mechanical means without glyphosate. This shows there's no reason to use chemicals in our fuel mod zones. While LCF remains cautious, they acknowledge that invasive plants have been managed over the past year using manual techniques. And although 4 emergent invasive species are a concern, we discussed a potential community-based effort to control these species without glyphosate and hope that they could work instead. However, I am concerned that the document gives discretionary decision-making about the use of glyphosate to the field biologists and others without council consent or public knowledge. So I think that is something I would really like to see have stronger guardrails. Tonight, you're being asked to alter your previous ban on glyphosate. I hope you will conclude this is unwise and unnecessary. Glyphosate continues to be scrutinized and is controversial. In May, a few months ago, Making Our Children Healthy Again reported chronic diseases and cancer in children were linked to pathways involving glyphosate and other pesticides. And the government panel of scientists slammed the chemical industry's influence on toxicology studies. In January last year, the council chambers were filled with residents, families, and their children, all asking glyphosate not be used. We thank you, and I hope you will continue to make Laguna safe without it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Megan. I've lived in Laguna for half my life. Thank you so much for being of service. Laguna is the most beautiful place on the planet for me. I, like this little boy, I spend a lot of time at the beach, a lot of time in the ocean. I think that today it is so important to spend time in nature. And it feels like a little bit of glyphosate is like a little bit of cocaine or a little bit of heroin. I mean, let's just say no. We have so much power, so much money here in Laguna. We set the stage and the standard for so much of California, the nation, and internationally. Let's keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Ranagi, members of the council, I'm Scott Thomas, Executive Director for Laguna Canyon Foundation. Over the last decade, Laguna Canyon Foundation has been a proud partner with the City Fire Crews, Chief King and company, and assisting in the hand fuel modification program. The recent Rancho fire put the newest fuel mods to test, and as the mayor and chief reported during those incidents, they were effective in reducing fuels along the defensible space along the wildland edge. Rather than removing all native plants, these fuel mod zones remove 50% of the native cover. And when you remove 50% of the native cover, what happens is you get weeds in between invasive species. So our biologists work to survey these areas and ensure that nesting bird species are protected, plant species that are sensitive are protected, and we make sure that happens before the work is done by Nature's Image and this contractor. So it's very important to us to ensure that the environment is protected. Unfortunately, when you remove native plants, these flashy fuel non-native plants are merged, and that's where we have a breeding grounds essentially for the introduction of these emergent invasive plant species that Jeremy pointed out in the list for the Native Plant Society. So these are yet to really form large populations. They're smaller, so they can be controlled. And so I support staff recommendation to approve the amended fuel modification protocol, along with added terms in this new fuel mod service contract that allow for hand removal of invasive species. While I know many in the community have zero tolerance for the use of chemicals to control weeds, the protocol outlines these products will only be used as a last resort for emergent invasive plants. Only after it's demonstrated hand pulling and mechanical methods will not work. So, and lastly, as Ginger pointed out, I'm committed to organizing community events to remove invasive species, because I think people really want to do that in their communities. So I'm definitely up for that, and look forward to seeing y'all out there pulling those invasive species. So,
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Penelope Milne. And so you see me here again and again talking about the environmental aspects of projects where I think the environmental aspects have been ignored. And so it may seem odd that here tonight I am suggesting that some of the second greatest risk to wild environments is invasive species, invasive plants. A change in the plant climate changes food available to wild animal species, changes the insects available, changes the soil quality. It's the beginning of damage that can be absolutely devastating. And in Laguna, when we have a rapidly emerging invasive, we need to be able to deal with it. And absolutely, the safest way we can deal with it, when that is something like hand pulling, we should do that. But when that is not effective, invasive species are so dangerous, and not just for fire, for the environment that we love, for the hills that we care about, for the places that we hike. Invasive species are so dangerous that we have to maintain control. And if those who also love the environment, like those from Laguna Canyon Foundation, and those who know the environment and have devoted their lives to protecting it, like the Invasive Plant Council, like the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, like the national parks, think that judicious limited use of herbicides is part of protecting the environment that we love, I think we should take that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Okay, let's bring it back to council first. I just want to appreciate all the all the great public testimony, including from some very young members of our community for sticking through the 2 hours of the council meeting. So I think we all appreciate that up here. Before I go to my colleagues for questions, I just want to clarify one thing. So it sounds like the staff recommendation is basically for using the mechanical only, no glyphosate, or the mechanical only treatment that would cost 16% more. And then it sounds like sort of where the difference lies between what members of the public are saying and what staff is recommending is the idea that in certain situations with invasive species that glyphosate or that an herbicide could be applied. Is that just a fair? I just want to kind of set the terms for the debate.
Correct. Yeah, we're recommending a herbicide-free fuel modification program. Separate to that, there's this emergent species invasive list. If those two come into contact,
yeah,
we'd want to treat it, have the opportunity or the option if need be.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Further questions?
I have a lot of comments.
Let's see if there's some questions first, then maybe no questions. Mark, Bob.
No questions, maybe just comments later, but
okay. Well, maybe let me ask one question then, and then we'll start with Hallie for comments. So so we've been at this with the mechanical only treatment with, no use of glyphosate for the past, a year and 7 months. How many is it? That's right? A year and 7 months or so. How many instances have there been where there was an invasive native species where under this protocol, we would have used some form of herbicide in a limited way? And this is a ballpark estimate. Is this, less than 10? Is this more than 30?
I would venture less than 5.
Less than 5?
That's correct.
You're referring to specifically the
emergent species.
Yeah, do you want to hear? I'll open the public, so I want to get your testimony so the people at home can hear. So yeah, to restate my question, how many times over that period where we've had no herbicides involved, have there been situations in which there was an invasive species where this protocol would have been in effect?
Maybe introduce yourself too.
Hi, I'm Chris Gord. I work for Laguna Canyon Foundation, and I oversee the fuel mod program with the fire department. So there's currently 4 plant species that are on the list that are in within the fuel mod hand crew fuel mod program. There's just off the top of my head, probably about 10 populations or so. We can get you those numbers later to be more specific, but probably about 10 populations. And then we would have used it. We would have monitored the effectiveness of that treatment and potentially would have had to go back and do retreatment if it was necessary. So what have we been doing in the absence of that treatment? How have we been dealing with those, let's just say 10 or so for the sake of discussion, instances? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so previously under the mow only treatment, hand pulling and things like that were not included in the treatment. That was under the contract with Nature's Image. So it was only mowing. Those populations would have essentially been ignored or mowed if it were possible. And that's because they were working on a per acre basis, and their contract says what they must do, and that was not included in that. So if that makes sense. So they're sort of still at large is what you're saying? Exactly, yeah. Okay, thank you. That was my question. Okay. I'll close the public comment unless there's further questions for Laguna Canyon Foundation. No, thank you for coming up here. Okay, let's go to comments from Councilmember Jones.
I think I really want to echo what a lot of people in the audience have said or in the community have said, which is this is like an example of this community doing what it does best, right? Which is taking a really difficult issue and coming together and trying to find a compromise and a solution. And I give full credit for that to the two of you, Chief King and Jeremy. I think you guys have done a phenomenal job of balancing fire safety environmental concerns and what the community has said. And the community has been loud on this issue, and understandably. So kudos to you guys for listening to that. There's a couple things that I really want to highlight. First off, I am so happy that we've achieved our fire safety goals this year without the use of synthetic herbicides. And my hope is that we continue to do that. I appreciate the acknowledgement in the staff report that should we get to a point where we can't do that, where we are not achieving our fire safety goals, that's going to come back before council and we'll have another opportunity to discuss it. I also cannot say strongly enough how angry I get about the use of glyphosate, specifically in our agricultural settings and in our food crops, and the amount of these chemicals that we're ingesting on a daily basis, unless we're eating a strictly organic diet. And that, I mean, I need to put that out there, because we do have this chemical in our bodies, and to a huge extent, it's coming from the food we eat, unfortunately. And I also do want to highlight what another member of the audience said, which is there's almost no more devastating environmental thing that could happen in this community than a massive wildfire that burns structures. And what we're seeing in the Palisades, what we're seeing in Malibu, to our oceans, to our coastline, to the open space, and to human health is terrifying and devastating. So our fire safety, life and property has to come first. And I'm so happy that it seems we're able to achieve that with this revised protocol.
Further comment?
Yeah, I agree with Hallie. You know, when we had this meeting about this a couple of years ago, or what was it, a couple of years ago, I was kind of worried because Bob and I have been working on this fire mitigation, fire safety plan for years. And, you know, city spends a lot of money and it's a big, big worry. And so I was a little skeptical. I was like, I'm not a fan of I only used glyphosate once. It was in the 80s, and in my backyard, somebody told me to get it to kill weeds, so I sprayed it once, and it got on my hands, and it smelled so bad. All I could think of was, this can't possibly be good, and that was the end of that. So I'm all with you on that, but I'm glad we achieved our fire safety goals because, you know, like what Hallie said, the remediation and the disaster that happens when you have a fire, all the benzene going into the soil, everything landed in the ocean. It's an order of 100 times magnitude of the fire versus spraying a little bit here and there. But I think Jeremy and Chief King have a good plan, and you know, I'm going to support no glyphosate, no synthetic herbicides.
Hold on. No, just let's do waving. Let's try that again with the waving instead of clapping. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please. Sorry, next, whoever wants to come.
Yeah, I'd like to, I also support the option number one with the not using the glyphosate. And I want to thank the community for staying on top of this issue and working with the Jeremy and Chief King. I really think that it's our community that really has, you know, had a big effect, you know, on our decision making and just paying attention to this issue. So I just want to say thank you, and I do look forward to doing a little bit of weeding in the hills with Scott. So just let me know when that happens, Scott. Thank you.
Not a lot to add. I think Hallie summarized it very, very, very well. And, you know, thanks to the chief and thanks to Jeremy for pulling it all together. Clearly, you conducted an excellent process with the community. Thank you to the community for all of your input. And I think we've gotten to a really good place on this where we should adopt option one, continue to monitor the fire progress, which I understand I think will be quarterly based on my discussion with Jeremy yesterday. So we do need to stay on top of that. And, you know, if it changes, figure out how we best get on top of that again. So that, as Hallie said, that's still a primary focus, right? Fire safety. But I will be supporting option one tonight as well.
Mr. Mayor, before you comment, I didn't want to leave this audience without pointing out a slide that Jeremy went through fairly quickly and just shows how expensive this is. whether it's option one. Yeah, if you could show that again. So this is wearing my budget hat, and as a resident, we need to be really cognizant. It's either option. It's just really expensive. And the city will be communicating with you in the coming months to talk about what can make us fiscally sustainable so that if we ever have a bad winter year, sorry, rainy year, we love rain, but that's $3.2 million. The option one, which is terrific. But it's $3.2 million per year. And we just need to be cognizant that Laguna Beach is reaching a point where we probably are going to need some new revenue to accomplish some of the goals that we have, whether it's capital improvements or, in my mind, just maintaining all these very important FMZs. So think about that in the coming months as we talk to you about whether or not we need a sales tax increase or a TOT increase. So that's my pitch, just to be aware of this. This is what's driving that, whatever use is chosen.
I just wanted to clarify that, Dave, that, your point here is a very important one, which is fuel modification and the way we do fuel modification. Using no herbicide might be slightly more expensive, but even with using herbicide,
Either
it's
one.
an incredibly expensive program.
Yeah.
It's incredibly important as well, but I just want to highlight that your point is that the program is expensive.
Program's
that
expensive.
Using
Right.
no herbicide is significantly more expensive.
Apologize, I didn't want to take someone down that path, but
Right.
yeah, just pointing out, this is a very expensive and very important program. And people sometimes forget how expensive it is, regardless of the use.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I just might tag on there, I believe, and the chief can speak to this, but, we are also pursuing the potential of expanding these fuel mod zones, which again, I think would be a good thing, but that would just compound the cost, obviously. But I don't know, Chief, can you speak to that as to where we stand with that? I know we've got the 46 acres coming on, but in addition to that, I think you're looking at some other possibilities.
Yeah, first I'll point out that in the slide, that's what you saw in 2027, the increased cost, and that's with the planning of the implementation of FMZ 16 and 19, the Diamond Crest, Hobo Canyon. We are currently pursuing a contractor and really close to engaging with them for fire modeling, which hasn't been done here in Laguna Beach yet, but really that shows the efficacy. And they use artificial intelligence, and they'll use past fires. They'll take a look at the fuel that exists, and they'll take a look at our fuel modification zones, and they'll let us know if there's gaps. And we're going to take that report and see if we need to expand any of our fuel modification zones or areas that we've completely missed that would make our community vulnerable. So we plan to move pretty aggressively and have that report completed within a couple of months so that we can meet the deadline for the governor's executive order that allows us to apply for the permitting process and skipping the long 2.5 to 3 year process by December 31st. So there is, to your point, Councilmember Whalen, the potential for us to increase these zones within this year.
Thank you. Thank you for your summary on that.
Okay, yeah, so I'll agree. I'll echo a lot of the comments from my colleagues and from members of the public that, health and safety are our two highest priorities. And I'm pleased that there's an option before us that allows us to, move forward with the mechanical only treatment and, ensuring that will still meet our fire safety goals, while protecting our community from the dangerous impacts of herbicides. So I'm supportive of that. And I, once again, appreciate all the testimony today and all the, constructive feedback and the collaboration between staff and our residents. So does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Good work, you guys.
Thanks again, everyone. And so do we want to have a 10-minute break before we consider item 21? So we'll be back at 7:27. we are gonna consider business item 21, review of Caltrans Laguna Canyon Road conditional relinquishment offer. And we have a staff report from Tom Perez and Mark McAvoy, the Public Works and Utilities Department. So please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tom Perez. I'm your city engineer, and with me is Mark McAvoy, our Director of Public Works, and we're here tonight to review the Caltrans offer, conditional offer of relinquishment for Laguna Canyon Road. To provide a little background on the project, the proposed project, which we've termed the Protect and Connect project, stretches from the limits from Canyon Acres to El Toro Road, and it's proposing to underground the overhead utility lines, install a Class 1 bike lane, which is an off-street bike lane, construct pedestrian pathways and sidewalks, and the preliminary estimate for the project is $130 million. To date, we've conducted a significant amount of community engagement, which includes pop-up events where we had tables at farmer markets, at the Suzy Q, at Main Beach, and I believe at the bus depot. Those events were informal, and we collected information from folks who just happened to come across the booth. In addition, we conducted community group and agency meetings, for example, attending the Can Do meeting, providing a presentation, Laguna Greenbelt, and those types of organizations. In addition, our consultants conducted a door-to-door business visit where they went and knocked on doors for businesses along the corridor, informed them and collected information from them. And then we also conducted 2 community workshops where we received input from the community. And then we also conducted an online survey, which was really targeted not only at residents, but at businesses, their employees, and visitors to the city. So the city is the lead agency for the Laguna Canyon Road Protect and Connect project. We have already completed the project study report, which was approved by Caltrans. We have initiated the Southern California Edison design of the utility undergrounding. We meet regularly with Edison. We're very close on that design and laying out what the utility undergrounding would look like for this project. We are also in the midst of the project approval and environmental document, what we call PA and ED phase, which would include further developing the design and getting our CEQA approvals for the proposed project. So on January 9th of 2024, staff came to the City Council to request direction on proceeding with relinquishment for this roadway. The relinquishment would stretch from Coast Highway to El Toro Road. So at that January 9th meeting, the City Council took action authorizing the city manager to submit the relinquishment initiation letter to Caltrans. So with the submittal of that letter, that began the process of working with Caltrans, negotiating fees, discussing what the exact limits would be, and really got the ball rolling on the process. So what is relinquishment? Why are we doing it? So a couple questions. Relinquishment is the transfer of ownership. So today, the roadway is owned and operated by the state of California through the Caltrans. So they own and operate SR 133, which we refer to as Laguna Canyon Road. The relinquishment is a multi-year process. I'll speak on that a little bit later. What we're here tonight to discuss is focused on the monetary offer from Caltrans, but there's still multiple steps and, I'll say several months, years to work on this process. So why is relinquishment suggested for this roadway? Really, From the city public works standpoint, we view this, if we could design and implement the project without taking ownership, our recommendation would be to go ahead and keep the roadway under Caltrans ownership. So that being said, we've been working very hard, very close with Caltrans, with Southern California Edison and our designers, and we have identified that Caltrans restrictions, namely the restriction on placing utilities within the right-of-way, really precludes the utility undergrounding. And without the utility undergrounding, we're then not able to do any of the other improvements of the project. So utility underground, while it's a key feature, something that is very well supported throughout the community, it also is a barrier. If we can't remove the poles, we can't proceed with any of the other project features, such as the off-street trail or the sidewalks. In addition, we look at Caltrans design standards. So in 2015, the task force report really called for a roadway that preserved the canyon, represented the city of Laguna Beach. And as we went forward, we looked at, in working through the PSR phase with Caltrans, we identified areas where we just were in strong disagreement. For instance, when we propose an off-street trail, Caltrans standards would require a concrete barrier between the roadway and the trail. So various things of that nature, lane widths, we went back and forth with Caltrans as far as adding signals as we're proposing. Caltrans felt that the signals did not meet necessary warrants, and therefore they would not approve installation of additional signals. The city has worked, again, very closely with the Caltrans staff, requested waivers on all of these items. Namely, we requested waivers on placing utilities in the roadway, and we were denied. And so when I say that, I want to reiterate, this has been work with not only Caltrans staff, but their management, all the way to, we hosted a meeting with their director, their state director, and he also in that meeting kind of told us that wasn't going to happen. And so again, all things considered, we're seeing ownership being the key to whether or not this project can go forward. So what are the remaining steps in relinquishment if we do decide to proceed with this process? The first thing, what we're here to discuss tonight would be city acceptance of a conditional monetary offer. So Caltrans submitted their offer and requested that we respond by September. And so that's what we're here to discuss tonight. If we do proceed with accepting that offer, the next step would be to enter into, the next step where we would be checking in with the city council. There's a lot happening in between, but the next step where we would check in with city council would be entering into a relinquishment agreement. And this is where the city and Caltrans would enter into a formal agreement, defining the terms and everything related to the relinquishment. And based on the schedule we received from Caltrans, that would be approximately 2.5 years from today. Once that relinquishment agreement is complete, we would then, Caltrans would take the project forward to the California Transportation Commission, CTC, and request approval. And then once they take action and approve the relinquishment, the property would change hands over to the city. So it's a very, I'll say a bit of a long road to get there, and tonight is one of the steps necessary to keep the process moving. So the conditional monetary offer, so as I mentioned, in January of 2024, the city council directed the city manager to submit a letter. We went ahead and did that on January 18th. That letter directed Caltrans to proceed with the process. Following that kickoff, staff worked very close with Caltrans in negotiating what the cost would be and how much we were requesting from Caltrans. We went through those negotiations for, I'll say roughly a year. And we landed at the number of $14.4 million. So when we received on June 3rd, the conditional monetary offer, that was the number we had negotiated with Caltrans. In addition, the letter, as it states, it would transfer maintenance, ownership, control, responsibility, and liability to the city in perpetuity. So it would be ours, and that would be set going forward. As I mentioned, Caltrans letter requested an acceptance by September 1st. So again, I want to reiterate, acceptance of the conditional monetary offer does not bind the city to move forward with the relinquishment, but it is a necessary step in order to keep the process moving. And as I walk through, there are additional steps, which include Caltrans would, on their end, be putting together their project documents. They would do a CEQA process to make a finding for the relinquishment action itself, and several other steps along the way before we got to putting together that relinquishment agreement. So the benefits of relinquishment, namely the ability to underground the utility lines. As I mentioned, we have been working very close with Edison on the design based on existing utilities that are outside of the roadway. There's several utility conflicts that would be in place, which would force us to continue moving out further into either private property or the open space. That being said, Edison has said to the city that if we do not take ownership, they would in all likelihood deem utility undergrounding along this corridor to be infeasible.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Sorry. So is it because of the nature that we would be the owner, or because of the fact that Caltrans guidelines and they've denied the waiver to allow us to go under the road? Is that the issue, that Edison's saying it has to be under the road, and that's why? So it's not necessarily the ownership itself. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, it's really the ability to place the utilities within the roadway. That's key. We did look at other areas where we could, we looked at an option of undergrounding in the open space and maybe trying to follow trails or other items. We did identify some areas up by the trailhead. We went through that with the county. They really we're not supportive of that. And I believe the reason being, again, we're not just putting the line underground and pretending like it's no longer there. Edison requires, I believe it's a 15-foot wide access so they could drive their vehicles over it. There would be placement of vaults and other types of utilities. So it really would be impactful to the open space. In addition, looking at the open space as we move away from the roadway, just the terrain itself, very rugged up and down. In working with Edison, they said that just their conductors, the size of their lines, they would not be able to deal with those changes in grades. So the ideal spot is within the roadway, and the preclusion of doing that under Caltrans ownership really renders, again, their design infeasible. So that being said, the utility underground for this project is really driven through our wildfire mitigation plan. This is key evacuation route, one of 3 for the city. And it's also intended, it would eliminate barriers. So we've dealt with vehicles striking the poles. I say on a good day, we were able to get the road reopened in 6 hours. Some cases much longer than that. So in addition to wildfire, there's really everyday improvements that we would see from this, not to mention just the view impact and the aesthetic benefit of utility undergrounding. In addition, it provides us with local design control, which would help us to be responsive to what the community is looking for, what we feel is really the best thing for the environment. So that is a major benefit of relinquishment. We also believe that the city taking ownership would accelerate the schedule. It would take coordination with Caltrans out of the equation, we would have more ownership and ability to control our own destiny there. And finally, improved access to competitive funding. So once we are able to adopt a CEQA for the project, it really puts the city in a spot where we would be competitive for grant funding. So today, when we go after funding with federal agencies, regional agencies, state agencies, they see a project without an environmental approval and they don't recognize it as a project that's ready to move forward. So that's part of the reason we've been unsuccessful on many of the grants we've gone after. So what are the risks associated with relinquishment? First, we acknowledge operational costs. We've estimated that routine roadway maintenance could be up around $200,000 a year. We've estimated that emergency road closures, so when there's an accident or a need to close the road, there would be costs associated with our police department, public works department, and others to go out and close the road. So I will point out, however, that as of today, the city is already performing maintenance. So we maintain the median islands. We also maintain the street light system along the roadway. And we do respond to accidents. We do respond when road closures are required. So we're not relying on the highway patrol.
Tom, did you guys close the road when we had the fire last month?
Yes.
Okay.
That was city forces. Yes. In addition, risk management. So with acceptance of this roadway, there is a potential for increase in claims and settlements related with accidents, things stemming from substandard design criteria that exists today, ADA, non-compliance. So those are issues that we would need to deal with if we accepted ownership of the road. In addition, just want to point out that if we did have a significant increase in accidents and claims, there is a potential that the insurance premiums for the city could go up.
Can I ask you another question? Would it, so we don't have a traffic division in Public Works or in our city, right? Would this require a traffic division?
For the traffic signals, yes, but
Just
we
for
do
making
have
sure, period.
we do have a streets division. So addressing potholes, street sweeping, things of that nature. What we don't have would be the traffic signals.
Okay.
So risk mitigation. So some of the risks we see out there today, some of the accidents are related to strikes on utility poles, potential for a wildfire ignition from the utility poles. So utility undergrounding would be the first risk mitigation, removing the poles, removing the overhead utility lines. Then also we've looked at early implementation of select improvements. So we acknowledge there is a potential gap from when the city takes ownership to when we could implement the total project. So we've looked at various improvements such as installing traffic signals with the intent of slowing folks down. We've worked through, it may sound contrary, but slowing people down would improve the flow through the canyon and increase safety for motorists, bicyclists, pedestrians. We've looked at options to reduce lane widths, do some of the marking as I show on the photo on the right, where we've implemented other places throughout the city. We would look at reducing speed limits and improving the geometry at Big Bend, which is one of the areas where we tend to have vehicles exit the roadway. As I mentioned, we would have improved access to competitive funding. Taking ownership, completing the CEQA would make us more competitive for state and federal grants and better position us to meet grant deadlines when we have tight deadlines. So the next steps. The following is the Caltrans relinquishment process based on the schedule that they provided to the city. So if the city, following tonight, determined to move forward, we would submit a acceptance of the monetary offer. That would then trigger Caltrans to do some additional work, namely being the project initiation document, which would be completed by May 2026. They would make their relinquishment-related CEQA findings by November 27th. And then, as I mentioned before, March 2028 would be the big point in time where we would return to the city council with a relinquishment agreement between the city and Caltrans and request the approval of that agreement. And that really would be a point where we would say this is a go or no go. As I mentioned, tonight's action still has further action beyond. And then December 2028 is when we would anticipate the final CTC approval and transfer ownership to the city. As I mentioned, this was a schedule provided to us by Caltrans. We're working real close with them to identify ways to shorten this process, ways to keep this project timeline moving forward. And with that, we come to the recommended actions, which are to receive this update, authorize the city manager to submit a formal written acceptance of the Caltrans conditional offer, authorize the city manager to negotiate the relinquishment agreement and bring that back to the city council for approval, and to determine that this action complies with CEQA. And with that, Mark and I are available to answer questions.
Questions from council?
Yeah, I have some questions. Were you guys around? So like 10 years ago, I don't know, maybe Hallie can remember, Caltrans had a proposal where they were going to widen the road and it was going to be south of El Toro, right? And so they did a presentation that was pretty poorly done. Then we had a big community meeting and Hallie was the facilitator of that meeting. She did a great job, by the way. And then we got, I think due to community pressure, Caltrans changed their design and they kind of left alone what we'd asked them to do and they did all their work north of El Toro Road. Do you think that, is there any chance that we can put community pressure on Caltrans to do what we need them to do? I mean, I understand you guys have had some meetings, but this is a lot of money. And so I'm wondering, is there any opportunity for us to have more robust discussions? So, you know, Hallie and Bob are the subcommittee. The rest of us can't really talk. We can't talk to them. So this is a good time for us to kind of hash this out. But what do you think about that? I mean, I know they keep saying no, but they said no to us before.
Yeah, and thanks, Councilmember Kempf. I would say from a staff perspective, you know, we're at the point now where, you know, we went as far as we could go in negotiating with them on design standards. Caltrans year after year is generally less likely to deviate from design standards. It only gets more restrictive over the years. We were not here back when they had proposed the widening, so I can't speak to that. But I would say that, you know, we'd be speculating on that from a staff perspective. You know, I don't see an avenue there to push back on the design standards of the proposed project. Caltrans generally, for example, doesn't deviate from a 12-foot lane. We would propose 11-foot lanes, which, you know, reduce speeds and things like that. As Tom mentioned, they don't deviate from requiring crash barriers in between an off-street class 1 bike path and travel lanes, whereas we have flexibility to do that. So I don't see those types of improvements getting installed in the corridor while it remains under Caltrans ownership. That would just be staff's professional opinion, but it is
These are
speculating.
Caltrans standards and also some policies, right?
Yeah, because they apply statewide policies. And so you will see things statewide, but each time, you know, because we do get some of those comments from folks of, oh, hey, what about over here? Or, hey, I was in Northern California and I saw this. And each one of those has a story behind it that you could track down. It could be that the design standards at the time in 2002 allowed that. Or there was a one-off encroachment permit project, which was specific to a smaller utility as opposed to our project, which is 2 separate utility lines, transmission and distribution, that just require a lot more space and there isn't room. So
Does, is Edison going to do the design based on us owning the road? What are they, what are their marching orders in terms of our requirements? We've given them.
Yeah, so when we started off with Edison, the direction was to look at two options. So look at within the roadway and outside the roadway, meaning what would it look like if we left ownership with Caltrans? It was a matter of time before they came back and for some of the reasons I noted, said that it just was not feasible. That design wouldn't physically work, which pushed it back to within the roadway.
When we put the lines underground in Big Bend, where did we put them? Where do they go?
So I believe those lines are within the roadway. I will say those were the distribution lines. You still see some of the transmission lines overhead. So just when we're looking at this system, what we would expect to see are essentially two trenches, one for the distribution and shared trench with all the communication lines, and then the other being the transmission. The transmission is much more difficult because all the facilities are much larger. So getting them outside of the roadway is very problematic. And that's part of the reason there was still lines overhead in that area.
Can I ask a question on that? So was there a waiver for that project that was approved by Caltrans?
I'm not aware of whether or not there was a waiver.
Because it violates the standards, right? To go under the road?
When I say within the road, it would be outside of the roadway, outside of like the traveled lanes. So within the right of way, but outside of the traveled lanes.
Okay,
Can I ask-
go ahead.
Does Caltrans consider the road to be an unsafe road?
No. That's in discussing with them, they say no.
Really?
Why is it that they can, are you done?
Well, just a couple things, just about. They don't think it's unsafe based on all the liability and claims they've had? I mean, I imagine there's a lot of claims against Caltrans. They have
Yeah.
thousands of miles of road. But with the one thing that I'm still want to be clear on, so we're talking about this relinquishment, signing this letter. And let's say we go through with it or whatever. So we're going to have this gap between, so this 130 million is today's dollars, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'd have this gap basically between when we said, okay, we're going to sign the letter, and then when we'd actually do, let's say where we're going to do all these roadway, we'd have this big gap in time, presumably, right? And for that gap in time, we have the same conditions of the roadway that we have now, because we wouldn't be doing anything yet, because we'd have to do all of our work and then we'd have to do the road work, right? So during that, whatever time that is, I guess we'd have the same liability that Caltrans would, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
So that's during the period of time where we would take ownership and have to conduct CEQA analysis
Yeah.
prior to the road
Yeah.
improvements.
Yeah.
The one item I'd mention related to that is we would also have $14.4 million to do other projects, which we at staff would propose doing, which would be the curve at Big Bend, adding some signals. So there would be some things that we would do with the money offered by Caltrans.
Those things, well, okay, I'm just going to ask one more question because I don't want to hog all the time up here, but that 14.4 million now that we're getting. So the example you just gave us, couldn't we just get them to do it anyway?
So curve correction at Big Bend would require environmental document. And so there could be a project initiated to do that. We could propose something like that. It hasn't historically been proposed. Changing the lanes to be narrower to reduce speeds and change the speed limit? No, because that deviates from Caltrans design standards. And signals? No, because they don't meet Caltrans definition of the warrants necessary to initiate those signals. And so we probably couldn't build any signals either. The curve alignment at Big Bend, we could explore as a potential safety improvement. We haven't historically proposed that as a standalone project.
Okay. Thanks, Alex.
Two questions. Why is it that they underground in like Coast Highway? but they're saying that the canyon, we can't do underground or if they retain ownership, but it's done on Coast Highway.
Right. So Caltrans requires the waiver process when you need to demonstrate that there is no other feasible alternative. So when you look at a road such as Coast Highway, you have building face to building face. So there's really nowhere else to go. So I'll speak because I've been involved with the 2 Rule 20A projects that are going right now on Coast Highway. We've been working with Edison and Caltrans, and they've been going through the permitting process for about 3 years, going through these types of issues. And where we've landed on the Rule 20As are the main lines will be in the roads, but all of the vaults are going to be on side streets. And so luckily on that project, we were able to design it to be that way, where we could put those onto the side streets. It's more costly, but that's what was required. That's what we were able to do. So when we look at Laguna Canyon Road, we don't have that type of option. And from the Caltrans perspective, going out into the open space is really a matter of, well, city, do your homework, get your environmental approvals and make it happen. So it's not physically infeasible.
But so it sounds like, I mean, it sounds like Edison is basically saying it is physically infeasible.
Yes.
They are. Are they saying, so did we present that analysis from Edison where they looked at, because it seemed at, you know, and showed the analysis to, because it seems like there would be a waiver for an encroachment permit if there's no physical, if it's not physically feasible to do it anywhere but under the roadway. And it sounds like what you're, because if it were, I think I would be open to looking at the open space, but is Edison's position that it's physically infeasible?
Yes, we were only able to identify one segment outside of the roadway where we felt it would work.
So in submitting our waiver, did we, you know, present that comprehensive analysis to Caltrans as the basis for our waiver? Because if their findings are based on physical, you know, that you can only have a waiver unless you have no other feasible option. It sounds like did we present that evidence to them and they still?
Yes, we've had those types of conversations and worked through those issues with them.
So then what was their basis for the, you know, denying the waiver? If we showed it was, are they contesting that it's physically infeasible?
I think where they come from, their standpoint is that it is physically feasible. It's going to require, let's say, for instance, more significant grading, cutting into the hillsides, flattening hillsides. So physically, it could be done. But when we look at it as a whole, we say that it's just not acceptable.
But even if hypothetically we wanted to do that, Edison's saying they're not going to do that.
I would caveat that by they're saying that kind of with the understanding the city would not be supportive of going that drastic route.
Okay. Are there other questions? Holly, Bob?
Somewhere along the way, there was an $11 million a year liability floated around. Am I correct?
Yes, that was a result of the benefit cost analysis. That was, I believe, in 2022, 23? 21.
So the assumption is that if we had ownership, that it would reduce liability 50%, 75%?
Yeah, and so that number really came about based off of the Caltrans crash data. So in the 10-year segment, there were a number of fatalities. We were not able to get actual hard costs from Caltrans. What they do is they assign what is a average cost for a fatality. So that was applied. Again, It could potentially be less. But when we look at that, yeah, we feel that some of those accidents that occurred, one was actually just outside of the project limits. It's the area where Caltrans is doing the work today. That was, I believe, a result of folks racing. We've had others where the issue was pole strikes. So when that number came about, when that 11 million came about, the finding that came along with it from HDR was it's not a benefit to the city to take ownership of the road unless we are committed to improving the road, because one, there are the benefits realized from doing the improvements, and also the liability would be expected to go down. My design engineer's behind me. He'd probably, smack me if I said we would eliminate all liability, but the intent is that these proposed improvements would make significant positive impact.
Thank you.
Further questions of city staff? I don't see any. Okay, so who would like to speak on this item? I think we'll do 2.5 minutes and then go from there. So who wants to start us off?
I didn't see how many hands went up, but 2.5 minutes, that's, I guess it's better than the 90 seconds that you gave people for the promenade. This is a hugely reckless endeavor. And A, we don't have a highway department. B, to have our public works people actually negotiating with a massive California entity is just a recipe for disaster. $14 million, we got $20 million from the county to take over the beach. And we got a paying parking lot and we got a beach. This, I don't know about the Caltrans representative, but I think they're chortling in their boardrooms when they look at how they're going to get away with giving us $14 million. This is a complete reckless endeavor. We have, just read the detriments, operational cost, many hundreds of thousands of dollars. City Manager Kiff was putting out his budget cap just about an hour ago when it involved several $100,000. We're talking here many tens of millions of dollars. This is not a fiduciary proper use of the council's representative of the citizens. I was told some years ago that their budget, Caltrans budget in Laguna Canyon Road is $11 million a year. And we're going to get 14 million and then assume all of the liability? When it comes to fire prevention, pole strikes are an issue. There are ways to armor the poles so that when a car runs into those poles, the pole will not fall down. That's what we should do. That's just a few $1 million for the entire canyon. We will not be able to manage risk on this. We don't have a clue. With all due respect to our public works, we don't have a highway. We don't administer Coast Highway. We don't administer the canyon. What makes us think? What hubris is there that we think that we can assume that highway and not just get reamed from this day forward in the hundreds of millions of dollars? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, I'm before you again, this time not representing someone who actually turned out to be in the room, embarrassingly, but representing the South Laguna Civic Association. The Civic Association supports undergrounding of utility and strongly supports it, but we have no position on this particular item. I have actually stated a very strong position, but as the South Laguna Civic Association, I'm here to basically share Dave Kiff's hat. We have worries, and first of them is that we feel that the $14.4 million seems grossly inadequate for the kind of liability we're going to be taking on. And I can only cite the South Laguna Beaches as an example. And so we suggest maybe we should be making a counteroffer, a much higher counteroffer. Secondly, we're worried that we don't actually have a final plan for this road. We don't know what it's going to cost to do all of the stuff that we want to do. And we think it would be important to know that before we proceed. Thirdly, we're not sure that we have the ability to operate the highway without restructuring and expanding the staff, which would be a long-term cost. Fourthly, there are legal liabilities involved in owning a highway, as we have already heard from others, and we'll probably hear some more. And finally, a suggestion that while the city can't seem to be able to deal with Caltrans, is there the possibility that the city can go to the legislature and ask them, some of them, to get involved in finding a solution that doesn't necessarily require this step? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Merrill Anderson. I'm a resident and a taxpayer in North Laguna, and sort of as a taxpayer that I want to speak with you briefly tonight, and that is, I just don't think we have the money. I know the federal government is running trillions of dollars in deficit. The state is in deficit. The county flirts with bankruptcy. And even I've learned that our own budget here in the city is looking at some deficits. So we just seriously don't have the money. And also, just, be open with us and share with us what the cost is and the benefits. And I think, engaging residents as, you've done so far, and I'm sure as you will continue to do, I think that together we can find a better way forward and at least get some of the benefits, that we can pay for and that we can afford. So, we're willing to work with you and we want to support you in what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Joy Berry. My fear is that the 130 million is grossly understated. I don't think we have the purchasing power that Caltrans does with asphalt. We don't have the equipment. We don't have the manpower. And I share the same fear as Dave Kiff, our city manager, that where does the money come from if we float bonds and there's no revenue off stream to pay for those bonds? So I think it puts us into a very financial pickle. And, I have dealt with Caltrans, and they will never, ever say their roads are unsafe, by the way. And also, I found that that organization has a bunch of people who learned how to say no. And I found a lot of no's when I went to, and I talked or emailed or went to regional offices. I had to actually go all the way to Sacramento to get the yes or a compromise. And just a suggestion is, can a group of people or some of the mayors, some of the city council members actually go and lobby some of our representatives, legislators, and actually go to Sacramento and sit down with the head Caltrans office? That's what I had to do to try to get to not a yes, but a maybe and a compromise. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Pamela Adams. I'm a resident of Laguna Beach. I am opposed to the city of Laguna Beach accepting Caltrans' offer to purchase and relinquish ownership to Laguna Canyon Road. This is unacceptable and a lengthy expense to be put on the backs of resident taxpayers, as well as a major liability to the whole of Laguna Beach. I attended one of the city's workshops regarding this, and it became clear that there was a one-sided bias that I did not appreciate. I told the facilitator I was opposed to the project moving forward, and I was not alone. But not voting this project in a citywide election, I believe it is a dereliction of the city's duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Brian Mena, 60-year resident. I thought this relinquishment was just one issue. Now it's related to the undergrounding. We are dealing with how many years of lawsuits on the canyon? I've lived here forever. I've seen endless lawsuits on this. The liability exposure on this thing would make that 14 million look like a drop in the bucket. For 50 years, how long are you going to be here? I've been here 60 years. The liability over the last 60 years is unfathomable. To deal with somebody negotiating with blinders on saying, I want to make a 2-lane highway and put the things underneath. I mean, I want to, excuse me, widen the highway and put it underground and put a trail. Where is the trail going to? It's going to the Wilderness Park. It's only going to El Toro Road. What do you got going from there? Another 130 million to get out to the park or to the Laguna Canyon facility? It's unfathomable how much money you're talking about here. It's a gift that the state of California is taking care of this road to put it on the backs of 24,000 people in this residence, if taxpayers in this town. That's not all of them are taxpayers, a lot of them are kids. So now you go from 39 million people in California, you go to the backs of 24,000 people in this city. I can't imagine how ridiculous the 11 million number is just for the liability and building the departments you'd have to have. You got to stop the bleeding for our taxpayers. We had a vote before on the undergrounding in the canyon. It was $125 million. Then you bonded, it was $250 million. We voted against it. We don't want this. We got to look back and go back and say, what do we want here? Do we really need this trail? Do we need this thing? If we need the trail, it should be within the park, the Wilderness Park, because that's where it's going. That's who's going to service. We're not going to take people from Irvine and all the way through to Laguna by just going to El Toro Road. We're dealing about 100 million, 500 million. What are you talking about in real dollars here? It's not, you're not being real. The polls that were done in the Big Bend were part of the Southern California Edison. They did a certain number of feet, 500 feet a year. It's happened all along Coast Highway. It happened in South Laguna. It happened in front of my house. But it's just amazing to me that you would take on a liability that 24,000 people is the fastest way to bankrupt our town and make everybody move out, and you guys can carry the responsibility.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mary Locatelli. I just have a question. Why the rush? We seem to have a worrying trend in the city of we have to do it now. I mean, in January last year, we were told there are 2 parcels in the canyon we have to buy now or we're going to lose them. I think they're still for sale. We had a Visit Laguna 10-year contract with a no out clause that had to be signed that night, the night it was presented to the council, despite hesitation by the public and some of the council members. Why? Because we were told the hotels were expecting it to be signed that night. Now we receive a relinquishment letter for the first time tonight on August 12th. I guess it was dated June 3rd, but we're seeing it for the first time tonight on August 12th. And we're told we have to sign it by the end of the month. What's the rush? I can see why Caltrans would want to sign this deal as quickly as possible. Some people have alluded to it. After all, they rid themselves of $500,000 a year in maintenance costs and an annual liability exposure potentially of $11 million a year. And all it costs them is a one-time upfront payment of a mere $14.4 million. One bad year in the canyon, they recoup their cost. It's not such a great deal for the city, on the other hand, and you've heard some of that tonight. Our own consultant told us that we should not acquire the road unless the city intended to implement significant improvements, and we know those cost around $130 million. The consultant also said that the liability exposure risk has a very high probability of occurring and would have a high financial impact, negative impact, of course, if it did. The staff report acknowledges that this risk can be managed, but only if we implement all of these planned improvements. And the problem isn't that the city doesn't have the intention. They have every intention of implementing the improvements. The problem is that currently we just don't have the ability in terms of the funding to do so. And, you know, I mean, the success of trying to raise funds in the past has not been good. I mean, let's face it, if it was easy, we'd have the money, but it hasn't been easy. This has been in discussion for 5 to 10 years, 10 years for sure, 5 years really seriously. Commitments from federal and state governments have not been forthcoming. Edison continues to overpromise and underdeliver. The city budget currently is tight, and we have a number of competing projects for that money, and the city's already tried and failed to raise the funds from residents. I know there's an argument that this won't cost us anything tonight, and we still have the ability to withdraw from the agreement down the road, but there is a staff cost to doing this unless we're saying that the staff doesn't have anything else to work on.
Thank you. Finish the sentence.
Okay, don't sign the agreement until you find the money.
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Penelope Milne, President of Can Do. First of all, I want to thank the council, especially Council Member Whalen, and I want to thank staff. This has been really a long road, and I'm excited that we're at the point that we are with it. I think that undergrounding in the canyon is so, so critical to our safety. And of course, we have talked a lot about the fire danger, and we have had power line caused fires, like for example, in 2015, when we had lines touching, transformer exploding, and fire along Laguna Canyon. But I want to emphasize that I think that's not the only risk that undergrounding would help us with. We have also, for example, in 1995, in the big mudslides that came in the winter after the fire, there were mudslides all down the canyon. And that year, power poles came down at Canyon Acres and Laguna Canyon Road, closing the road and making it impossible for us to get home with the poles and the wires down on the road. Of course, some of us went home anyway, unwisely and illegally, and then evacuated later in the night, again, unwisely, but more legally, bringing our pets with us. So we also, in that same year, emergency services had to wait for hours to get in to help the people who were trapped in the mud at Big Bend. People died that night, and emergency responders couldn't get in for hours because live wires were down. So it is not just that undergrounding the poles would help prevent fire and help to keep an evacuation route in case of fire. It is also the case that an earthquake, flood, or mudslide, those poles would also come down. And when we talk about hardening won't help when the land under that pole goes. Undergrounding will. And I know that staff has worked long and hard and tenaciously on anything but the city having to own the road for undergrounding to take place. But that's not where we are. Where we are, despite years of working at it and appeals to the state level, is we cannot underground unless we own the road. Now, all of us would love if we came up with a brilliant other solution, but we don't have it. We haven't found it. And safety is our most critical endeavor. When we know that the undergrounding funding, the TUG funds from Edison, will be available to us, they will pay for a significant chunk. So we won't wind up, we know that we have access to some funding. We don't know which year, but we know we have access to some funding.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it. Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Johanna Felder. I'm very concerned about the debt that we are putting our citizens, expecting them to take on. We have St. Catherine that it's underutilized, and we, are in debt for that. We have no idea how much the promenade is going to cost. Nobody has even given us any numbers. And, you have plans for that, but you haven't told us how much we are going to have to pay for that. And now we have $150 million we're looking at. I mean, give us a break. I mean, maybe there's federal funds, but I doubt it in this political climate. I don't think the state's going to come through. I think this is pie in the sky. And what Jacob said about the last agenda item and what we had to decide because of our finances, and now you're looking at this, I'm very concerned. And please, please don't float a bond. If you do, please make it a vote of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Pat Minna. As a retired practicing insurance broker of, 35 years, we cannot take on this. This is too much liability. I'm going to commend Penny's presentation. She cited every single point why we can't be the owners of this road. This is a blank check that no one can afford. earthquakes, floods, down poles. Okay, now we have, you know, the everyday stuff though, accidents, people tripping on the uneven pavement. We can't afford this liability. Laguna Beach is too small. I'm listening intently to the presentation, and the first thing cited by staff was the maintenance of 200K. I don't believe that. But the second point was risk management. There is no way for us to manage the risk. We have this beautiful brand new in-house legal department. How many attorneys are you going to bring on to be denying all of the claims? So, you know, here's what I've experienced in my professional career. And Bob is an attorney. I don't know who else is an attorney, but when an accident happens and an attorney gets involved, the lineup of, okay, I'm suing this person because they caused it, but then the trickle down, 10 people are named in the lawsuit. So then, even though you're not responsible, you do have to take the effort and financial burden of defending yourself. We all go through it with our personal businesses. So now the next question is okay, wait, we're going to do a co-insurance. We're going to have a liability policy. Right now with the insurance arena, do we have any control over the insurance premiums? I am a real estate broker. I deal constantly with co-insurance underwriting of all these communities, all these association dues that are out of control because they don't have a control of costs. I implore you, don't go down this road. Work with Caltrans to get it safer.
Thank you. Are there any, okay, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Gail Wade. I've lived over half my life in Laguna. I was here in the 93 fires and the 2010 mudslides, and us citizens owning Laguna Canyon Road would not have made a difference in what happened during those events. And I do not think us owning that road will make future differences if we have catastrophic events of those natures. So I sent a letter, and I'm opposed to moving forward on this. I think it should be put to the vote. Some of the points in my letters were repeated over and over again tonight. I was glad to hear Mr. Perez, you know, say how he really would prefer not to have ownership of the road. He also said there were things they could do to improve the safety of the road already that are not being done, and I would like to know why. And I really feel it's important, the financial, the legal, it's too much for us residents. And the reason I came in person was because I heard Mr. Kiff at the end of the glyphosate and the fuel modification, which I support, and I really thank you for the outcome of what's being done. He made a point to say, hey, folks, we got to worry about $100,000 or $120,000 fuel modifications over $6 million a year if we don't use glyphosate. What, you know, we gonna have to spend a little more money. In what universe, Mr. Kiff, can you advise this council, who seems to really want this relinquishment and takeover, that this is a good financial thing for our city residents? This is not good leadership, folks. What we need is better leadership, working with Sacramento, getting Caltrans and SCE, who need to update their way of doing things, although maybe after this many years, they do know something about what they're doing, and we have to modify our design. So please, please do not go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann Christoph. I appreciate all the previous profound speakers, and I agree that taking on this responsibility is a huge step and a potentially very expensive step. I would just like to add that perhaps our design for this road, even in the ideal world, is overambitious. The whole idea of curbs and gutters and sidewalks and a bike lane on the art school side of the road, we don't need those things. All we need is a safe road with the proper number of lanes and the trail on the other side of the road so that one neighbor can walk to some other neighbor's house and so that someone can walk out the canyon and go to the El Toro Road intersection and go across to the Wilderness Park. And it needs to be a modest design for what the improvements would be here. And that would take out a lot of our costs. I don't know how to answer the question about how to do the utilities, but there's got to be a solution. The legislature seems to be countermanding everything that we deal with on a daily basis. And why can't they countermand Caltrans on making a usable project here? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? I don't see any, so let's close public comment, bring it back to council and staff. So I'm going to start with a couple questions. Can we bring up the schedule again from the PowerPoint? I think it was the one before this, maybe. Okay, so in this scenario, as what we would have to do is do the CEQA documents for the design of the project. Basically, December 2028 would be the earliest.
Yes.
So hypothetically, when would we have the design done to be able to do the CEQA documents in a perfect world?
We're at a point today where we're ready to proceed with the CEQA. It's the question of ownership. So our design documents are far enough along.
And hypothetically, there's no reason why a city could not be the lead agency for CEQA, even within the right-of-way of Caltrans. Maybe that's a legal question. The answer is it depends, right, on who's constructing it and those kinds of factors, Megan?
Correct.
So, I mean, it seems like, first off, I think there's a lot of, it's very easy to figure out, to find faults with the solution, and undergrounding is such an important thing that really, I think, is like our number one public safety responsibility here. And when I hear the public comments, it seems like, there's a consensus we would all rather do this on our own, than have Caltrans do it. That's clear, right? And maybe perhaps there could be more on the waiver justification. But I'm wondering if there could be, I also hear that, we don't want to take over the road with liability and be in a position where we have to basically do CEQA, get funding, and then build the project. In a perfect world, if it was in fact the case that there's no way that we could do some of the Caltrans guidelines, a scenario that would work would be one where we conditioned our acceptance of the road if we were to take it over on, we were able to basically, this is like a LOI, right? And so we're trying to figure out how do we negotiate the terms in a hypothetical situation where we had, where we could start the CEQA process now as the lead agency, use that to go for funding, and then potentially go and have a shovel-ready project with funding, which probably is not going to happen without a vote of the people because we need revenue to do it. In that scenario, we would be able to reduce our, what would we be able, if we could start construction the day that we close on this property, which would be after the CTC, what would we be, we'd be able to, how, to what, because I think the problem here is the ambiguity and that it could be a lot of time to do the EIR and then do, get the funding. And all that time we have a significant liability on our hands, right? In a perfect world, a scenario where we could start construction on day one upon taking over, that would be a good situation, right? Dave? So it seems like those would be the key conditions that we would want in any relinquishment offer is one, be able to do the CEQA in the interim and basically telling them we're not taking it over until we have the funding lined up to actually do this project and put shovels in the ground. So we'd be able to get the funding with the CEQA documents. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I've been wanting to be quiet so everybody could get their questions out, which is important, I think. Actually, there is a member in the audience that I'd like to call up in a minute or two. It's Leanne Eager, who's a member of the California Transportation Commission, who's been very helpful to us in leading us through this process and of relinquishment. That's what the CTC ultimately approves. And I've got a couple questions for her. But to your point, and again, staff has worked extensively with Caltrans on this. I agree with you. We want to be, ideally, we would want to be the lead agency. I mean, there's two parts of this. There's the ultimate operations and liability, and there have been some comments made, and I think they have to be acknowledged. There would be added operational costs. There would be some added liability costs. Put those over to the side for a moment, not to dismiss them, but put them to the side. Then there's the whole construction process, right? Which is we would like to be where you are describing, which is get the EIR done, let us be the lead agency in the interim, get the EIR done, have it ready to go. But Caltrans has said, no, you can't be the lead agency so long as we own the road. So how do we crack that nut? I don't know. We've been talking with the head of District 12. So we're not talking to line staff. We're talking to the head of District 12 of Caltrans. And we're talking to the now prior, Tony Tavares, the now prior director of Caltrans in Sacramento. And they've said, no, you can't be the lead agency. So I don't know, other than short of legislation, what we could do to get that changed. But if you could, if you could get that done, then you could close the gap. But currently, again, the answer from Caltrans, is no. So I think there's, it depends how the council wants to approach this. I mean, we've been on this track for some time now. This is just keeping the train on the track, but we have an off-ramp. There's an off-ramp that comes March of 2028. If we can't get all the terms and conditions negotiated to a point where we would feel comfortable with it. Now, some of those approaches might be getting the EIR, getting us to be the lead agency on the EIR and getting it ready for the ultimate projects, getting the short-term projects that Mark McAvoy talked about teed up and ready to go, which would be short-term mitigation, right, that you'd spend with it. The other thing I'd like to, and this is something maybe if we could have Leanne come up, she could speak to. I mean, community is absolutely right. We don't have $130 million. We will not do this project unless we get grant funding, state or federal grant money for it. I view it as this, and I'm just going to lay it out and council can kind of react to it and think about it. We've got $60 million of undergrounding costs, and we got $60 million, $60 to $65 million of roadway costs and roadway improvements and bike trail and sidewalk improvements. We have to figure out the $60 million for the undergrounding. That's on us. Southern California Edison, that's why the city manager said earlier, support the CUPC rate process, general rate case for SCE, because SCE has said, if we get the miles that we've requested, we will fund through the targeted undergrounding project, the distribution lines. It's about $26 million. We then as a community, and we would have to figure out a way to fund the balance of the undergrounding costs, call it $35 million. I think we could do that with current revenues. We have our street lighting fund, which is a slice of our property taxes that's, about $2.5 million a year. So we could, with existing revenues and the TUG money from Edison, I think, handle the undergrounding piece of it. And then you're saying, well, what am I going to do with the rest of it? Well, I'm not going to do anything with the rest of it unless I get state and federal funding. And I might just ask, it's okay, Mayor, if we have Leanne Eager come up and maybe describe for us sort of how the state funding process works for projects like this, not to say that they would be funding this, but just maybe describe how the process works and how grant money flows through the CTC. So just so we all understand how that process would work.
Yeah. be able
down
to
the road.
open the public comment again for Leanne to come up.
Thanks for being here, Leanne.
And just for folks in the audience here, I'm not with Caltrans, so I can't answer for them. I am with the California Transportation Commission. And our role is to program and fund projects. We fund about $15 billion worth of projects every year, whether it's roads and bridges or pedestrian overcrossings or bike lanes and pedestrian lanes. We have, I think we have 15 different funding sources. So for whatever project that you have, there are rules and regulations on who can apply and who can't. But certainly this kind of project would be eligible for some of those funds that we do provide. And I also wanted to say, in looking at your timeline, you would come before us at least twice. Once to program this particular project, then at the end to make sure that it gets funded. There might be some times in between. The other part that the CTC does is we make sure things stay on track. We have Caltrans oversight that things that they're doing, they're on time and on budget. And if they're not, they have to come to us and say, this is not working. We need some additional funds or we need some additional time. So we would at least see you twice during that time period to make sure it was all going correctly.
Can I ask Leanne a question?
Go ahead.
Thanks for being here. So this $15 billion, does it come from the state or the feds or combination?
That's all state money.
Okay, well, that's a little bit more reassuring.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then have you had, you know, similar situations like this where cities are taking over roadways and wanting to do their own modifications, that kind of thing?
We have. We're working on one right now, just north of you, and it's for some of the same kinds of issues, is that the city had some ideas of what they wanted to do on that particular road. It didn't fit with Caltrans regulations, and so they're working out a deal right now. It's taking a lot longer than this one is anticipated. I think theirs is looking at 7 or 8 years before they get that done, but that is in the process, and they are getting those same answers that you are.
Are they getting money?
They are in a really quick process, sure. I don't know how much, so I couldn't answer that.
Okay.
They're getting the same answers, but are they getting through it and finding solutions?
It's my understanding they are, but like I said, it's taking a lot longer. You know, one of the things that, you know, the Councilmember Whalen had, we met early on when he heard that I was with the CTC, he said, boy, do I have a project for you. And here we are a year later, right? I think we met across the street. Yes, at the Pageant of the Masters. And as we looked at what the possibilities are, we continue to work through those. Is there some possible way? You know, I mean, I think we talked not very long ago about, is there some possible way for you to be able to take the lead on the CEQA document? Are there some things that we haven't looked at yet to move this along faster so that that money does come quicker, so that you can apply for funds quicker? Because I think the folks at Caltrans, it's no secret that I have said, this is taking forever to get through this process. What can we do to speed this along so that they don't have that gap in between? So this is that first step of saying, okay, we're going to continue to work towards this, but that doesn't mean that process is over.
Further questions?
Thank you again for all your guidance and advice. Wherever this thing goes, we appreciate it very much.
Sure.
So,
No, the public comments closed. So are there further questions from council? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And you'll have tickets to the pageant for the rest of your life if we can get this there. Bob, can I ask a question of you? So with respect to the EIR, it makes sense that Caltrans would say, okay, you can't do an EIR, be the lead agency on a project that's going to be done, you know, on our road when they're owning it, hypothetically. But are they opposed to the idea of the EIR being done in advance of, you know, us potentially taking over the road in where it's basically conditioned on the idea that this would be a Laguna Beach right? Is that a distinction that could potentially be plausible? Because from their perspective, just the process would be taking place
Yeah,
while they own it, but the, you know.
Maybe Tom or Pat could comment on that. But my understanding is that's what we asked, which, because it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Why not let us be the lead agency? We prepare the EIR, we go through the whole process, and then it only gets certified if the relinquishment happens. And for whatever reason, and maybe you guys can shed some light on it, they said, no, that's.
Yeah, we tried to find a couple alternatives, different ways we could move the CEQA forward. We did ask the question, can we be the lead agency? The answer was no. So then we went down to, well, what can we do? Can we proceed with Caltrans as the lead agency, but we're doing all the work? To which they led us down a path of, yeah, we can try and do that. We hit a roadblock almost immediately because they, as the lead agency, will not move forward a project that they would not approve. So when we have a project that doesn't meet their standards, we couldn't even get it into second gear.
Does, okay. I
So-
go ahead.
Go ahead, Alex. So, you know, as indicated in the staff report, I think we should move ahead with this step tonight, but if we don't, it could be because we still have off-ramps and it just keeps the process rolling. But, you know, I had some conversations with Dave today, and maybe there are some additional things we want to get more information on before we take this action. I don't know if you want to share some thoughts on that, Dave. I mean, I just think that we're not taking an irrevocable decision. We're not risking city financing tonight. We're just keeping a process rolling. And there are additional things we need to explore. And it may be legislation, for example, for us to be the lead agency, right? That may be part of what we have to tee up for council ultimately to be comfortable with proceeding with this thing. But it's like, you know, it's this whole process, which is now 10 years in the making, right? If you take a step off the track and you say, well, we're going to take a pause. We're going to, you know, step back and see if we can investigate some other alternatives. The whole ship stops, right? And you don't regain that momentum very easily. You eventually, I guess, could regain it. But so, I mean, I'll stop there. I don't know, Dave, if you want to weigh in with some thoughts, but I think there's good legitimate concerns raised by the public. The construction cost side of it, I am not concerned about because we're just not going to do it if we don't get the grant funding that we need to supplement our local revenues. The operational costs, maybe it needs more analysis that we need to dig down on, but we have time to do that without stopping the whole train. That's my take.
Do you find that it sends a signal to Caltrans if we take this action where, where they feel like they have us, where we're going to get to the point where we're going to, play strictly by their rules? Because I have a hard time thinking that we can move forward with this under those circumstances where there's not some kind of compromises taken along the way, whether it be legislation or conducting the CEQA analysis prior to our taking ownership of it.
So Dave, what do you, because I really appreciate what Bob's saying in the sense that, we really do, it's such an important project. And I think from a leverage standpoint, it seems like I still don't understand why they would not be okay with the idea of us, because we can't get any money, because it seems like there's a consensus that we don't want to do this project until we don't want to take over the road until we know that we basically have a fully funded project that's ready to go. The only way to get to a fully funded project essentially is to be eligible for, there's going to be the TUG grants and everything, but really what we want is we need CEQA to be able to go for these grants and maximize our competitiveness to leverage these outside dollars. And is there a reason why putting that as a condition on this, again, this is a early stage offer, but we want to put this in the right, steer this ship in the right direction of what's going to actually make sense. Is there a downside to that? Because I mean, at the end of the day, they want us to take over this road. I mean, it's clearly in their interest. And I think the question is what's in our interest. And I think what's in our interest to all the points that have been made is to basically be ready to have a fully funded, environmentally certified project on day one if we were to ever think about, relinquishment. So Dave, what do you think about that idea of adding that as like a condition, saying, look, we don't want to be taking over this road and having that delay of uncertainty and liability. We would only want this if we can do the CEQA, starting now as a condition to this.
I think, Mr. Mayor, to answer your question directly, I think it's a really intriguing response. And I hadn't thought about it, taking it that way and just saying in our response, we'll go down this pathway if. So I don't think there's any downside to it. One of the things that Megan and I were talking about earlier today is I would like to better understand the longer term liability claims in the past and how Caltrans calculates 100%. That. And then also what we're doing as a city, we're trying to continue to improve our general liability coverage and how we do that. And I think we need to have a couple of conversations internally and with our vendors to talk about that a little bit. I also think it'd be nice to know what the CPUC's response was at the end of August as to whether or not they're going to fund more tug miles, because that plays into I think what Councilmember Whalen was noting. That's a big part of our decision. So as you commented, and I think some of the audience commented, the September deadline, I don't see a literal reason for a September 1 deadline. Heck, it's Labor Day itself too. So I don't know that anyone would be hurt if we said, we're going to take about 60 more days to dig into some of these things. I also think, and I've been at the town halls, I also think we need to do a little bit more work on a town hall or two to better answer questions, because my brain got there over time, even with my budget hat on, as to why this is a move that we should continue to pursue. But we want to make sure the community is there too, or more in the community is there too. So that was my conversation with Bob, was wait 60 days, 90 days, don't respond yet, and investigate some of these avenues, including now the one that you added, which I think is really intriguing.
Well, and is there a reason why we couldn't, in the meantime, basically you can go to them and say, look, this is the council's direction. That
Exactly.
We have no interest in taking over a project where we don't have the
Right.
CEQA, which means the funding, right? They're not the same, one and the same, essentially, as I see it from a process standpoint. And then, concurrently, we could, to the point of the speakers, figure out if there's, a way to have a piece of legislation or something like that, so that we basically have two paths in front of us. One, that would be a relinquishment path that we would only do if we're able to know that the liability can be mitigated through a project that's ready to go, fully funded. Or if there is a way, because I do think, I don't know if it's just a town hall, I think we need to have a better grasp of the fact, just, showing that the feasibility, it sounds like that's already been exhausting conversations, but
It has been. We need to share that
articulating
more.
And, but I think it just really feels hard to, I think we want to be moving this in the right direction, and it's hard to see a situation by which we would want to take this over without being able to be the lead agency on the CEQA now, to position us to get funding, to have a fully funded project that would basically be able to, that we're not going to close on this deal essentially until we know that, we can start construction on mitigating the liability with all the other analysis that's needed for that.
Right.
So is that good? What do you think about it, and other council members, do you want to weigh in?
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that undergrounding, I know undergrounding is a priority for me, mostly for safety in terms of not only preventing wildfire, but also in terms of protecting our evacuation routes. I, like you, Dave, it took me a while, but I got to the understanding as part of this task force or subcommittee or whatever we are, Bob, that the only way for us to underground is to take the road from Caltrans. Not because I want to take the road from Caltrans, it's because that's the only way that I understand we can actually get the road undergrounded.
Mhm.
The project, the Protect and Connect, which I think is a great project, is the icing on the cake to me because it makes the road safer, it decreases our liability, and it provides these other additional benefits to our community. But I think we can do a little bit more analysis internally, and I also think we can do a better job of communicating with the community why we're in this place.
So did anyone else want to speak?
Well, there's just one more point, and maybe this is part of the, getting the information out process. I do want to give staff, I think Tom's got I'm just looking at our packet here, I think he's got another slide. I mean, the notion of relinquishment, accepting a roadway from Caltrans is not unique. This is not something Laguna Beach came up with. Dana Point took Coast Highway, Newport Beach took Coast Highway. We've had conversations with their staff. The sky's not falling in either of those cities. And then to staff's credit, and the 14.4 million, you guys didn't really describe it. It's not a lifetime liability payment. What it is what Caltrans thinks it would take to get the road up to, current conditions. So it's just taking the existing road and getting it up. And they go through this calculation. But Tom, can you throw that slide up? Because there's other cities, and I just think our staff, the Caltrans didn't start at 14.4 million. I think our staff did quite a good job of negotiating this, payment from Caltrans. And you can see some comparisons here, Tom, you may want to walk through. But it's not meant to be, hey, here's a payment we want to entice you to take over the road. It's just a formulaic, this is what it would take to get the road into what we think would be, I forget the exact terminology, but acceptable condition or current condition. But anyway, you can see here on a per mile basis, our staff did good work. So thank you guys.
And we did, as Bob's noting, we did go in higher and fought for higher. This was a negotiated settlement that I think people feel pretty good about. Again, to bring it to a state of good repair. So, which is separate from the construction side. And I really appreciated how staff approached that. I appreciated how much diligence went into that. And just the state allocates 12 million a year for relinquishment. So this is more than 1 year's worth statewide. And again, there's a lot more to come, but for those that were kind of faulting what our negotiation approach was, I thought it was really robust and very defensible on our part.
I agree.
So sounds like the direction would be to take 60 to 90 days to investigate some things. So how do we want to wrap this up for this evening? Because
so let me propose something. Come back with probably the first meeting in November. I can't believe we're already there, with a discussion about this. It'll be a more robust detail about liability and our impacts to our various approaches to general liability that I'll work on with Megan. I think we need to have a conversation with Caltrans, as Alex notes, as the mayor notes, about whether or not we can or should, or do they have any opinion if we conditioned our acceptance on, let us do CEQA early.
Yeah.
We should also have a conversation with a legislator or two to see, could that be introduced? We did kind of flag that with Caltrans to say, what if we introduced legislation allowing us to be the lead agency? And they didn't balk, but they said, well, that's kind of out of our league. So go ahead.
Well, I just want to make a distinction. There's sort of two issues with
There are.
when we talk about lead agency. There's two different ways to look at it. There's one way where you're looking at planning to do construction on a Caltrans road, right? That's one way. That sounds like they've been against that. What I guess I'm talking about, which I don't know, it sounds like maybe this has also been raised, but I think this is key, is this idea of why couldn't we just be the lead agency, in anticipation of taking the road,
Right.
which to me is a lot easier of a sell. And I don't know why they would be against that.
That's what we proposed via legislation, was to let us, say any agency that's in relinquishment discussions can start lead agency work early. That would be actually legislation.
But it just seems like also, I don't know, is there's, and maybe this is where the city attorney's office can also be involved in figuring out like what is the specific CEQA code that would, prohibit that? Because all the time, like you'll do an annexation with LAFCO for area where, it's not a part of the city, but you're doing the CEQA document with the assumption that that goes into effect and then you take over that area like a city would, right? I kind of see that as equivalent to what this is, right? That's what, so it just really.
I got the impression it was an internal Caltrans rule that we would have to get waived.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
But I think it just seems like, again, it's different if you're trying to be the lead agency for a Caltrans project on their road, but this would be lead agency, on us taking.
In anticipation of accepting.
Yeah, it just seems, that seems totally different and very reasonable to me. And it seems like a key thing to minimize, even with all this liability analysis, we know that if we have to wait, 2 years for an EIR after we take it over and then go try to get funding, that's a 5-year process potentially before we can even think about construction of how we mitigate those. So that's where I would be. I think, David, your steps make sense.
And then the other step would be to a town hall or two where we come in and just and answer as many questions as we can, because I think there is greater community awareness needed.
So when we would do that after we have more information though?
Yeah, we do that in the latter part of the information gathering session between now and say the first meeting in November.
Yeah, because, I just want to make sure our communication to the community, we get a handful of people here, but I want to make sure our communication to the community is clear, because what people do, they get this $130 million, they start running around with this without any context or understanding. And, that's always a problem that you have on council, but because people take something they think is outrageous and make a storyline out of that doesn't actually comport with reality. But maybe we need to figure out how to talk to the community about this in the meantime.
It's yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and it's confusing. It's a complicated project, but people do, I think, misconstrue. We don't have $130 million. Whenever anybody asks me, I say, no, we don't have it. We're not, it's only going to, those improvements are only going to happen. I'm not talking the undergrounding. I'm talking about the road improvements. They're only going to happen if we get state and federal funding. And, we've talked to OCTA as well, and maybe there's some possibilities there, but, and we can make that clear, I think, in communication that, as I said tonight, I can see the undergrounding side of it, the financing side. The rest of it would be, and maybe the underground is the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if we even just got that piece of it done, and then it was years down the road before some of these other improvements got done, other than the short-term safety improvements Mark's talking about, that would be a way to go. So do we need any particular motion, or are we just going to continue this to direct staff to bring this back? Maybe we just direct staff to bring this back.
Direction.
The first meeting in November with.
If you felt comfortable with kind of making a motion to approve what I said a few minutes ago, again, those kind of things that we'd investigate, I can say it again. Come back first meeting in November with more detail about liability issues, about CEQA issues. Specifically, can we be the lead agency for a project that could be relinquishing to the legislative angle, and then a town hall or two to improve our communications. I think that's the gist of what you're saying, or we're saying.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we could make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Tom.
Yeah,
Pat,
thank you, and
Mark.
appreciate all the great.
Appreciate you. Leanne, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Bob and Hallie, for all your work on moving this forward. Do we need another break, or should we take this one? Can you wait a little? So you wanted a break?
3 minutes.
Let's do a 5-minute break. No. If everyone could take your seats, please. Okay. So what we now, so now what's before us is business item 22, which is a conditional use permit and coastal development permit for a reduction of one required off-street parking based on the implementation of a TDM plan for an infill housing project at 1040 South Coast Highway and a CEQA determination. So what I will do is open the public hearing and let's have a staff report. So please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Item number 22 is a conditional use permit and coastal development permit for an infill housing project located at 1040 South Coast Highway. The building was constructed in 1949 and based on city records is approximately 2,308 square foot on a 5,000 square foot lot, which contains a 6-car surface parking lot accessed from the rear of the site across the alley. The existing development limits the applicant's ability to provide the required one additional parking space. The applicant is requesting an entitlement to reduce the required parking space by one through the implementation of transportation demand management implementation. At the July 16th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission approved the design review and coastal development permit for the upper level addition for 4 residential units and site improvements, including parking lot modifications and trash storage. In addition, the coastal development permit for intensification of use due to the increased parking requirement was also approved at that hearing. Pursuant to the Laguna Beach zoning code, the city council may approve a conditional use permit and coastal development permit upon recommendation of the Planning Commission to reduce required parking standards when a project proposes and promotes the use of alternative transportation, such as ride sharing, public transit, bicycling, or walking, as appropriate. The reduction will not adversely affect public access to beaches, parks, open space, or trails. Any proposed solution would provide mitigation measures at an equivalent ratio to the parking spaces required by the section for the proposed intensification of use. As mentioned, the applicant is requesting to reduce the required off-street parking space by 1 space. As you can see in this table, the project requires 7 spaces with 6 currently provided. The project applicant is proposing to provide 8 secured bicycle lockers, 4 of which will be provided on-site and 4 off-site. Additionally, the commercial tenant will be providing public transit vouchers to their employees, providing local transit information and encouraging bike commuting through education. These measures will be the responsibility of the project's commercial tenant, as the 1 space reduction being requested is for the required parking of the commercial retail use on the site. Compliance is ensured via inclusion of condition number 24 in the resolution. Staff's recommendation is that the council approve CUP 25-1201 and Coastal Development Permit 25-1202 and adopt a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions of city staff? None? Oh, go ahead, Bob.
I do have one, which is, so the staff report says that, the commercial tenants will be obligated to comply with the burdens on them to comply with the TDM plan. And I don't actually see that in the conditions. I see condition 24, which says they'll submit a parking study to review the efficiencies and so on. But I don't see anything that actually says they're obligated to comply with they shall comply and implement the terms of the TDM. Should that be in there? That's my question.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. The applicant is proposing to require that any commercial tenants, the business operator, and their employees abide by the TDM strategies in their proposed application. Now, to reinforce that requirement through the city's resolution, I would recommend that we clarify that with an additional condition of approval.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions of staff? I don't see any. So let's give the applicant is here, we'll give you 5 minutes. You don't have to take the whole time. And then, so we'll open public comment and start with the applicant.
And before the applicant starts, just in case you guys weren't here during the beginning of the meeting, understand that your time starts immediately when you come to the podium.
Excellent. Good evening, Council. Anders Lassiter, representing the owner for the project. I have nothing to add. I think staff's done a terrific job helping us craft this application. We did very well at Planning Commission. They were enthusiastically supporting our project, and we're genuinely looking forward to getting this going. We've already got structural engineering started. So all we need is your approval for this parking plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have of me, but that's all I have for you tonight.
Anders, just to
Yes.
confirm, you don't have any issue with us adding the condition that says the commercial tenants will comply with and implement the TDM?
Not at all. That's always been our understanding. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, good. So, any public testimony on this item? None? No rebuttal then, I'm assuming? So we'll close public comment, bring it back to council. Any further questions of staff? No? Okay, let's close the public hearing, and then are you guys working on the added findings? I'll just say I want to applaud staff for all the work on this. This has been a long time coming. You know, what's before us is very, small in that it's just a TDM parking reduction, but really this project was able to happen because we were able to, modify our LCP to get the Coastal Commission to approve on, an ordinance that allows for second story housing where there currently is where currently, or previously only second floor commercial was allowed, whereas only 50% of that space could be occupied by housing. So it's very exciting to see this project move forward, and I can make all the findings as it relates to the TDM plan and the CEQA determination. So I'm supportive of what's in front of us. Further comments? No?
I agree with that. Hopefully, this may be this project may be the gateway project to others looking to add housing in the second story. But as you say, Mayor, it's a great
It's
step
also a
forward.
good project too, because it's going to make some changes to the first floor, which, that's not a very attractive building. So, no offense, Johanna.
Yeah, another vacancy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Should any further comments as they're preparing the findings? No. One thing we should maybe think about in the future is if there could be, as we look at the in lieu option, perhaps this could be an opportunity where instead of having to do this whole TDM plan, someone could pay the in lieu and it wouldn't have to come to council. The in lieu parking that's allowed in the because it's allowed in the downtown, but not anywhere else to do in lieu.
I think that is part of what we're looking at in the in the comprehensive zoning code update, and I think it's one of the early ones that we're looking at.
Good.
We'll go ahead and put that condition of approval up on the screen here in just a moment.
You want to say shall be in compliance with or shall comply with? Or shall comply with and implement the transportation demand management strategies?
I quite like that language.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That looks good to me, Anthony. So I would move that we adopt the resolution with the added condition of approval that's on the screen. I guess as condition 25.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, good. That passes. Great work by everyone involved. Okay, now we are going to, and Anne Marie, you might need to restate what you said earlier with on this one. But
Do I need to, everybody? You got it?
everyone got it. Okay. We are now going to consider Appeal B, which is a public hearing for appeal of design review board denial of design review permit, coastal development permit, and revocable encroachment permit for the construction of a single-family dwelling with an attached two-car garage, ADU, and other improvements in the R1 zone located at 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive, Lot B. So what we're going to start by asking, I'm going to ask for any disclosures of ex parte communications of council members. Councilmember Jones, do you want to start?
Sure. I met with Mr. Dornez and his architect, Mr. Knoppenberger, and I also had a meeting with several neighbors, including Susan Whiten, Mary Fagris, and several other folks whose names I don't know.
Harpal and Shaheen.
Harpal and Shaheen.
Joe Cover.
Joe Cover.
That whole group.
Exactly.
Okay, Sue?
Yeah, I met with the applicant. I met with Horst Knoppenberger. I met with those people over there. Susan, Mary, Peter's
Oh yeah, Peter was an artist.
significant other, Harpal and Shaheen,
Okay, Bob.
maybe somebody else.
Yeah, I met with Mr. Dornez, David Parker, Horst, and their neighbor crew over there. So
I also met with the applicant and Horst along with this little group over here.
Yeah, and I met with everyone who has been identified by my colleagues, and then I also met with Mr. Dornez as well as his legal counsel, Morgan Gallagher and Chris Burt from Cox Castle. And I just want to, for the record, I confirm with my city attorney, my company, uses Cox Castle as one of our attorneys, and I've confirmed I don't have a conflict of interest, but I'm just disclosing that in the interest of transparency. So what we're going to do now is open the public hearing and then have a staff presentation, and then we will go from there. So let's have a staff presentation on this.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Daniel Latham, Associate Planner. This is the appeal hearing for a design review board decision to deny a request for a design review, a coastal development permit, and a revocable encroachment permit for a project at 1560 Bluebird Canyon Drive. The project is located within the Bluebird Canyon neighborhood on a knoll between Bluebird Canyon Drive and Morningside Drive. The lot was created through an SB9 urban lot split. These are renderings of the latest design of the project. The proposed project is a new single-family home with an attached ADU, which is located on the uppermost level of the structure, and a two-car garage on a vacant lot. This is an elevation of the proposed project. This presentation will include the following, which I would go over the background. Pat will go over the state housing laws. Contentions, I'll go over contentions, CEQA, standards of review, abuse of discretion, as well as city council options, staff recommendation, and order of considerations. So a brief background, the project was first heard by the board on January 23rd, 2025. The board tabled the project with direction. The project was then heard on May 22nd, 2025, and that was the second hearing. The board directed staff to prepare a resolution for denial. On June 4th, the applicant submitted an appeal. On June 12th, the design review board adopted the denial resolution. And on June 13th, the appeal was formally accepted by the city. And I'll turn it over to Pat.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So before Daniel kind of gets into the substance, we did think it was a good idea to shed some light on the issue raised by the various letters from the appellant as it pertains to state housing laws and their application to the project. To be clear, the city acknowledges and agrees that the Housing Accountability Act and SB 450 apply to the project. Any assertion or insinuation to the contrary is incorrect. Per those laws, the city's options when reviewing the project are limited, and the city's processing, reviewing, and analyzing this very project is consistent with that position. However, explicit in both the Housing Accountability Act and SB 450 are Coastal Act savings clauses. SB 450 does not supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect or application of the Coastal Act, and for the Housing Accountability Act, it shall not be construed to relieve the local agency, i.e. the city, from complying with the California Coastal Act. In other words, the city must comply with both. Staff acknowledges that some could find some tension between the state housing laws and the Coastal Act. However, the plain language, which I just read to you guys moments ago, mandate that the city comply through the implementation of its LCP. These housing laws simply do not allow the city to unilaterally rewrite its LCP or simply ignore existing required findings that were adopted and mandated by the Coastal Commission via the LCP process. And then finally, staff is not aware of any authority in these state housing laws that somehow prescribes or mandates the giving away of public property for private use via an REP or any other legal mechanism. So with that being said, I'll turn it back over to Daniel, and I'll of course be available for questions at the end.
There were three contentions identified by the applicant in the appeal, which are shown on the screen here. Your agenda report includes detailed staff responses addressing each appeal contention. Because the applicant's request for an REP is foundational to the overall project, this staff presentation will focus on the request for the REP. Staff would be happy to address the DR and CDP entitlements if requested to do so by council following this presentation. So here is a simplified view of the REP area, which is completely within the Bluebird Canyon Drive right-of-way. This is a more detailed drawing from the site plan. The REP area is highlighted in yellow. The REP includes retaining walls up to approximately 10 feet in height for the proposed driveway and parking space, as well as stairs and walls for fire access that is proposed to be shared with the adjacent proposed residence at 1550 Bluebird Canyon Drive. It also includes the retaining wall for the adjacent project's proposed driveway, as well as irrigation drainage facilities and lighting. The Design Review Board denied the REP as they were unable to make these findings. Finding 1 oversees reads to allow minor classes of construction in an otherwise unimproved, unused public right-of-way. The Design Review Board found that the proposed large retaining walls and slopes within the public right-of-way necessary to support a long and winding driveway to not be minor or small scale and could not be easily removed without compromising the required vehicular access for the proposed single-family home. Under criteria B of finding 2, which states the proposed right-of-way improvements should be sufficiently stepped back from the edge of pavement or street center line to provide adequate travel, parking, and walking lanes, the Design Review Board found that the proposed large retaining walls and slopes within the public right-of-way would not be set back sufficiently to provide adequate travel, parking, and walking lanes. If installed as proposed, any future road widening would be infeasible. Further, for some other properties in the surrounding areas, the width of the street is 24 feet at the access point of the driveway. As proposed, the street would be 20 feet and not sufficiently set back from the center line of the street. Under criteria E, which states the proposed right-of-way improvements are not precedent setting in that they create noticeable projections into the streetscape compared to existing improvements by neighboring properties. The Design Review Board found that this section of Bluebird Canyon Drive does not have other revocable encroachment permits of this size and scale. The proposed encroachment would be precedent setting as there are other projects proposed in and around this project effectively forfeiting this area of the public right-of-way due to the size and scale of the proposed retaining walls and slopes that create a noticeable projection. Criteria F under finding 2, which states it does not create structural create structures of unusual or unacceptable appearance, form, shape, or height that detract from the general quality of streetscape. The Design Review Board found that the size of the proposed retaining walls and slopes would create unusual or unacceptable appearance of shape and height that would detract from the quality of the existing streetscape. Homes on the opposite side of Bluebird Canyon Drive are mostly built downhill, and there are no similarly sized encroachments on Bluebird Canyon Drive on the same side of the street as the proposed project. In addition, the Design Review Board identified these public safety issues. The city would not be able to revoke the RAP without creating non-conformities, and approving the RAP as proposed would not allow the road to be widened in the future. It is noted that Bluebird Canyon is one of 3 neighborhoods in the city that was identified as access impaired and may be unable to evacuate in a fire, according to a wildfire egress study in 2021. And as the CEQA overview, the recommended action of holding the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15270 of the CEQA guidelines, because CEQA does not apply to projects that a public agency rejects or disapproves. Alternatively, if the city council decides to sustain the appeal and reverse the decision of the board, the city council should analyze the project's qualification for a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15303. And the standards of review for design review decisions with less than 4 affirmative votes, the vote for this project was 3-2. The city council shall conduct a de novo review of the underlying application. The city council is limited to the grounds specifically stated in the notice of appeal. The review is confined to the evidence that was presented to the design review board. The city council exercises its independent judgment and discretion as to such evidence. The design review board's decision is presumed reasonable, valid, and not an abuse of discretion. The appellant bears the burden of proving otherwise as by a preponderance of the evidence. And the standards of review for non-design review decisions, such as the CDP and RAP, the city council is not limited to the grounds stated in the appeal. The city council is not limited to the evidence presented by the design review board. The city shall conduct a de novo hearing and shall exercise its independent judgment and discretion as to the evidence. The design review board's decision is presumed reasonable, valid, and not an abuse of discretion. The appellant bears the burden of proving otherwise by preponderance of evidence. And the abuse of discretion definition is did the design review not proceed in a manner required by law, or the decision was not supported by findings, or the findings were not supported by evidence. City council has these options to either adopt the attached resolution upholding the board denial and finding the denial of the project categorically exempt from CEQA, direct staff to prepare and return at a future meeting with a resolution overturning the board's denial with findings in support of overturning the board denial and approving the project subject to conditions of approval, or remand the project to the design review board with city council direction. It is staff's recommendation to adopt the resolution upholding the design review board's decision. And if as identified in this presentation, the RAP is fundamental to the project, and as such, staff recommends that city council first consider the RAP. And if the RAP findings can be made, then city council should then consider if the findings can be made for design review and the CDP. If the findings cannot be made, then remand or deny the appeal. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Any questions of staff? Sure, there will be a lot by the end of this. Any questions at this point? No questions. Okay, so order of operations here, what we're going to do is open public testimony, and then what we have here is a situation where the applicant is also the appellant, and so they will start and they will get 5 minutes, and whoever wants to represent the applicant in doing so, and then people in support of the project are each going to get 2.5 minutes to speak in support of the project and the appeal, as they're one and the same in this instance. And then we will go to people in opposition to the appeal / project, and they will each also get 2.5 minutes per person. And then finally, we will provide 2 minutes to the applicant to provide any rebuttal that they want. And, and the mayor has discretion to extend the time if there's questions from council. So let's start with 5 minutes for the applicant to provide their remarks.
And I'll repeat that your time starts when you come to the podium, not when your presentation is put on the screen.
Daniel, can I have the slides up, please, before I start?
Sure, thank you.
Two different. Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, council members. I'm David Parker, the architect for this project. Can I have the next slide, please? From the beginning, we were committed to a code-compliant project with no variance. City staff and our engineers helped establish the locations of the house, driveway, and garage. Initial meetings with the city staff directed us to design a driveway leading to an uphill attached garage, which is the safest option for traffic. The home sits on an existing graded pad at the rear of the site and is not excessively cut into the hill. It follows natural topography and the hillside guidelines. Next slide, please. We made a number of major changes in response to the board's concern. The upper floor was reduced from 1,212 square feet to 147, pulled back to the east and the north. The upper deck was reduced and pulled back to the east and the north. Garage was pulled back, the upper roof mass reduced. A new contemporary craftsman style with natural materials was designed. Glazing was reduced 20%. Retaining walls lowered and covered with stone and vines, and nearly 40 feet of landscaping added to the right-of-way in front of the driveway, and extensive landscaping added to visually screen. Next slide, please. This is the before picture of the first design. Next slide.
Yeah, let me take over. I'm going to interrupt real quick. I'm sorry. To focus on the RAP, I want to get to the points at hand. We've added a lot of materials here so you could see and compare the old to the new to show good faith attempt to improve the project. Can you go down to slide 14, please? It is funny that the staff who, in the May 22nd staff report, who recommended approval, are now being basically compelled to deny it and recommend denial because of the policies of the city. We have a very difficult.
David, can you speak more in the microphone?
Sorry.
Yeah.
We have a very difficult project here where it is challenged for access by 10-foot right-of-way, 10-foot deep, 10-foot high. And ultimately, without an REP, it's impossible to build this project. Next slide. We believe the board, his discretion was an abusive approach because they basically have said, we can't build the project on the top of the hill. We can't use the right of way, and ultimately we can't build the project. That would be basic at taking. Go to page, since we're focusing on the RIP, go to page 22, please. The real issue here, next slide, please. The real issue here comes down to how the RIP would be denied under the context provided by the staff here. The specific retaining that they're talking about that can't be removed in the future really comes down to one piece of the retaining. And it's what's circled in red in the middle of that diagram. It is the driveway retaining wall, which comes out from the right-of-way or into the right-of-way 5 feet maximum. And from grade, it is 4 feet high. And as such, meets all the requirements for being able to be approved as long as we can use that in the future. The retaining on the right that is holding up the right-of-way wall to the neighbors is mandatory because we can't allow any grading back that way. The public parking on the street on the left, That's required because of the parking structure. Any future plan to remediate this area would not need either of those, as the city would move back that retaining area for their own purposes. The only thing we require for this current plan is that 5 feet, and that 5 feet increases the size of the road from the center line from currently, which is 10 feet, to 15 total. And we might be able to squeeze in the future, when this whole redesign is done, this hypothetical redesign is done. But it is really impossible today to justify it, because there is no plan for any future street widening. There is 7 to 8 feet on the other side along 1573 and 1575, Bluebird Canyon's frontage. And as such, there's plenty of additional space there, at least a few feet or more, to go from what we are offering here as 23 feet in the future to 24, 25 with minimal, if any, impact of the neighbors.
David, let's walk through this a little bit,
Sure.
just so we're all understanding. So the center line of the street to the edge of the curb heading in your direction currently is
The lower yellow line is the edge of the right of way, and the center line is that dotted line just above where the text is for the driveway. And so there's 10 feet there
so
from the center
10,
line.
10 feet existing road.
Yeah,
right? As it sits there
on the
today.
north side of the center.
On the north side, yeah, on your side.
The yellow line is basically 10 feet toward my property line. The second yellow line is my property line.
Okay, so if we went from the center line of the street all the way back to the circled wall that you said would have to stay.
Yeah, the one that's the south wall of the driveway,
Yeah, so how far is that from the center line of the street?
15 feet.
15 feet.
And we could probably squeeze maybe another foot out in the future when the widening actually occurred.
Okay. And then on the other wall, you're saying that does or doesn't have to stay if in the future the city were to say we want to widen, let's just say we want to widen out to that same 15 or 17 feet.
So the two walls that aren't part of the south wall of the driveway, the one on the left that's labeled parking retaining for the mandatory
Right.
parking spot, and the one on the right that's labeled power pole retaining,
Right.
that's because there's actually a power pole going in there about 8 feet to its east. Those two do not need to remain. They can be replaced with whatever the city wants to put there in the future. But right now, they have to exist to hold up the current conditions of the right of way.
Okay.
Other questions from council? No questions at this time. Okay. Okay, thank you, David.
And you should have two handouts in front of you that cover all this material.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so now people who are in support of the project and the appeal will have 2.5 minutes to provide public testimony.
Hello, council members. Chris Bird of Cox, Castle, and Nicholson. I'm land use counsel for the appellant. I implore you to approve the project as failure to do so violates the law. First, the city's position regarding the applicability of SB 450 and the HAA is untenable. It cannot be that those laws apply, but that the city is free to entirely ignore their mandates simply because the property lies in the coastal zone. That interpretation eviscerates the laws themselves, which seek to eliminate arbitrary denial of housing. The Coastal Commission itself recognizes that such an interpretation is invalid. The city is bound to judge the project against objective standards. Here, the project complies with all such standards, including height, setback, and massing, the city's own standards showing compatibility. That fact was confirmed in writing by staff. Importantly, the HAA provides that if there's any substantial evidence allowing a reasonable person to conclude that a housing project is consistent, it is legally deemed consistent and in conformity with any applicable plan, program, policy, ordinance, standard, requirement, or other similar provision. City staff, a reasonable person, found the project consistent, including with all LCP standards and policies and REP findings. That the DRB subjectively disagreed at the urging of disgruntled neighbors is not a valid basis for denial. A violation of the HAA has significant consequences, something that should be present in the council members' minds. A violating agency is obligated to pay a prevailing party's attorney's fees and is potentially subject to court-imposed fines of $50,000 per unit. The city's pivot to the REP is also unavailing and nothing more than a post hoc rationalization for the DRB's improper denial. The city willfully ignores that homeowners on both sides of Bluebird Canyon and the other surrounding streets have significant encroachments into the theoretical public right-of-way. The city has no plans for widening, and any plan would have to contend with existing significant encroachments. Thus, widening is a red herring. The city's unequal treatment violates state housing laws and also constitutional rights of due process and equal protection. I should note that the Public Works determined that the encroachments would not interfere with the present or prospective public use. The DRB's May 22nd, 2025 staff report explains that conclusion. Now, as a pretext for denial, the city reverses course, speculating about prospective use. However, the problem is that the speculative public use ignores the existing significant encroachments on Bluebird Canyon Drive. Apparently, the now contemplated prospective use applies only to this project.
I have a question. So as it relates to the REP, what in the findings, so I would get what you're saying if there was evidence that there were other REPs that were issued just like this that were, approved when they were, on a street that was narrow like this in a fire area. But here, when you look at the findings aren't really based off of, what's happening around it. It's more about what the conditions are. And so can you kind of explain, you talked about this in your letter, but can you kind of give more of a response to what the issue is, or why, the findings, as I read the code section, it seems pretty clear. So, why are the findings wrong here?
Sure, I'd be happy to address that. So ultimately, if you look at the findings, the majority of them require inquiry into whether or not the requested REP would be precedent setting or create an inconsistency in the neighborhood, right? These are ultimately features that allow the city to judge the requested encroachments against those that exist in the neighborhood. Now here, to make the findings, the city took an incredibly narrow view of the neighborhood and the surroundings that basically made it impossible. It made it such that any encroachments on this site would have been inconsistent because it looked, for example, only on Bluebird Canyon and only on the north side of the road. This site is unique in that respect. And so the findings themselves are not based upon, conditions theoretically. They are being utilized by the city to say that the encroachments requested here are just fundamentally inconsistent and would have a neighborhood compatibility problem.
So, but section 11.50.030 types of construction, the class of project is limited to minor structures such as low fences and retaining walls, walkways, stairs, and construction incidentally related to landscape activities. REP shall not be used for any structure improvement that, if a demand is made for its removal, will create any non-conforming conditions or unlawful conditions under the provisions of the code. So, in this case, if we widen the road, which is a real possibility, wouldn't that be putting the applicant in a situation where you have non-conforming conditions?
Potentially. I mean, I don't think we know the answer to that because we're talking about a future hypothetical situation. We don't know what the code will look like when the city, if and when the city ultimately decides to expand the roadway. We don't know to what extent the city will expand the roadway. So there's a lot of speculation involved here. The reality is that there are lots of other encroachments that would extend further into the theoretical roadway, that already extend further into the theoretical roadway than these encroachments would. So to the extent the city is ultimately treating this project as different than those existing encroachments, utilizing this theory that they're going to extend the road to deny this while not dealing with issues that of other encroachments that would also preclude extending the right of way to its ultimate width.
Okay,
The code section, though, that the mayor's referring to doesn't say, based on a hypothetical project in the future. It just says would result in code violations or other non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required by the city. So it's a today evaluation, which is regardless of whether we have a project planned now or in the future, if you just take the literal words of the section, isn't it saying, okay, we're revoking it, we're giving it to you today, we're revoking it tomorrow. And by revoking it, you've now got and this is in the staff report, and I want to hear your response to it, you've now got a project that's not code compliant because you don't have access to the on-site parking requirements that are objective standards under the code. So walk me through that.
Yeah, so I think, let's say there's a scenario where the city wants to extend the right-of-way to 15 feet on the north side, right? So a 30-foot right-of-way. Here, that would create a situation where you could remove two of the identified retaining walls that were just presented, right? Ultimately, that situation would create a nonconformity, but that nonconformity could be resolved through another approval, such as a variance to not require on-street parking. The unique circumstance is that when other projects that have existing encroachments, likewise, if the city intends to expand its right-of-way, let's say 15 feet on the south, the removal of those encroachments will likewise create non-conforming issues for all of those properties.
No, I get that, but this section doesn't say, it doesn't say would result in a code violation or non-compliant if ever required by the city, but the city could grant a variance unless the city grants a variance. I mean, it just says would result in non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required by the city. So don't you have to demonstrate that if we granted it today and took it away tomorrow, you'd still be code compliant?
Well, again, this presumes that there's no other solution that would result in no nonconformities at the time the city expands the roadway. This is why we're dealing in hypotheticals, because we don't know what the code will require at the time.
Well, we're not, because this is not saying, the code section to me doesn't say what's going to happen 5 years from now or 10 years from now. It just says, I need to ask the question of you, if this REP were revoked, tell me how the project remains compliant.
And I would.
This type of permit is not appropriate for any structure or improvement that would result in code violations or other non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required by the city. So I have to say to you today, I think I have to ask the question, if this is revoked today, tomorrow, if this is granted today and revoked tomorrow, please explain to me how the project remains code compliant. I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, and just to follow up on that, it seems like, so if we based it on the assumption like, okay, well, we could change it in the future and issue a variance, then why not just design that project that could work now, and maybe maybe the findings for a variance could hypothetically be met that would make the REP work, but it just without if the applicant's basically saying that we could change it in the future and have it be non-conforming, then why not just come up with a plan that could work now, potentially even with a variance, and if that was the only way and they could demonstrate that. So I guess how do you respond to that, Chris? Or go ahead, Bob, you were saying something.
So ultimately, the city has a revocable encroachment permit process, right? And it commonly issues revocable encroachment permits. I think we looked at, the last 30 or so that we saw on city agendas, and all of them were approved, right? So this process is available to applicants to utilize the currently unused right-of-way, right? So I understand the genesis of the code section, because you wouldn't want someone, utilizing the right-of-way in a manner that's then precludes ultimate future use. And I think the section here, while it would, nonconformity is a creature of the code itself, right? So I'm talking about a situation where a nonconformity would only exist if a variance weren't granted. So if, for example, if you condition this project to say that if in the future the city requires the use of the right-of-way, and which results in the need to remove retaining walls, and that would create a nonconformity, the applicant shall return to the city to propose a solution, right, which could include a variance, Or we could move the driveway onto the property. That would be a significant cost, but it's a feasible option. But right now, it's a significant undue burden, given that that portion of the right-of-way just is not used.
One other question, different topic. In your comments, you remarked, and I think we find ourselves here as a city, and this is not just applicable to this project, thanks to Sacramento in a difficult spot, right? Because, they've adopted these laws that say can only apply objective standards, but then they have this coastal, but nothing in this law overrides the Coastal Act. You've got to apply your LCP. Well, our LCP has got a lot of stuff in it that's not objective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, there's got some objective, but it's got subjective. So your statement was the Coastal Commission has made it clear that we're not supposed to apply subjective aspects of our LCP in these kind of projects. I'm not familiar with that. Where has the Coastal Commission made that clear?
Yeah, so in one of our letters that my firm prepared and submitted to the city, there is a reference to a letter from the Coastal Commission to cities, like an open letter, and it talks about the applicability of SB 9 and other state housing laws that do have that phrase, which has been referred to as a coastal savings clause. I don't think savings clause is the correct term because it gives it too much weight, but ultimately the Coastal Commission has determined that clause means that the obligations of state housing law need to be harmonized with the Coastal Act. That does not mean that the Coastal Act just supersedes any other obligations under state housing law. What the Coastal Commission has opined is that with respect to coastal resources, such as wetlands and identified public views, things that are knowable and objective in LCPs, those continue to apply. Nothing in state law absolves an applicant from dealing with those issues. But to the extent we're talking about a finding in a CDP that looks at neighborhood compatibility, which is entirely subjective, unrelated to any specific coastal resource, the Coastal Commission, I think, would disagree with the idea that the Coastal Savings Clause authorizes such unfettered discretion.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation, but so what you're saying here is nothing with respect to this project could be considered a coastal resource?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any more questions. Does anyone else have questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, next speaker, 2.5 minutes in support of the applicant slash appellant.
Hello, good evening. I traveled a very long way to be here today. I am Marcia Stallworth, representing the Romitas, who own the adjacent property to David's family's property at 1560 Bluebird Canyon. They own the 3/4 acre portion on top of the knoll. And I'm just here to let you know, I believe that you received a letter from the Romitas stating that they are okay with the project. We feel that David has gone above and beyond to take into consideration during the planning stage, his impact on their property, and they're comfortable with what he's doing. They were very shocked to find out that for some reason, somebody thinks that property should have some trails on it, hiking trails or something. And I don't know where that came from, but this is definitely private property. If anybody's going up there, they're trespassing, and that is not acceptable. It's not warranted. It's illegal. And besides that, it's very dangerous. If you're familiar with that property, you know it's very difficult to get up to the top. And it could be a very dangerous situation for somebody. We, at our property, or the Romitas property, there is no access. So nobody should be going up there. But anyway, I'm here just to let you know that the Romitas are very comfortable with you approving the project.
Thank you for your testimony, for making the trip. Next speaker, please. Okay, any other speakers in support of the applicant? I don't see any. So what we're going to do now is we're going to give It is the time for people who are opposed to the project and the appeal. And each of you will have 2.5 minutes to provide testimony. So please don't be shy.
Good evening, Mayor Runagi, members of the City Council. My name is Harpal Settle. I'm a non-disgruntled resident of Bluebird Canyon. And my family and I live across from the 1560 Bluebird Lot B. And I strongly urge you to uphold the DRB's May 22nd, 25 denial of the design. So understanding the scope and capacity of the council decision-making power, it's narrow on this topic, and I'm only going to speak about the REP, which has already been focused on. But the fundamental flaw is the project's dependence on an REP. Which is not legally or practically justified in this case. We've gone through the fact that under the municipal code for the city, an REP allows minor improvements. These are clearly not minor improvements. The project is essentially dependent on them. It has substantial retaining walls, driveway slopes, and neither are minor nor easily removable. If the city required the right of way, this would basically render the project infeasible or inaccessible, non-conforming. Approving the REP is essentially, it's a gift of public land to a private developer without any public benefit. And the improvements, they only serve one lot, and it's Lot B, and they compromise the city's long-term control over its own infrastructure. We know from the fire that just occurred just about a month ago that maximizing, as much right of way up there as we have the control to do. Climate change has changed, things over time, right? So we're not dealing with decisions from 50, 60 years ago. We're in a new dawn. There are different risks that exist today. And, there's over 1,000 residents up in Bluebird Canyon, and we rely on these routes for exit, which we just saw. For example, Morningside became a closed route. That's where the fire was. That's for the city's exit plan. That's the primary route, happened to be closed because that's where the fire was. So I think upholding the DRB's denial, it's consistent with the municipal code. It's consistent with what the city has prioritized in terms of its funding commitments to Bluebird Canyon, in terms of the widening of the emergency vehicle access down there, also the undergrounding of utilities. And there's no compelling interest for the public to approve this REP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Joe Cover. I met with some of you guys, and you guys saw me a couple months ago as well on an appeal for my project. I'm with the family that owns the parcel of land just to the north that some of you guys have seen. So I know the others are hitting on the REP, which is obviously a big concern for all of us, but I'm actually going to hit on the topic of other things. So on the DR side, in case it gets to that after the REP. So I'm confident that the DRB members would have come to the same conclusion of denial, even if the REP were not an issue. And you can see our family's approved renderings in both the staff report as well as the appellant's 121-page letter to this council that I think he's given you guys in front of you. So I wanted to address the claims in that letter, which attempt to use the approval of our project as a comparison and basis for the topic of mass and scale of those two and how they don't appear substantially different in his mind. So they are very different for a simple reason. Mass and scale are not only determined by the height of a property from the street to the roof, but appearance of mass and scale can also be caused by relative height and placement of two subject properties on their lots, okay, where those two properties are on their lots. So our plans may be geometrically similar as far as being as tall from the street to the roof as the appellant's plans, but our side of the hill is different. It also goes higher from the street to the ridge and affords us a different canvas for the plans that you guys have approved. So in addition, Morningside Drive is a wider street. There's also a lot more space between those homes on the north side and the south side of that street, which also limits some of that massive scale. The way we also designed our house is to step back, and which again further eliminates a lot of that mass and scale. And so I think our plans perfectly cut into that hillside and step back towards that ridge. So I think the appellant's renderings are misleading in that they're 2D renderings that don't provide an actual gauge of the massive scale differences from all those sides. Mr. Yahi and Mr. Darnay attempted a similar argument during their appeal of our project a few months ago, but Councilman Oriole pointed out that a major difference in the appearance of our property compared to Mr. Yahi's, which was behind us that you guys had also seen, is that our property stepped back into the hill, whereas Mr. Yahi's looked more massive because of its placement and proximity to the street. So 3D renderings can kind of help understand why that mass and scale is a lot different. Just keep in mind, you guys all saw it. This project goes about 10 to 12 feet above ours, even though really there's no difference between our highest point on that hillside too. So as stated in my letter, like many others neighbors, just respectfully ask that you guys deny the appeal and advise the appellant to produce a project that's a little bit less negatively impactful to all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Susan Whiten, 1540 Bluebird Canyon. I have 3 comments. First, the basis of this appeal is there was an abuse of discretion by the DRB. The appeal claims DRB denied the project without providing objective findings to support their decision and that the decision was arbitrary, subjective, and capricious. This was not the case. DRB denied the project based on facts and findings that are detailed in the agenda report. 2, the appellant's position is because this is SB 9 and SB 540 project, it is not subject to California Coastal Act. In fact, SB 9 explicitly states, quote, nothing shall be construed to supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect or application of the California Coastal Act. DRB was unable to make required findings for the CDP under the LCP. These include land use policies 2.1, 2.8, 7.3, and 10.2, requiring that the development minimize mass and bulk, be visually compatible with the surrounding area, and that the building siting be integrated with the landform. DRB's denial was not arbitrary or capricious. Number 3, DRB's denial of the revocable encroachment permit is straightforward. Legal definition requires the object in the road right-of-way to be temporary and removable landscape features, such as stepping stones. As designed, permanent retaining walls must be constructed in the road right-of-way to build the driveway that provides access to the project. DRB provided detailed reasons for the REP denial. They commented on alternative ways to access the site, such as lowering the garage with a shortened driveway or relocating the garage to the street. All of this construction prevents the city from future road widening for wildlife safety purposes in a box canyon, the entirety of which is in a very high fire hazard zone and which had a wildfire in July that closed the main evacuation route. It is also a taking of public property for private use, which would be precedent setting and the basis for future lawsuits. I urge City Council to support the City Attorney's recommendation to deny this appeal and to remand the project to DRB with direction.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Mary Fagres, 1561 Morningside Drive, 53 resident of Upper Bluebird Canyon. First of all, I want to say our neighborhood has gone over and abroad to work with the applicant, trying to help find a way to make this fit in our neighborhood. We were very successful with Mr. Covers on Morningside Drive. It's going to be perfect. That's what we want. Just a little aside, you're hearing a lot of stuff, but our neighborhood has learned so much about encroachment, revocable permits, local coastal plan, all the land use elements, a lot of information. And the neighborhood has really tried to understand these things and work with the applicant. My husband and I ask that you please deny this appeal. And let's move on and find somehow to fit the housing on this very difficult land. It can be done. We just have to all work together to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Groman. I reside directly on the other side of the street below the project. This whole thing comes down to one detail. The applicant has never, ever considered anything but building right up on top of the knoll. So that requires retaining walls. Those retaining walls are in the public right-of-way. Normally, the public right-of-way, you can build a garage, but it's not meant to be for major structures as it is required here. And it all comes down to it's a huge home on top of the hill, not compatible with the neighborhood. And the applicant simply, it's his way or there is no other way. And I definitely suggest and urge City Council to not approve this project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, William Horner, 1565 Bluebird, catty corner to the project. Mayor and council, I'll keep this short. The language of the code and the decision before you seems very clear cut. This REP is unprecedented in its details. It gives a permanent, structurally critical retaining wall in the public right of way to serve a private home. It's effectively a transfer of public land, and it blocks the only side of Bluebird Canyon Drive that can be reasonably widened for future safety. It also enables grading and hillside alteration that fail the coastal development permit findings, even though less impactful alternatives exist. The applicant has rejected those alternatives not because they can't work, but because they require rethinking the project. The position of the neighborhood isn't that a project can't be built here, it's that this project fundamentally is non-compliant. Approving, despite these objective failures, shifts enforcement to private citizens, undermines the city's own regulations, and presents its own form of legal exposure. There's no shortcut here. The only outcome that aligns with the law, protects public safety, and maintains public trust is to deny the appeal and uphold TRB's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. No more speakers in opposition to the project. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna give 2 minutes to the applicant to provide rebuttal testimony, and then and if there are questions from council, we can entertain those.
Can we put up the video, please, that we provided? And play it. Here you go, 3D rendering. So this is a video you can watch while I'm speaking. We are asking for 5 feet from our property line of potential future use. And as it might be costly, we could move that on eventually to the property. But it was introduced only in this agenda report. This claim that we could not have an REP is unprecedented in itself. And the fact that none of the other encroachments from the other neighbors who are up to 13 feet through the right of way, Mr. Warner has 2.5 feet of his rear of his home in his right of way, because this is a 40-foot wide street, 20 foot of navigable and 10 feet of right of way on each side. And it's rich that they won't allow me to have 5 feet for something that I eventually in the future, if it ever is widened, I will work with the city to eliminate any nonconformity. And they're sitting on 12, 13 feet, 14 feet in some cases of encroachment. It's crazy. And fundamentally, if the city takes this strict interpretation of the REP, it is simply saying that you cannot build on that lot. And when the city agreed to split the lot, and this is under SB 9450 oversight, it had understood all the way back to 1932 that this is a residential lot, it will be built, and they cannot just now deny the REP to allow it to be built, especially since this 10-foot high right-of-way is a condition created by the city when the street was graded. And ultimately, it would be fundamentally unfair to take this position. You know, we have done everything we can, and we could have if this issue had been brought up any time earlier in the last 18 months in the dozens of reviews we have the city to address this issue. It is untimely. As a matter of fact, it's not even part of the scope of the denial from back in May because it was only raised in this agenda report 10 days ago. Thank you.
Can I ask, Bob, you want to ask a question, David? And I want to go to the architect and legal counsel, but do you want to go to David first?
Well, just David, did you say, I take your point that it's, your view is it came up late, but did you say it is possible to design with the driveway on the site?
I've spent $700,000 in soft costs and designs, including the lot split being over 100,000 of that. And each of the reviews and redesigns of these 2 lots that we're trying to build is about $100,000 for each one. And coming now to ask me to move it onto the lot, which is technically possible and would be non-conforming, would be highly expensive, delay the project, and it would have to go back through DR. And I have to presume, given the pattern of behavior, especially these things that happened after the May thing, in the denial resolution, they introduced this public view resource, and in the agenda report, introducing this claim of future widening, which I don't technically disagree with, and we pre-widened the thing in our plan to 12 feet with those additional, removable retaining walls, and 15 with the non-removable part. So yes, technically, we could move it on, but is it fair to tell me to go back to the drawing board, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars more, delay this thing, and presume that, sometime later when I come back to DR, that the bar hasn't moved again? This is why I did not go to a third review of the DR, because I could not trust that we had a fair and objective position here. And look, it comes down to this. Every attempt to deny the DR side has been based on subjective criteria, and it's not allowed. It has to be objective criteria, and the DRB has none when it comes to any of these things like mass and scale and other stuff they present. That's pretty critical. But when you then take it to the CDP and you try to manifest, public resource impacts, and then finally get to the REP and never bring it up before, suddenly say you can't build, because technically, we can do it now, but ultimately we would never do it if we didn't have a deterministic outcome at the next review. And ultimately, yeah, we comply with city code all the way up until the May staff report. The city staff agreed with us that it's fully compliant to code. So I don't see where this REP issue is going other than it's a taking. By denying me the REP, you're denying me the ability to build on the site, period. And we can move it on, but it's too late to do that now.
No, that's it, David.
Yeah.
You can build a house, you can design a house and avoid the REP.
Yes, but be clear.
Well,
there's a 12-foot wide driveway. Behind it is a 4-foot wide stairway for fire access. Behind that is a 27-foot deep garage. And beside that is a 30-foot deep.
I understand with your current design. I'm just trying to cut through everything. We've already talked about this.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to keep the story straight.
Sure.
So if you started, and I've seen this happen over the years, and it bothers me to a certain extent. Keep in mind, this is the business I'm in.
Mhm.
So if I go out and I design a project with the assumption that I'm going to get a variance or in the revocable encroachment permit, I'm taking a risk.
But this doesn't require a variance currently.
No, it requires a revocable encroachment permit.
Yes, but that's a
But you
standard
designed a
practice.
project knowing that you were going to require this. So I'm just trying to get to a point where we can have a discussion without, with understanding some basic premise here, and meaning you're not being denied the right to your house to build a home. That's
Well-
not what we're talking about.
So let's get specific, right? There's 3 pieces of retaining in that right of way that we're asking for. The 2 on the left and right, one's for mandatory parking, 10 feet high at the property line, basically 6 inches high, near 8 feet out from the property line. Same thing on the other side, holding up the neighbor's lot. Those 2 can be removed in the future, right? We don't need them for the driveway access. And just for those, even if the entire driveway was on the lot, we would need the REP just for that. And it's because of the condition of the lot. It is a unique lot with this very specific problem that all of them have it. And it's rich that the neighbors are saying they can't do it, because Susan's has the exact same condition of her lot that we're asking for now. She uses the entire right of way. She has 4-foot high retaining walls going halfway across them in the street. And we have a conforming slope. That's why the driveway is so long. Hers is 23 feet, 23%, double ours. So we followed code. We knew that we had these larger retaining walls on the sides we got to deal with, the mandatory parking. And as such, we never even thought that using 5 feet of that for a 4-foot high part of the driveway was even a question, let alone something that we couldn't resolve if we'd known about it up front, because there's no pattern of behavior like this in the city in applying the REP requirements and approving them. we would have tried to figure out a way, but it would literally shift the house back. Exactly for every foot that driveway moves up, it would shift the house back. And ultimately,
It would
that's the
shift the
situation
house
we're in.
back if you use the current design.
What's that?
If it was the current design, it would shift the house back. My point is you
Okay.
designed a house that you knew that you needed an REP.
Well, and Mark, to be clear, you're not saying he's not entitled to an REP. You're saying he's not, it's about the findings related to the REP,
Correct.
right? Go
And
ahead.
I'm just trying to keep it to where we can all understand it. A moment ago, he made a statement saying that we're denying him the right to develop.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to clarify because I don't think you're saying that he can't have an REP. That an REP is not problematic in and of itself. It's about the
Correct.
findings related to it. Got it.
Correct.
Right. So your question was, am I saying that you're denying my ability to build when you deny the REP? Yes, this current project, if you deny the REP, where I literally can't build it because the REP includes those two side pieces and they are removable. And if the driveway wasn't there, this would basically not fit that code condition. But because the vehicle access reference in that code section is there, we're focusing on that and the design of the house. Well,
I
ultimately, that's
understand, but
inconsistent.
there's a difference between what you just said. So earlier you said being denied the right to develop the property versus the right to build this design. So, but we
it's not about the
understand,
design.
it's clear now.
If I can't have an REP, I can't put those retaining walls in that are mandatory, and therefore I can't build the project. Forget the driveway,
This project.
any project. If I can't put retaining walls on the side of the driveway and parking areas to be able to hold up the neighbors' lots and the Edison poles that are on both sides, I literally can't build this project.
Well, that would happen with the design of the widening project. Those walls would, the location and the type of those walls would be determined at that time.
Right, but that's the same thing with the driveway. In the future, because if you apply that logic, the same thing could be applied to the driveway in the future.
Well, okay, let's just say the road was widened and it also was widened in front of your neighbor's house. So that means that those little stem walls that you're talking about would be moved down to
Right.
some other point.
And there are solutions to move the driveway fully on, but they're costly. For example, I could move the entire stairway of 4 feet under the garage. But to do that now is extremely costly. I could do it later, but there's no reason to do it now because there's no need for the right of way now. That's why the design is as it is.
So, but like the section reference, 0.03, it doesn't, I mean, it says you're allowed to have retaining walls. It's just the issue as it relates to the driveway access, I think, right? So it's, again, it seems like there's an approach here that could be viable. And again, from your perspective, I mean, wouldn't you rather just have a project that works now so you don't have to deal with this, process in the future?
Not given where we're at at this time. And
Yeah.
here's the bottom line. If this had been a concern that was raised in even the DMT review or in the lot splitting process,
Yeah.
I had options like maybe widening the lot and cutting less off for Lot A. I could have done a number of other things with the design. But here we are way down 18 months through this process, and this was brought up 10 days ago. And I can solve the requirement of that code section, which is why the staff found us code compliant, because I could move that lower part of the driveway back all the way to the retaining wall for the garage by pushing the stairs for fire access under the garage retaining. But that's expensive to do that now.
Okay.
David, I'm not quite understanding. I'm looking at the page 24 of the staff report and your statement that just got raised 10 days ago, because this is an excerpt from the Design Review Board resolution, I believe, section 3. The design board hereby denies a revocable encroachment permit based on the following findings. Then it goes through these whole things, including, including this removal would be cause it to be non-compliant with the code. So, I mean, that was back in the DRB hearing. So I'm not.
What I'm stating is this claim that because of future fire safety, need for widening the street, they're denying it. Look, in these DRB meetings, I should have the right to be able to respond to claims they make that are the basis of their denial. They did not raise that claim of this future widening at that point. Lewis specifically said he wanted to see the structures out of the right-of-way, but when you make that statement, there's no defense for that because there is no possibility to build without structures in the right-of-way.
But again, I don't think the code section is saying that you can have those, you can even have retaining walls within the right of way. The code section is basically saying you can't have a structure improvement that would result in a code violation or non-compliant condition, which is really what is related to, if you remove the driveway retaining wall, then you can't meet the objective zoning standards. That's the crux. So I don't, right?
And I'm saying that I do address that, and we can have a future solution that is code compliant. So if you remove those retaining walls on the side and forget about them, and you just talk about the driveway, I can move the driveway north onto the property because those stairs are 4 feet wide. If I push those stairs underneath the garage retaining wall, which will be expensive, I free up 4 feet to push that driveway north, and then I can find maybe another foot to get it completely out of the right of way, which means it would be conforming. But I don't want you guys to come back to me now, 18 months into this, and tell me that's the condition. You're going to redesign it and achieve that. I agree. And I can actually design it and add it to the REP and say, in the future, this is what is required to solve this. So there are solutions. It's just timeliness, the undue approach that this has been applied at the last second. At the end of the day, is it fair? And with the 12 to 13, 14-foot encroachments from the property lines into the street by the south neighbors, I find it hard to believe that this should be the thing that holds the project up.
Yeah, but that argument, David, I get the general fairness argument, but there's lots of legal non-conforming things around town all over the place. So I get to build a legal non-conforming thing now because that person did it 20 years ago. I mean, that's not a good argument.
Well, I think one of the principles here is that in our actual design, we include at least a couple feet of widening already to get the street back to 20 feet because I didn't want the neighbors impacted. As a matter of fact, Edison's new poles going out, the reason, and I worked with them, I granted them 2 easements to put these new poles in so that they could pull the wires away from the south side of the street because it was a fire risk for them. Look, I'm doing everything I can to find the solutions for these things, which is, been mischaracterized by the neighbors. They don't talk to me. They don't want to talk to me. They send letters to you guys, to the staff, and they basically make up whatever they want. I appreciate it. That knoll is something that they're concerned about, that needs to be treated properly. And I thought I had done the best I can with the premise that I had the right to build on it, and half of my property is on the top of that hill.
Yeah, but David, still the point is you designed a house that you're requiring an REP now. You designed it into the encroachment permit.
So no, I designed the house based on the fact that I had to have an REP for those other retaining walls that were much bigger than what I needed for the driveway. I could have designed that lower part to not use any of the right-of-way for my driveway, which means that it's only the mandatory things that you're requiring of me, like the mandatory parking and the conditions that were created by the city when it was grading that street, that I have to put in there to even use the lot that you would be denying. So, certainly I can agree and stipulate that there is a solution where that driveway doesn't actually touch the right-of-way. But the timeliness of it is the thing I'm concerned about. And the fairness that I might see if I go back to DRB, which I don't believe will be anywhere near as nicely as they've treated me so far. That's just a conjecture, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I have maybe one question for legal counsel here, and then anyone have further questions for David?
Thank you.
So yeah, Mr. Bird, if you want to come up. So, I mean, it seems like the premise of the whole argument here is essentially, and there've been, I feel like, if there was an argument here, you guys would have made it because all the arguments have been very creative and smart in how they've looked at this, but it seems like the fundamental thing you're asking us to do is apply objective standards, right? What we have in front of us is an objective standard, and by your own admission, by your client's admission, this would the issue is, again, not the retaining walls on the side. It's just the fact that the removal of the retaining wall that's related to the driveway creates a non-conforming condition. And so how is that not an objective standard that would be, wouldn't us having to approve this basically us ignoring the objective standards and applying a subjective analysis of, other people on the street have done this? How is that not the case? That's my question.
There is, so I guess so we've identified that there is a solution if the city wants to extend the right of way to ultimately remove encroachments such that the right of way could be extended. Okay. I think we just fleshed out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So the question then becomes, does that solution create a nonconformity?
Yes. And
right. I don't think we know definitively the answer to that question. I mean, does the solution, so here we go. He just said
When this happens, I'm changing the driveway as well. It will be on.
but again, the code goes to, it's based on the non-conforming under the codes, regulations, or standards incorporated therein. I mean, fundamentally, you're right that you could go and have an application to resolve a non-conforming condition, but this creates a non-conforming condition. That's an objective standard.
But it only creates a non-conforming condition in a hypothetical scenario, right? So what we're saying is, when the city comes to ask for right-of-way,
yeah,
there is a solution that can move the encroachments out of the right-of-way and create a conforming condition. Speculating as to what could be conforming now seems to not address that circumstance, right? It seems like the city could use this rationale to deny any REP.
But isn't the code section clear that it's about, the code as it is right now, that we know it's going to be non-conforming? You're right. Hypothetically, the code could change in the future, but again, that would be us speculating about it. What we know is what the rules are now, and we know that it'd be a non-conforming condition if it happened tomorrow.
But we don't, because there would be a solution that would be implemented that would remove the encroachments and then redo the driveway such that it creates a conforming condition. So we know there's a solution. So isn't that the point of the REP? It allows for limited time encroachments in an area where the city has a right of way, but doesn't utilize it.
I just think you're ignoring that last sentence, or you're embellishing that last sentence. The last sentence is pretty simple, right? We look at staff, and part of the idea is, and I think part of the idea behind this sentence, I wasn't here when it was drafted, but it was in there, is they don't want council approving encroachment permits that if down the road a subsequent council says, hey, remove it, and then you've got a non-compliant project. They're not saying kick the can down the road. They're saying today, don't do it. Don't grant revocable encroachment permits that would, if it went away tomorrow, would create a non-compliant project. That's what that sentence is all about.
That's a pretty divisive interpretation of that. And specifically because the actual things that are, which is the other part of the definition, is obstructing the flow of traffic, are the larger retaining walls that are mandatory and will be removed later, which means that any future time when you might want to remove it, there is going to be redevelopment of the right of way. That's a presumption in the fact that you need it removed. It's because you want to remove these obstructions, which are the larger mandatory walls. And at that time, it can be made conforming. There are many ways to do that to get it off of the right of way. And it's the fairest and equitable interpretation of that statement, I believe. You can add to that if you
Do you have anything to add on that point, to Bob's question? No? Okay. Any other questions from council? No? Okay. So let's bring this back to the council. Let's ask some questions. So I'm going to keep the public hearing open as we ask questions of staff. So does anyone have questions to staff? So maybe Madam City Attorney, why don't you step in here and kind of, help us? Because the way I see this is that the REP, I mean, I really empathize with the applicant in the sense that, this is just, I agree this is a buildable lot. He has a right to build it. He has a right under, the state laws to have objective standards. But what I'm struggling with is this idea that, we're not able to, when you look at just the plain text, not really interpreting it, the plain text of the REP code section, 0.030, it just seems like we would, by the applicant's admission, be creating a non-compliant condition. It doesn't allow for this idea of a non-compliant condition that could be resolved. And I think the REP ultimately dictates the design of this project, in the sense that's what would be related to the CDP and the and the other findings involved with this. So how are you looking at this, Madam City Attorney? That's my question.
Mr. Mayor, well, you did a really good job, as did all of you, at sort of summarizing the issue. I agree that the critical language is the second sentence of section 1150.030, which says that as to REPs, it is not appropriate for any structure and improvement that will result in code violations or other non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required. That's the test you apply today. So if today you say you apply that test, would this result in a non-compliant condition? And the answer, as I understand it, is from staff, is that does result in a non-compliant condition as it relates to vehicle access for the on-site parking. And so it is effectively premising what is, as I think council is suggesting, a violation of that code section in order to grant the REP. In other words, you can't make the finding. And so if you can't issue that REP, you no longer have an objectively designed project that meets the objective design standards of the code, because you do not have that access way. And so you have to get it somehow, whether that's through a variance or some other means. I want to be very clear. I don't think anyone on staff or the council is suggesting that the applicant should not get an REP. I think what is being very clearly stated is that there is a problem with this REP. And so the question is, how do you address that going forward? Your options, as on the screen, are if you cannot make the findings for the REP, and I'm hearing that you can't based on 1150.030, the second sentence in particular. And that, I want to be clear, that second sentence, we're talking about the driveway retaining wall. We are not talking about the retaining walls. The first sentence of 1150.030 is clear that you can have retaining walls in the REP. And so the retaining walls on the end of the property in order to sort of like hold up the dirt there when it's graded. I don't think that is the issue. I believe the issue that everyone is saying is specifically the driveway retaining wall. And so if you're determining that you cannot make the finding for the REP for finding number 1 because of the second sentence of 1150.030, then the project as proposed does not meet the driveway access. So you cannot issue the REP. And so the question for you is, what do you do next? Do you want to remand it on that specific question? I think that is a very reasonable way to go about achieving a solution to this problem, which is what does the REP look like that you can approve? And I think that is the question that effectively you're trying to ask of the applicant tonight, as I hear it. As to you have other entitlements before you have a CDP and a design review entitlement. Because the REP affects the design of the project, I think you could determine to remand this project on the basis of the REP and not necessarily even reach the CDP or design review findings. And with the direction that this issue needs to be resolved, whatever that design looks like, and with whatever other direction you would like to give to DRB on that specific issue. So that is one option. Alternatively, you could consider upholding the appeal. Again, I heard more of a, like, how do we fix the problem from you tonight? And so I think you're sort of, as I read the room, leaning towards that first option of remand.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, other comments from council?
Well, I think we have to, you know, think about or talk about whether we remand with some kind of direction to the DR. Because I mean, to David's point, and I get it. I mean, this project has come a long way. There's the issue here that we're not finding what we're finding doesn't satisfy our code is the REP. But if he were to go back and, you know, design a driveway that was, you know, on his property and didn't require the REP, and he just had the landscaping, other stuff in the typical REP stuff, then, you know, are we giving further direction to the DR? Because I think that, I don't know, maybe the city attorney can comment on this a little bit. I'm still unclear, you know, as to how we deal with this subjective. To me, you know, we've got subjective criteria in our DR, right, that just creates this huge tension with the housing laws. And I just don't know in this case whether we should be applying any of those, honestly. But what's your legal opinion on that?
Councilmember, that's a great question. I think, you know, the Coastal Commission, Mr. Burt referenced, the Coastal Commission issued a memo in January of 2022 with respect to SB 9 before SB 450 had come into effect. But that basically was like, SB 9 is a thing now, so you guys are going to have to consider how this could affect your LCPs in the future. And so talk to coastal staff about it. That's what that memo said. And just like we struggle on the ADU issue with how to resolve that tension that exists there, the same kind of problem exists with SB 9. I think that the SB 9 language is very clear. I think Ms. Whiten read it into the record earlier. It's really clear language that nothing supersedes or alters or lessens the effect of. And so I don't necessarily think the legislature thinks about the city of Laguna Beach when it writes these laws, and that's part of the problem. But I do think that your CDP requirement, that language to me is clear that you still need to apply your CDP requirement. That is the Coastal Commission's position with ADUs. We've seen that now. And so this is a very analogous scenario. So I don't think you should be alleviating your CDP authority. I think that is consistent with the way that Coastal treats ADUs in the same way that SB 9 applies the coastal authority. The language in the ADU statute and the CDP and the SB 9 statute is like the same. As to design review, if it is an objectively designed project under SB 450, that is, I think, Councilmember Whalen, what you were implying. And I think that is a trickier question because certainly it says nothing alters or lessens the effect of the Coastal Act. Our certified LCP includes Title 25, which is where all our design review criteria exist. On the other hand, if you apply all of our design review criteria for design review permit, what is the effect of SB 450 at all?
Yeah.
And that creates an inherent tension. I think that from a policy perspective, the city council in its upcoming comprehensive zoning code update or streamlining ordinance may want to consider dealing with SB 450. So for SB 450 compliant projects, we have a solution that we don't have this inherent tension anymore. I think that being said, I think you could take the position you have the authority. I think you could also take the position that SB 450 being what it is, that you're going to focus on your CDP authority specifically.
Well, and I think if we follow the precedent that not that that was like a precedent that we have to follow, but, you know, in the Louise Street project, I think like most of us would have agreed that there was a view equity issue there, right? From a subjective view equity perspective. And our position, so if, you know, if we apply the design review criteria there, making the argument, oh, it's a Title 25 and Title 25 is in our certified LCP, we would have come down differently on that. And again, I'm not saying that it's a binding decision, but I think that's a good analogy to this situation where I think it would be very hard to make the argument that our design review criteria could apply given the clear language of, you know, SB 9 and the harmonization. I think the harder question is, you know, as it relates to the CDP, and as I read through this, it's hard to think of, you know, what the big you know, CDP issues would be that we would be able to, you know, impose here. So I think the design review criteria thing is a lot easier to know that I don't think we can apply that in this instance. And I don't think that, I think with respect, Megan, because I mean, to the point that, you know, applicants' counsel made, like hypothetically, if there were a public view, which I mean, no one's really alleging that there's a public view here, but are there coastal resources here that could be objectively defined that you see as, you know, an issue for this project? Do we look at the remand, or what are the because I mean, I think you look at some of the ones about, I think some of these that just would be hard to defend in a court, you know, as it relates to a project like this where it's just totally, so I don't know, how do you look at that? Are there objective criteria in our current LCP that would be, you know, the design review should contemplate as they look at this redesigned project, you know, with the appropriate findings for the REP that will ultimately dictate design?
It's a great question, Mayor. So a couple points with respect to the DR permit, that component, I sort of heard concurrence to what you were saying up here, so we can take your direction, first of all, for our streamlining our comprehensive zoning code update. I also think I want to be clear, though, that SB 450 language applies for the objective design standards, right? So today, the project that's proposed is not meeting the objective design standards, right? So it's actually not there yet.
I agree.
It has to actually be an objectively designed project in order to trigger the benefits of SB 450. So I think what we're saying is if it's going to meet the requirements of SB 450 by being an entirely objectively designed project, then we would not have the DR permit.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
I think that's and so I think this project potentially could get there. What we kind of determined tonight was that it isn't there because of this REP problem that results in their non-compliance. I think the second issue, then, to your point, your question on the CDP is our CDP authority is written with subjective findings. That being said, the closer that you rely on and make findings related to impacts to coastal resources specifically is more like a more effective argument and more in line, I think, with what both Coastal Commission expects and probably what the legislature is expecting by virtue of those savings clauses.
And the reason I'm asking about this is because I get that that's not really before us, but I want to give clear direction for DRB as they look at this for the next step, because I want to, you know, as you know, if they're able to come up with a project with the REP findings, then how should the DRB look at the coastal issues? So that's sort of my question to you is, are there ones that they should be looking at that where there's a kind of an objective way of measuring that can be the basis for a subjective analysis for a CDP?
I think that they should make all of the findings in the CDP analysis. I think the question is what is going into those findings, and that I think that is where the findings should be. I think the findings should be focused on compliance with the LCP and our coastal resources. It's a little hard to like, I guess, predict. The thing I'm struggling with is I don't know what this redesigned project's going to
Yeah.
look like. So I'm having a hard time
That
saying
makes
I
sense.
know what the issues are going to be. But I do think that the goal perhaps is to just make sure that you're really tying it to your coastal authority.
What does that mean? You're tying it to your coastal authority. I mean, because when I look at the design review board denying the CDP, based on finding one, the proposed development will minimize the alterations of natural landforms. Maybe that one's quasi-objective, but item 6, the proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas, and so that's all subjective. That's DR criteria. It's neighborhood compatibility. So,
I will say that our CDP findings are derived from the Coastal Act itself. So that language actually comes out of the Coastal Act, which is like contributing to kind of the confusion that's created by the subjective criteria, is that because again, our local certified coastal program is the coastal commission saying, we, take the Coastal Act and, form it to your city and give you the power to go forward and apply the Coastal Act in your city, subject to this LCP. So that all comes out of the Coastal Act, actually. So I appreciate that it is subjective, but also it's derived from the Coastal Act itself. To me, I think that the coastal, I agree with you that the finding 1 is kind of already there. I think, hold on, I'm just trying to pull up the findings here.
Bob, what page are you
on? Page 30 of 40. That's where the discussion of the DRB CDP findings are.
I think, again, because we don't know exactly what the future design it will be look like, I think perhaps it would be helpful maybe by providing direction on what the driveway and through the REP would look like. That might help us get there on this CDP. I think we're a little bit on the cart before the horse because we don't have the project to analyze for the CDP. I certainly understand what the council is trying to do, and I think trying to give direction to the DRB as to how to adhere to the CDP findings in a way that aligns with our expectations and the council's policy direction is a good idea, so that it also creates, I think, to help address the applicant's fairness arguments as well.
Yeah.
But
So it sounds like what you're saying is that basically we can't really weigh in on these CDP issues to give direction as it relates to that because we don't have the project is going to be redesigned. We're sort of speculating and playing a hypothetical game.
Exactly.
Okay. So then I think that, but it sounds like there's a consensus as it relates to the DRB criteria so that can be, clear for the board. And then I think that, again, I think the applicants made, compelling arguments about citing the case law as it relates to just how we look at even though the coastal development permit is a fundamentally subjective process. I think that the question is, what does harmonization mean between SB 450 and that? And that's sort of the tough question. But I think that what we have before us that's clear is that we cannot meet an objective standard related to the REP.
Correct.
So I think that is the best course to remand this. And I think that there's a way to make this work where, David can, come up with a project that meets the findings for the REP. And given that it's an SB 450 project, there's limits on the rest of the criteria. And so I think that, is critical as we look at this and as the, design review board would look at this on remand. So are there further questions or further comments on this?
Well, I think, as I understand it, that if we remand it, and I don't know how we do this or how staff handles this, but that would be the fourth hearing, and unless the applicant's going to waive it, it has to be only one hearing at DR, and then the last hearing, unless he's fully satisfied there, the last hearing would be back here. The fifth hearing would be back here at council.
So Megan, does the fact that he, to Bob's question, does the fact that he added the ADU became a part of the project on hearing 2, I think, does that change it? And I think there should be I think the applicant would want to be able to have the opportunity, if you don't like what happens at, DRB, to be able to come back here. So maybe that's David or Chris. Do you guys want to speak to that? Is your position that this is hearing number 4 and that,
And I'll just, before we get there, I'll just jump in on a couple of things. That the SB 330 law and the 5 hearing rule, it applies if the development complies with the applicable objective zoning standards. We've just determined that it doesn't. So I actually don't think we've actually triggered that rule. So I think that they haven't provided an objectively designed, a project that meets the objective zoning standards yet. So I think that is we actually aren't in the SB 335 hearing rule today.
So I guess I would just caution that interpretation. So as I mentioned before, the HA and the city acknowledged the HAA applies. The HAA has specific criteria with respect to timing of identifying a project's alleged inconsistency with objective standards. Here, the city did not allege an inconsistency with the now deemed objective REP requirement within that time frame. When an agency fails to identify an alleged inconsistency with an objective standard, a project is deemed consistent. And as I referenced before, the HA also says that a project is deemed consistent, in conformity, and in compliance with objective development standards, policies, ordinances, and other such items if a reasonable person could find it to be objective and consistent. Here, staff, as identified in the May staff report to DRB, concluded that the project was consistent with all objective standards. So while the city attorney is saying that the project is not consistent with objective standards, if you look at the language of the HAA and the requirements of state housing law, the project is deemed consistent with objective standards because they had not been raised, and staff likewise determined that the project was consistent. So this is the 4th hearing.
For clarification, the first hearing did not have an ADU, so it was not subject to the Housing Accountability Act until the second hearing at which the ADU was. So when the ADU was added to the project, that triggers the Housing Accountability Act. The inconsistency provisions that Mr. Byrd is referring to, 65589.5J2, are when HAA is triggered. The SB 330, so we're conflating issues here because SB 330 has a different definition of housing development project, which says a single unit. But again, you have to, from the inconsistency requirement, you have to have a second unit in order to be within the world of the Housing Accountability Act in the first place. So the second hearing, which is the May hearing at which that REP finding was made, is also the first time that that project had an ADU to be considered by the DRB.
Okay,
So I'd just
Go
like
ahead.
to reference the government code section with respect to the 5 hearings.
Okay.
It clarifies that a a hearing could include a hearing on a single-family project. And the language I referenced earlier as being in the HAA about housing projects being deemed consistent, that same language exists in that code section. For purposes of this section, a housing development project shall be deemed consistent, compliant, and in conformity with an applicable plan, program, policy, ordinance, standard requirement, or other similar provision if there is substantial evidence that would allow a reasonable person to conclude that the housing development project is consistent, compliant, or in conformity. Here, city staff has made that determination.
Would you make that determination that that it objectively complies with the REP?
That it objectively complies with the now, I'm still a little bit, I still question whether or not that is an objective standard in the way the city is interpreting it with respect to not being able to solve a future nonconformity and related to the future use of the roadway. I'm still not sure I agree with the city.
Okay.
With respect to that interpretation.
Well, you'd have that sentence read that if it created a non-compliance, but by removing it, unless we could solve the problem down the road. That's not what the section says, but that's your interpretation of it, I think. So. In any event, I don't think we have to get hung up on the number of issues, number of hearings. If they want to treat that as the fourth, this is the fourth hearing, the third hearing, and then that DR is the fourth hearing, fine. Then it comes back to us for a fifth hearing.
Yeah,
I don't know why we have to
I
get into an argument about that, right?
No, I think for a variety of reasons,
Very
you can remand the decision for consideration by the DRB.
Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Well, I don't know, we should talk about it a little bit, but I guess if the remand is to remand it so that the project applicant can work on a design that results in an REP that's compliant with this code section. We're amending it so that he can redesign to bring it in compliance with this code section. But I think, aren't we also saying to DRB, we don't want you to apply DRB criteria to this project?
I think so.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, assuming that it is applicable with all, it is a project that is premised on general zoning standards.
So if staff is advising that it's compliant with applicable SB 450, then do not apply the DRB standards.
But obviously do apply our LCP.
Well, make the findings for the coastal development permit.
Right.
But, I mean, fast forwarding, I don't know if the DRB would be inclined to change their mind. I don't know if they would or not. So it's probably going to just end up back here with a denied CDP. But anyway, so that would be the motion, right? Remand to DRB for a single hearing where applicant will have the opportunity to present a project which either eliminates an REP or has an REP that's compliant with council's, our code section, what's the number? Somebody help me with the number.
For the REP,
Yeah, that's compliant.
1150-030.
Yeah, that's consistent with 1150-030. And if the project presented is deemed to be compliant with SB 450 standards, then DRB is instructed not to apply, design review board is instructed not to apply the design review criteria to the project. Is that?
That's it. We do have a revised resolution for the remand that will just go through the REP and then not do the CDP and the DR findings. If we want to throw that up on the screen.
Madam City Attorney, if possible, why don't we take a 2-minute recess so we can get that up?
Okay.
Okay.
whether we like it or not. So Megan, why don't we go walk through? So I think we've given clear direction basically that the DRB findings are not going to be applicable here. I think it would, should we, go through the CDP ones, even though it's not related to this prospective project, just to give high level guidance, about what would work in terms of the different CDP findings here.
I think so. I think not for purposes of making the findings, but I think if it's assuming it's the existing project effectively and that assume the design's not going to significantly change, if you want to give some feedback on it, that might help the DRB make their findings so that perhaps it doesn't come back to council.
So which one should we start on?
Finding number 1.
Good idea. What page is that on?
So we've stricken it here because we're recommending pulling it out of the resolution, but you can kind of read it through the red line.
Okay.
So finding number 1 is that the project is in conformity with the applicable provisions of the LCP. So, I mean, that is fairly project specific. So then the proposed development will minimize alterations of natural landforms and will not result in undue risks from geological and erosional forces and or flood and fire hazards. So I think just general feedback on whether the council would agree with that concept, assuming that the project is that the project just use the existing project today, the existing design effectively.
I think that here, I don't know that on face, because if we were to say that so the second part, there's no evidence of issues related to undue risk from like that's an objective thing. I can't see that. Then minimize the alterations of natural landforms. I think that, if we took that at face value, it'd basically be a taking because we're saying you can't build on this lot.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think this is both objective and applicable in two senses. I think that there is the word minimize. You're minimizing the alteration of natural landforms. You're not saying you can't alter them. You're minimizing the alterations. And I think the fire hazard issue in terms of egress is a real one.
Related to the REP widening, or just based on the fact that it's adding a house to this area?
Good point. Let me think about that.
I think the REP, but that's again, so because I don't know how you would go about looking at the minimize the alteration.
I think you're right about the REP.
Megan, what do you think? Any feedback on the first part?
I think that's a reasonable determination based on your comments.
And then
the proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas and where feasible will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas.
visually compatible. How would you look at this, Megan, in the context of this harmonization?
I think in the lens of the effect of coastal resources, and I think I would consider. I think, for example, in a different context, if you were at a point in the city where this could have impacts on public views, this would apply.
I think that, because that's sort of what we talked about in the context of the Louise Street decision, was the same issue, right?
Yeah. So I think you could reasonably conclude that, based on the impact of existing coastal resources, that this project the project as proposed in front of you today is compatible with the character of the surrounding area. I think that will, I think if you look at the overall development of the entire neighborhood, there's other projects that are on ridge lines. And so I think that those are the kinds of things you could consider as well.
I would agree with that.
Is that it for the findings? And then I think the consideration of whether the project conforms with other provisions of the LCP, there were some identified policies in here.
I don't think it's a public access trail to that reference.
I don't know if there's any feedback otherwise on any of these policies.
Yeah, and then the diversity and uniqueness one is, I mean, it is diverse and unique, right? In that sense, that's a hard one to, because it's like a different, I mean, I don't know how you define what that means. I don't know how you could objectively, or even subjectively in a reasonable way apply that standard, because it's like a fundamentally like, I don't think you could be more subjective. So Megan, what's the feedback that you're looking for right now, is basically to see if there's any of these that we want to keep in the record?
I think not to make the findings, but again, so I think to balance that both the need to comply with your coastal authority, with the applicant raising concerns about fairness.
Yeah.
And that there was a concern that it would just bounce back to the council. I was just, if there was specific findings that you had concerns about, or the application of a specific policy, this was a good time in my mind to address those.
Raise them, because it
Yeah.
seems to me like, honestly, as I look at each of these findings here, the issue as I see it is the REP. I would have a hard time making the, given this legal constraints that we are working within, that we've kind of exhaustively explored. It's very hard, I think, to be able to, argue that these findings in this context here. But I think that, again, the REP is the key thing here, and that's going to dictate the design. So that's not to say that there couldn't be a future, coastal resource issue. I just can't think of it as I look at these findings in front of us.
And again, it will ultimately depend on what the project looks like when it is redesigned in whatever capacity to deal with the REP. So it may very well be that it may very well be that the project looks different, that a different permit I just can't speculate to that. So it's very difficult, but I think my goal here, and it's late, so I probably should have been much more clear about my goal. But my goal here was just to the extent that they identified policies that are in there that are currently in the CDP findings or the way that those findings are written. If you have concerns about those now, assuming that the project may look similar, is there feedback you want to give? That was the goal of that exercise. I think we got some helpful feedback. So I don't know that, I think unless the council wants to go through that exercise further, I think we can go through the resolution, the amended resolution now.
And if it may assist the council, I'm happy to go through the red line changes that have been prepared while listening to the council deliberations in this matter. So this is just going through from the very top of the resolution. There have been changes to reflect that the city council is remanding the appeal decision instead of upholding it. There were some clerical changes to remove referenced attachments and incorporate those attachments, needed attachments by reference only. There are some clarifying changes to state that the municipal code requires design review, but not necessarily that the city council is finding that design review is required. There is clarification that at the January 23rd, 2025 Design Review Board hearing, there was a different project that did not include the accessory dwelling unit, and that is defined as the original project. There's another recital that reflects on April 1st, 2025, the applicant submitted new plans to the city, which included the new ADU, which constituted the revised project. There's clarification that at May 22nd, 2025, the board held a public hearing on the revised project, which is then hereinafter referred to as the project, which is then consistently used throughout the resolution. Some other clarifying definitional changes. And then now we're getting to the more substantive components of the resolution. Section 2 reflects the proposed city council findings with respect to the stated grounds in the notice of appeal. The first contention similarly has clarifying changes to identify that only 2 entitlements are required based on the city council feedback, which would be the REP and the CDP and not the DR for the project. The analysis as it relates to the REP remains the same with some minor incorporations by reference. Definitional changes. And I'm happy to go back at the request of a council member if needed. Here's a substantive change that I might read in the record just because it's some lengthy text. It states, the city council finds that the wildfire egress study evidences objective identified written public health and safety conditions. In light of the wildfire egress study's substantial demonstrated concern for evacuation in the event of a fire, that Bluebird Canyon is one of 3 neighborhoods in the city that is access impaired and may be unable to evacuate during a fire, and that Bluebird Canyon Drive is narrow and may not be passable, and the potential alleviation of such concerns by future installation of identified safety improvements in the right-of-way where the project's permanent improvements are proposed to be installed. The issuance of the revocable encroachment permit results in a specific adverse impact in that the revocable encroachment permit is proposed to be utilized for the installation of permanent improvements in the right-of-way upon which the project design is predicated, and for which future revocation of the revocable encroachment permit would render the project non-compliant with the municipal code. Similarly, under code compliance, there's a reiterating paragraph referencing the code section that the city council asked to be incorporated into the resolution based on their direction, that as a result, the city council finds that the proposed revocable encroachment permit violates municipal code section 1150.030 and that the project would be rendered non-compliant with the zoning code as identified above, which is that 2553-004B. If the revocable encroachment permit is revoked, accordingly, the project is also not in compliance with objective zoning standards and criteria, including design review standards, in that by virtue of the revocable encroachment permit being non-compliant with the municipal code, the overall design of the project is consequently also non-compliant. There was removal of the development standard that was previously identified as in conflict with the project, because that was absent in the city council's deliberation. Otherwise, there are minor changes to paragraph B, which discusses the CDP, and paragraph C, which discusses the design review permit, to simply note that the Coastal Act still applies in terms of the CDP, that the Coastal Commission has certified the city's LCP, that the LCP is implemented through Title 25, and that under Title 25, a CDP is required for the proposed project. There's the removal of the discussion of the board resolution and its findings relating to the CDP. And then similar changes are made to paragraph C relating to DR.
Just to clarify, so we've added that last sentence before we get into section C, which says that given that the REP the DRB's decision is being upheld, and the issue is being remanded, the council is not reaching the CDP in terms of its findings.
Thank you. And so for DR, a similar finding that given the project requires REP 242511, and the city council finds that the board did not abuse its discretion in denying REP 242511, the city council need not reach the findings in DR 242509. The remainder of the analysis under DR and the board's findings under DR have been stricken.
Do you want to say something? I'll open the public hearing.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a quick question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I guess this all makes sense. I'm just wondering if the council would give some more clear direction to DR with respect to the CDP, particularly because, as the council member acknowledged, there's this, seeing this design, the DRB has concluded that they think it is subjectively inconsistent with the LCP, right? And there's a high likelihood that even if we resolve the REP issue and the project stays substantially similar in design, they're going to deny the project and we're going to have to come back here, right? So to the extent it's possible for the council to clarify what their expectations are with respect to DR's review of the CDP itself, whether that be, that it look to, particularly, whether there are coastal resources implicated with respect to this project, not that it has unfettered discretion to consider issues of, neighborhood compatibility that aren't necessarily tied to a coastal resource issue. I think that would be helpful as we move forward through this process.
I agree, it would be helpful. I just don't know what the direction, I don't know the answer to the question, but I don't know.
Councilmember and Mr. Mayor, I think that we try to do that a little bit. I think you can do that more. I don't think you have to put it in the resolution.
Yeah.
I think
so
you can
it'd
do
be
that in the
helpful to do it
record.
in the resolution, because
Yeah.
we're gonna have to go and do, site specific analysis here that might not be helpful, but I think we gave pretty high level feedback about, we're not using these in our resolution.
Yeah.
Do you want one more thing? Okay.
Yeah, that was just clear. I was not implying including it in the resolution. I was talking about a high level direction.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know what more high level direction. I think if we wanted to, if we were, I don't know, Megan, what do you think about that high level direction? Because
I think we tried is I think that was the exercise we did when we came back from the recess. I think we tried to give some direction. If council has any further direction that they want to add. But again, there is this component of speculation that is kind of wrapped up in this and that we don't know ultimately what that project is going to be. So it's high level based on the existing design.
And I think if it may assist the council, tried to capture some of the deliberations in section 4, which really gets to the actual direction. So it states, the city council hereby remands the appeal decision of the design review board as reflected in the resolution to the design review board for a single hearing with the following direction. A, consider granting a revocable encroachment permit for improvements in the public right-of-way, including walls, stairs, irrigation, drainage facilities, and lighting, with such improvements, or maybe I'll say, with such improvements located closer to the applicant's property line to create, quote, safe vehicular access from a usable vehicular right-of-way to off-street parking facilities on the property requiring such facilities with an expectation that the revocable encroachment permit may be revoked in the future. Then B, consider a coastal development permit for the revised design based on direction in paragraph A above. And I think we can add here and recognition of coastal resources, including natural landforms, which I heard from the deliberations, and public views, which I believe I heard from the deliberations, and risk of fire hazards. And then paragraph C says disregard.
What is that?
So I think that was based on the discussion talking about the coastal resources when the council was going through the CDP findings that the board had previously considered. And so I had heard some discussion about the minimization of alteration to natural landforms. And so I think by virtue of that discussion, you're recognizing that coastal resources exist because there are natural landforms.
What if the right way to harmonize is to basically say, focus your coastal development permit findings on avoiding clearly defined adverse impacts to coastal resources? Is that more workable to you, Megan? Go ahead.
This doesn't mean that this applies to this particular project.
What do you mean what this does, this?
Well, just if she puts this in here, it just has to be considered, right?
Okay. I was just trying to come up with it to harmonize, but yeah, I think it's fine.
I'm just envisioning some areas where I believe in town where it could be, we have the Central Bluffs and other areas.
No, I agree. And those would be, that's an adverse, impact of, I'm just trying to figure out a way to give them more guidance so that we can have clear process going forward.
Is there a certain amount of expansion into the expansion of the right of way that the council is envisioning?
That's a good question.
Can you repeat that, please?
Is there a certain amount of right of way that the council is envisioning to extend? Like, for example, would you envision a project where the design is built lower in the hillside and setback into the hillside at the property line, respecting the setbacks? Or an alternative design?
For me, I'm more focused on the fact that if we revoke the encroachment permit, that we create a non-compliant condition. So it's less about the exact square footage to me and more about creating a non-compliant project.
Well, and the revocation of that would be premise. So hypothetically, it's based on if there weren't plans for a, widening here, then it wouldn't create that non-conforming condition hypothetically.
That's not true. It doesn't matter. What matters is that revoking the permit for any reason, should the city choose to revoke the permit, it
Okay.
creates a non-conforming driveway access point.
And maybe the question is, where would the required parking facilities, where should that be located? Because eventually that code section talks about how you get to that required parking. And so if you revoke the revocable encroachment permit, how does that safe vehicular access get to the required parking? But ultimately, I do think that the direction in paragraph A, clarifying that the violation should be remedied, gives the applicant latitude to design a project that meets that requirement.
I think so.
There's also an added section about the city council finding that because there is this inconsistent standard with the project, the city does not need to make the required findings under the Housing Accountability Act to disapprove a project. But in the event the Housing Accountability Act does apply, the city council hereby makes, based on a preponderance of the evidence, the required findings under the Housing Accountability Act.
And
And-
Jane, just before we got to that section, we just skipped, just for the record, section 4C is the, well, don't go too far.
Okay.
Is just your direction about SB 450 compliant projects. So if the project proposed at design review is an SB 450 compliant project, then you won't have a DR permit.
I think
Sorry.
that'd be, and should that be design review requirements, disregard design review requirements for?
Right.
And section 5 was what Jane just explained.
So what are we doing again there? We're saying they haven't, the project hasn't yet triggered because
We're
Housing Accountability Act isn't applicable, but if it is applicable, we make these findings.
We're saying to the extent that it's not a denial because you're remanding the project for further consideration of the remand, but to the extent that someone would consider that a denial, this is the specific adverse impact findings required under 6558.9.5J1.
Nevertheless, in the event the Housing Accountability Act does apply, okay, so we're saying it doesn't apply, but if it does apply, then here are the findings. Okay. I got it. No, that's good. I mean, that's what lawyers do.
Yep.
And this, so paragraph A is the first finding, which states the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety unless the project is disapproved or conditioned at a lower density. The facts to support this finding rely on the fire code section, which requires a fire apparatus access road to have an unobstructed width of not less than 20 feet. It's my understanding, based on conversations with city staff and their measurements, that the existing width of the street, Bluebird Canyon Drive, in front of the property ranges in width from approximately 15 feet to 18 feet in certain places. And the project as proposed expands the width of the street in front of the property to widths of 20 feet and 19 feet. Therefore, there are some locations of Bluebird Canyon in front of the property that will remain under 20 feet, which is the minimum width of fire apparatus roads. This standard existed at the time the application was deemed complete, and the proposed project conflicts with this standard. There's a second paragraph that addresses the wildfire egress study. It states the project as proposed will have a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on written public health or safety conditions, including the findings in the 2021 wildfire egress study, which conclude that Bluebird Canyon Drive is one of 3 neighborhoods in the city that is access impaired and may be unable to evacuate during a fire, and that Bluebird Canyon Drive is narrow and may not be passable. This 2021 wildfire egress study analyzing the conditions of Bluebird Canyon Drive also existed at the time the application was deemed complete. The project as proposed would exacerbate the existing conditions because it would permanently remove the city's ability to undertake road widening efforts or provide a formal turnaround area to vehicles traversing the neighborhood at and around the property. The second finding under the Housing Accountability Act when disapproving a project is that there's no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact on public health or safety. The facts under this finding are, as proposed, there's no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact on public health or safety. Fire Chief King noted certain safety improvements that could enhance conditions. If road widening or establishment of a formal turnaround area were pursued, the project would need to be redesigned so that the project did not encroach as far into the city's right-of-way. If the city council conditionally approved the project to lessen the encroachment into the city's right-of-way, the project would need to be redesigned and re-engineered. While Fire Chief King also noted that improved roadside vegetation management, striping or signage improvements, and mirrors or traffic calming measures are potential safety improvements that could enhance conditions. Such improvements and measures do not satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impacts on public health or safety identified in Fire Code Section 503.2.1 because the width of the street will still not meet the 20-foot requirement and also do not satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact on public health or safety identified in the 2021 wildfire egress study because such measures do not improve access or enhance the vehicle's ability to pass another vehicle during an evacuation. And then there are just some additional minor sections added to the resolution that are to form for the city. And I am available to answer any questions.
I think that was well done. Any other comments or feedback or questions for Jane or for Megan? Does somebody want to make a
I have
motion?
none.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
Just, can you scroll back to the where we're given the direction not to apply the DR criteria?
Yeah.
Describe design review requirements for qualifying before based on change. What is the last part of that, man? And based on the city council's finding that the coastal development permit findings and criteria adequately protect coastal resources. Okay, so that we're saying we don't need to do the DR because the coastal resources are protected under the CDP.
Exactly, that's
Okay.
right.
Okay, well, I would, unless does the applicant or council have any comments on the resolution?
Council may have something else. Just one comment. My concern obviously is a deterministic outcome of whatever change we may agree to make. And at the end of the day, we don't want to end up in litigation over this. That would be the worst thing for all of us. In this particular situation, a lot of the information has come up that, was never presented or even discussed. And I even reached out to the city planning department to ask them to explain some of the details in the agenda report. I would like to ask that the council at least ensure that we get timely response from city staff in reviewing and discussing and clarifying what would be an achievable solution so that we don't submit something that suddenly later comes back with, sorry, we can't find the findings for this after they cleared it through dozens of reviews. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's everyone, I don't think anyone here is saying that you don't have a right to, develop, a house here. And I think that you can see from up here where our goal is to follow the state laws, with the REP. So I don't know that I can give a more specific answer than that.
Well,
but-
I think part of what he's saying, I think it's a fair request, is that if he comes in with a design,
Yeah.
he wants the planning department, the city attorney,
Public Works.
everybody to be saying, okay, this is code compliant, right?
Yeah, to be clear, I had a total of 4 hours of a review with Nancy Sierra on this project the entire time. Everything else was by random, she might respond at any time kind of feedback. And it was very difficult to read the mind of the city in that context where there's no material or timely feedback to our questions.
Thank you. I think it's reasonable. We could assure the applicant that if he comes in with a design, it'll be fully reviewed by staff, legal counsel, and he's not going to face a situation where he's told it complies, and then a staff report shows up and says it doesn't comply, right?
We'll have the brain trust work on it together.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, knowing what are the rules of the game that he's playing is what he's asking for, and I think that's fair. I mean, to the extent that, yeah, I get that. Okay, other
Okay.
questions, or Bob, were you making?
I was just going to
Go ahead.
move the adoption of the resolution. Is that all we have to do as presented on the screen?
That's
Okay,
it.
I'd move that.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, everyone. Council, does anyone have any future agenda items?
No.
No, okay, good. Then I would.
To end city council meetings at 11, no later than 11.
I would move to adjourn we get a 5-week break. I would move to adjourn the meeting till our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be September 23rd.
That was 6 weeks.
Huh?
Is it 6 weeks?
6 weeks, okay.
No?